Hey Scrummies, welcome to this daily Scrum live demo session. Friends, we all know that after Scrum Guide 2020 updates, traditional three questions are no longer mandatory. So in this session, we are giving you totally different new trending daily Scrum questions, which you can also propose to your teams. So this session is also going to beneficial for all new wannabe Scrum Masters who want to know how daily Scrum looks like. And after watching this session, they can gain more confidence. Friends, we really appreciate if you hit one like for our team members' efforts. Your one like is a big motivation for all of us. And if you new to our channel, please do subscribe for more real life valuable content. So without further delay, let's begin our session. Over to you, Shashank.
Yep, before we get into the topic, so that's me. So my name is Shashank Pachnuri. I'm a Scrum Master in India with 10 years of IT experience. I am an Agile enthusiast helping organizations and teams on their journey towards Agile transformation. With an Agile mindset, using various frameworks, tools, and techniques. Now let's get into the topic. Yes, so daily Scrum meeting rules. So what is daily Scrum? For those who are new to Agile and beginning their Agile journey, allow me to take a couple of minutes to brief you about daily Scrum meeting. The daily Scrum is one of the 5 events the Scrum framework offers. The daily Scrum is often referred to as the stand-up, which comes from extreme programming. In Scrum framework, on each day of the sprint, the team holds a daily sprint meeting called the daily Scrum. Meetings are typically held in the same location and at the same time each day. Ideally, a daily Scrum meeting is held in the morning as it happens, as it helps set the context for the coming day's work. These Scrum meetings are strictly time boxed to 15 minutes. This keeps the discussions brisk but relevant. The purpose of the daily Scrum is to help progress towards a sprint goal and to form a 24-hour plan to increase the likelihood of the sprint goal being met. All team members are required to attend Scrum meetings. Since both the Scrum Master and the Product Owner are committed team members, they are expected to attend and participate. Anyone else, for example, a departmental vice president, a salesperson, or a developer from another project, is allowed to attend as a passive audience and listen. This makes Scrum meetings an excellent way for a Scrum team to disseminate information. If you're interested in hearing where things are at, attend that day's meeting. The daily Scrum meeting is not used as a problem solving or issue resolution meeting. Rather, issues are raised and taken offline and usually dealt with by the relevant subgroup immediately after the meeting. During the daily Scrum, each team member answers the following 3 questions. What did you do yesterday? What will you do today? Are there any impediments in your way? By focusing on what each person accomplished yesterday and will accomplish today, the team gains an excellent understanding of what work has been done and what work remains. The daily Scrum meeting is not a status update meeting in which a boss is collecting information about who is behind schedule. Rather, it is a meeting in which team members make commitments to each other. Any impediments that are raised in the Scrum meeting become the Scrum Master's responsibility to ensure that they are resolved as quickly as possible. Typical impediments are, for example, I need help debugging a program or problem with an XYZ, or I'm struggling to learn XYZ and would like to pair with someone on it. Or it also can be, I cannot get the so-and-so group, give me any time and I need to meet with them. Or you can say another example could be the departmental VP has asked me to work on something else for a day or two, right? You might have heard most of such scenarios with your teams as well, right? In such cases, where the Scrum Masters cannot remove these impediments directly by himself. Example, usually the more technical issues, which I have brief right now, one of the examples, he still takes responsibility for making sure someone on the team does quickly resolve the issue. Most teams conduct the daily Scrum meeting by having each person answer the 3 questions in order. You answer all 3 questions, then the next person, and the next, and so on. An interesting alternative that some teams find helpful is to talk through one product backlog item before moving on to the next. In this way, an individual may get an update at multiple different times during the same meeting. Now let's take a look at the set of questions that we have. All right. So set A is nothing but the classic questions that we often keep using them. It could be a different sentence framework might vary, right? The questions might vary based on the framework of the question. What story did you work on yesterday? Who worked on it with you? And what story did you plan to tackle today? What will you work with on it? Who will you work with on it? What obstacles, if any, do you anticipate to finishing? So these set of classic questions are commonly used in all the teams, both new and experienced teams. Now, let us take a look at the new trending set of questions that enable the teams to have a different perspective and think out of the box. The next set of questions is called as shared learning. In this set of questions can help teams which are in the forming stage, which have begun the journey towards agile transformation. These questions can help teams to share their ways of learning, be it research or investigation they are doing throughout the day to ensure the set of tasks or commitments for the day are completed. This will help team members to share different ways of approach to one problem, which can help other team members. The questions are, in the work you did yesterday, what did you learn that could help the whole team? What do you hope to learn today? How will you share it with all of us? What gets in your way of learning? And comes the next set of questions wherein you're trying to find some help. This set of questions can help new and experienced teams which are in forming or norming stage. This set of questions allows team members to share their library of knowledge that they refer to in order to address any issues or challenges. These questions allows teams to explore and share knowledge or sources of knowledge and help each other. The questions are, what helpful resources, example websites, books, articles, repositories, team members, expertise, etc., did you access yesterday for your work? Where will you look for help today? When have you found it difficult to find helpful resources? What gets in the way? The next set of questions are set D, that is achieving the plan. In this set of questions can help they can help the experienced teams strategize to achieve the plan. No sprint goal can be achieved by a single person in the team. It is a collaborative effort of the whole team. With these questions, it reminds all the team members, all the team players to know how important their role is to achieve the plan. By using the confidence index towards the end of the questions on a scale of 0 to 5, we come to know the pulse of the team, which boosts their morale and confidence level sprint after sprint. Let's take a look at the questions. How did you help the team move towards achieving our iteration plan yesterday? How will you help us move forward in the plan today? What will impede your progress? And on a scale of 0 to 5, 0 being no way and 5 being super confident, how confident are you that we will complete all the work in our iteration plan? Coming to the last but not the least set of questions. This set of questions can help new or experienced teams to realize the significance of the commitments and that the commitments are to one another. So what are the questions? So the questions are, what did you commit yesterday? What do you hope to commit today? What hinders your ability to continuously integrate your work today? So those were some interesting questions. I hope these are something different which you can utilize. You will help your teams to come up with different ideas and thoughts during your daily Scrum meetings. I would also like to share a couple of basic rules, or maybe you can say just during the meetings, which I share with my teams. So some do's and don'ts in a meeting, which can really be helpful for your meetings to be more effective and more informative. So the do's are, please turn on your camera for all the meetings. So I request all my team members to turn on the cameras. Why the camera should be turned on? So as we are all are connected virtually, the two most important factors that we need to utilize to the fullest to ensure maximum exchange of information via communication is audio and video in any virtual meeting. This will help the facilitator, the Scrum Master, to know if you're able to keep up with the discussion or you want us to slow down. And another important point is that this will also help the facilitator know that if you are participating in the meeting 100%, as we might need your thoughts and inputs during any point of the meeting. And the next important point is ensure internet connection is stable and bandwidth is good enough to support video calls. And the don'ts are, please do not multitask during any meeting. Team might need your 100% attention to provide suggestions and valuable inputs during the meeting. Don't be late to meetings. Always join the meeting on time to have a productive and time box meetings to avoid extension that might impact the following meetings. So these do's and don'ts are for any meeting, regardless of any event throughout your day, right? So I think these are some basic instructions that we can share with our teams. So I just thought to share with you all. All right, I think that was it for today.
Hey, thanks Shashank for that presentation. Over to you, Shashank. You can start the demo now.
All right. Thank you, Sunam. So let me quickly start sharing my screen and we will begin with our daily Scrum today, guys. All right. I hope you are all able to see my screen.
Yes.
Yes, Shashank.
Okay. Awesome. So yes, guys. So like we've been doing our daily Scrum every day using some classic questions, right? The regular questions that we have. What did you work on yesterday? What story did you plan for today? And what impediments that you have, right? So just to break that monotonous questions, so we have come up with some new set of questions like we just introduced on day 1 of our sprint. Today we are at day 5. So let us go ahead with this set of questions, that is set B, where Neha will be sharing her plan for the day. And yeah, over to you, Neha.
Yeah. Hi, Shashank. Good morning. So yesterday I worked on UI creation for login page. I have learned the optimized way of routing the page. So basically, this will help our team towards to achieve our initial step towards our sprint goal. So today I will be working on database creation of login page. So here, after today's task, I will hoping to learn to write the optimized way or good way of query basically. So in the every task that I do, basically I will definitely I learn something. So when I will complete my all the tasks, I'm hoping or I will be in a part to learn about a database, like how to increase the memory of database or how to write a good query basically. That is all from my end, Shashank.
Nice, nice. Great. Thanks, Neha.
Thank you.
All right, now let's move on to the next set of questions, that is set C, finding help. So Deepika, would you like to share your updates on your story with respect to these questions?
Sure, Shashank. So I'm working with respect to SS11 user story. So with respect to that task, I contacted Ramya, like our PO, with respect to few inputs as discussed in the last call. So she has given me few changes and almost 60 to 70% I have completed on the task. And regarding where will you look up for the help today, I want your help because I have to contact the squad team and also Center of Excellence, what Ramya has suggested as per that. And this is the impediment I am facing. And you can give me 2 hours, and before that, I will try to investigate from my end. And if it is not possible, I'll reach out to you for help, Shashank.
Sure, Deepika. Always.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deepika. All right, awesome. Now let's go to the next set of questions. That is set D. Okay, over to you, Kirti. Would you like to share your updates for today? Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So as per the sprint goal, we are targeting to implement the login page for the portal itself in this sprint. So for that, my story was related to the masking of the login page password. I tried yesterday building on a framework which can easily enable the functionality, but currently I am facing, so my plan was to move ahead forward today, but yesterday I had connected with some teams who have already worked on it, but somehow that is not working. Maybe they don't have capacity or they don't have time for help. So Shashank, I would need your help in this to help me solve this impediment. And on a scale of 0 to 5, I am currently not very confident because we are on the 5th day of the sprint. So we would be maybe on a scale of 5, I'm at 2 currently. If we get little help, I'm sure we'll be able to do the story.
Sure, Kirti, definitely. We'll catch up offline and we'll get to speak with those team members, and we'll get all the help you need to make it 5. All right.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Shashank.
Awesome. Awesome. Great. Thanks, Kirti. And Manoj, would you like to share your updates?
Yeah, sure, Shankar. Mine is SS14. Yep.
Yep.
As we committed the implementation for login functionality, right? So the backend part is already completed, implementation of the services, and the UI part was taken care by Deepika. That also completed. But the challenging part here was the backend, production data, which we are expecting from the client side to validate the same from the development perspective. Hope we are getting this today. So there are no impediments at this moment. We have completed all the development part. Only thing is waiting for the testing from development end. If we have completing, then we are good. So part of like confident level from 0 to 5, I could say like we are sure we will complete by today.
Awesome.
So no challenges.
That's great. Thanks, Manoj. Thanks for the word of confidence there. All right, so now let's go to the next set of questions. That is set E, continuous integration. So we have Sindhu. Hey, Sindhu.
Hey, hi Shashank. Hi everyone.
Hello.
So mine is 3. Yes.
All right.
Thank you, Shashank. So Shashank, on this, I do have 4 subtasks like a full name, email address, username, password. I have to create. I'm done with the full name, username, and password. Yesterday, I was about to finish all this item. I was committed to do that. However, I was facing some kind of issues with email address. The issues with regular expression. So when I'm validating with regular expressions, I was struck, and still now I'm not able to clear that one. Uh, Team, anyone aware of this issue? Anyone have worked with regular expressions? Can anyone help me on this?
Yes, Sindhu, I can help you with that. I have done that in last sprint itself, so it's quite fresh.
Oh, thank you, Kirti. Then I will start to work on the sign up below the fields. Place a clickable button, sign up below the fields. That as well. I need to finish, so I will work on that once after your work. Can you please help me on that, Kirti?
Sure. I'll do that.
Thank you so much, Kirti. You're very kind. So, Shashank, that's it. With the help of Kirti, probably I will try to finish this by tomorrow at maximum. Both of this item.
Yes, we'll do it together. No problem.
Yeah, thank you, Kirti. That's it on my end, Shashank. Thank you. That was an impediment I faced yesterday, and still I'm continuing. Tomorrow, hopefully, I will make it.
All right. Thank you so much, Sindhu, and thank you, Kirti, for jumping in there for helping Sindhu. All right, so that was really quick, guys. Thank you so much for sharing your updates. And yes, so and coming to the questions, so I hope you are enjoying the way you are integrating these questions to the day how we are planning every day, and our continuous, our goal towards what to achieving a sprint goal, what we've been doing every week. So yes, thank you so much, guys. And you guys are really quickly adapted to the new set of questions that we shared, and you're always ready for experimenting and the new challenges. So yeah, thanks for that, guys. And yeah, coming to the action items for me. So with Deepika, I'll be working with Deepika where we connect with the Center of Excellence for the dashboard UI integration approvals, and also we'll raise a change request if needed to implement the same. Yeah. And coming to Kirti, she wants help on connecting with the VAT framework team who had built the same masking functionality recently. So I'll be doing that, and I'll be get back to you guys by end of the day, and so that we can quickly resolve them and we can move right with the roadblocks. Yeah.
Yeah, sure, Shashank. Thank you.
Awesome. So apart from this, any other challenges or any risks that you see, guys, that you see, which might stop us achieving a sprint goal? Anything comes to your mind? Not only the stories, anything else?
No, Shashank.
Okay. Thanks.
Coffee machines are not working, Shashank.
Oh, I'll work on that, Chandan. I'll work on with the admin team on that. Sure. Yeah, we had to work on
Okay.
that.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Thank you so
Bye.
much. Have a good one. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. So today we are going to talk about the sprint planning. So what is sprint planning? So sprint planning is one of the main event that is the Scrum Guide suggests, and it actually kicks off the sprint, right? And the main purpose for having a sprint planning is what can be delivered at the end of the sprint, and how that work can be achieved. So the definition that you're seeing here on the slide, it's taken from the Scrum Guide. So let me just read through it, and just take a note that each word in this definition has its own meaning. So I'm just reading it through, and then maybe we can discuss more. So sprint planning initiate the sprint by laying out the work to be performed for the sprint. The resulting plan is created by collaborative work of the entire Scrum team. Okay, the product owner ensures that attendees are prepared to discuss the most important product backlog items and how they map to the product goal. The Scrum team may also invite other people to attend sprint planning to provide advice. So yeah, so this is the definition that the Scrum Guide provides. So as I already said, the purpose of the sprint planning is to define what can be delivered at the end of the sprint and how that work will be achieved. So we will get more into that in the few further slides. So one thing I like to highlight here is three things that is the intent of sprint planning is to look at the three things. One is why the the sprint is valuable. So how we can find that is by looking at the item, the user stories that we are going to pick up for the sprint is how it is aligned to the product goal, right? And the second thing is what can be done in the sprint. So once we are aware of the POs, help the team to understand what all user stories are aligned to the product goal. Then we pick up from the user stories in the order of priority, and we decide like what all things based on the available capacity of the team and their past performance or the previous velocity, we pick up those items. So that is something we decide as part of the sprint planning. And at the end, how will we choose the work to get done? So again, this lies with the developers within the Scrum team. So they decide how this work needs to be done and completed within the sprint. So in this case, the PO or the Scrum Master or no one outside from the team should influence the developers. So they are the one who take the accountability and decide how this works that they are committing for the sprint needs to be done. Yeah. And one more thing, the sprint planning or time box to say 8 hours for a 1 month long sprint, and in case of a shorter sprint, the duration gets proportionally shorter. So for a 2 week sprint, mostly the teams I have noticed or experienced in past, they follow the 2 week sprint. And normally for 2 week sprint, what the Scrum Guide suggests is the sprint planning should happen for 2 hours or less. Okay. So again, if the teams are mature, and if the team has done a good refinement throughout the previous sprint, there are chances that the sprint planning may not last, may not take 2 hours. We can finish it even in a lesser time. With that being said, I'll move on to the next slide. So who all should participate in the sprint planning? So first of all, the Scrum team is mandatory to be one of the participants for the sprint planning meeting. And when I'm saying Scrum team, the product owner, the Scrum master, and developers, all three roles should be present and participate. Yeah, and there will be cases when the stakeholders or the business sponsors can be invited. So suppose there is some ambiguity around one of the user story where the team needs some answers from the business or the stakeholders. So in those cases, Scrum Master or the PO can invite the stakeholders or business persons into the sprint planning meeting so that they can help the team in clarifying any questions or any open issues. Right? It's not like they should estimate, or they should enforce team to pick up something. They will just be there in the meeting to help the team on clarification part. Right. So that's on the participant part for the sprint planning. I'll move on to the next slide. So what all things that the team should do before sprint planning? When I'm saying team, again, it's consisting of both PO, team, developers, and Scrum Master. So before getting into the sprint planning meeting, the product owner should make sure that the product backlog is ordered in the list of highest priority based on the uh, product goal that we are trying to achieve, right? And PO also need to make sure that the user stories are as per the definition of ready. So definition of ready is again something which varies based on teams to teams. So each team will sit together maybe, and they come up with the pointers which they call it as a definition of ready. And if those pointers were not met, they normally don't take up those user stories, or don't commit for those user stories during the sprint planning, right? So these pointers can be anything like there should be no external dependency, or the acceptance criteria will be written in a clear manner. So it again as I said, it depends on team to team. So they should come out with a definition of ready pointers, and the PO should make sure that the prioritized user story that he wants team to be pick up in the upcoming sprint should meet this criteria of definition of ready before the sprint planning. The next point is okay. I already discussed that the prioritized user story should yeah. So team should have the refinement session in the previous sprint before the sprint planning, and in during this refinement session, the PO will already have some idea like what can be the sprint goal for the next sprint, and based on that he will have a few of the prioritized story, and the team sit together during this refinement session. They go through this stories, try to understand what is the business value of it, and the focus should be on why and what part, and not on how part. Okay, how they should complete this story. The focus should be on why and how part. So they try to get all the answers from maybe all their doubts clarified by the PO during these meetings. And then since the team consists of different skills, right, like maybe a designer, tester, developer, front end developer, back end developer, so everyone should have a shared understanding. So that's the main purpose of having a refinement session. Everyone should have a shared understanding of what the user story is about and what is required. And once the team is having the shared understanding, then the Scrum Master can help the team to estimate those user stories during this refinement session. Again, the best practice to refine these stories is using story points. But yeah, again, a team can take up any estimation techniques for that matter, maybe t-shirt sizing or linear numbers, or there are still few teams who do it in a manners, which I don't recommend, and even which is not a good way to do. But yeah, so once another thing before sprint planning is have the prioritized user stories refined and estimated. Okay, and then the third one is that again, it's not very critical, but if team has some vacation plans in upcoming sprint, maybe they should highlight that before getting into the sprint planning meeting. So Jira or Azure DevOps, if you are using, there are plugins in Jira, and Azure DevOps also has inbuilt capability where a team can update their capacity for the next sprint. So it will give a visibility to the both PO and the Scrum Master before getting into the planning, that okay, what will be the available capacity, and based on that they can think about their sprint goal or modify their sprint goal, right? So that's one thing. And in the cases where there is no tool, electronic tool where the team can update, maybe the Scrum Master can create one Excel template for for updating the capacity and keep it in some at some shared location where a team can go and update their planned leaves or some training. If they are getting into a training or they are not available for doing the sprint work, they can highlight those unavailable times. So this is what normally we do before getting into the sprint planning meeting. Moving on, what all things we do during the sprint planning meeting. So I have listed out the pointers in sequence, like how it goes. So I will follow the same. So during the sprint planning meeting, we start the Scrum Master will facilitate the meeting first of all. So he will ask the product owner to share what is his vision for that upcoming sprint. Yeah, and the product owner, he has some product sprint goal in his mind, and he will propose that sprint goal to the team. And then yeah, the Scrum Master, since PO has already kept the product backlog in the order of priority based on the sprint goal, so Scrum Master will start navigating the user stories from the top. And if team has already refined those user stories, well and good. If not, we will again go through each user stories one at a time. And if those are refined, those are estimated well and good, we'll just have a quick discussion and we'll move on to the next one. But if they are not, then we will use the planning meeting to again refine it, get all the answers clarified, all the questions clarified from the PO. If there is any doubt or any dependency, teams can highlight, team can discuss through it, and we'll again refine and do a estimation during the planning meeting itself, in case the user stories were not refined or not discussed during the refinement meeting. Okay, so when this is done, maybe when we went through all the user stories that were shortlisted by product owner as part of the sprint goal, once we went through all, then we will check the capacity of team. So I had mentioned that the team will either fill on the capacity Excel or in the tool prior to coming to the sprint planning. If that is not done, maybe Scrum Master can quickly check with all the team members and fill up the capacity and check what is the available capacity. And then they will Scrum Master will help show the past performance of the team, like what is their like say last average velocity of the last three sprint, and what was their past performance, how many stories they were delivering. So like looking at these two items, the available capacity and the past performance, the past velocity, team will commit the user stories. Okay, so once that is done, so it may happen that say PO has selected say 6 user stories, but based on team's available capacity or their pass velocity, we can team can pick just 4. So in that case, we may have to negotiate with PO and change our sprint goal. So that thing will also happen at this moment. So team can work with PO, and then we can modify and finalize our sprint goal. So post that, the Scrum Master will ask team to break down all the user stories into tasks. So what all tasks that is needed to complete that user story. So one user story may need contribution from all the skills, maybe some contribution from a tester, from a developer, or maybe 2 developers in that case. So we promote, generally we in Scrum we promote cross functional team members, but sometimes it doesn't happen in on the ground, it doesn't happen. We try to keep a cross functional team where all the skills needed to deliver a story is present, right? So now what we do here, we will break down the task. And so the owner of the user story can be one person, but the task can be owned by multiple person. So that is the idea here, right? So now each of the individual will add the task under these user stories, and they will give some hour estimation based on their prior experience and whatever the shared understanding that they had based on the discussion we had during refinement, even during the planning. So team started giving the hour estimation. Again, this is an at individual level. Say I am creating a task which I am going to perform, so I will give the hours based on my understanding and my skill level. So a fresher can, as I said, like as a fresher can may for a similar task, a fresher can take say 12 hours, but senior member may take 4 hours. So we are not going to judge anyone. So this hour estimation should be at the individual level. But just want to highlight one more thing here: the story estimation that we're talking about at the top, that should be at the team level, where the story will be estimated based on some benchmark story that team has already decided, and based on the shared understanding of the team. And everyone should agree to the same number while doing a story point estimation. But during our estimation, it should be at the individual level. I just wanted to clarify before moving ahead. Okay, so moving on, yeah. So yeah, I think I covered the last part as well. So this is all the things that we do during the sprint planning. Okay, and once we close the sprint planning, the sprint get kick-started, and team get started working on the committed stories. So these are the things, few things that we do after the sprint planning. So we again, before closing, or maybe after closing, the scrum master again verify the sprint goal is meeting from the committed stories by the team. Yeah, if the sprint goal has something which is not there in the committed stories, maybe it's like that story is not taken by the team, maybe we have to work with the PO again to modify and finalize. So the chances are that team, while negotiating and finalizing the sprint goal, this item is taken care. But it's a good thing for a scrum master to cross check after the sprint planning. The next is circulate the sprint planning notes to all the team and the stakeholders and the business, so that the business and the stakeholders are aware that what they can expect at the end of the next sprint. So this is more of a setting expectation and being transparent. So transparency is one of the key values, right? So we have to be transparent with our stakeholders, the business. Then the next one we have is the team will start development on the committed user stories, and throughout the sprint, team as well as the scrum master, we all can track the progress towards our sprint goal. We can use the burn down chart, or maybe look at the board to see how things are progressing. We should keep an eye open to look out for the impediments or any dependencies, and if there are any, maybe scrum master or PO can help, can pitch in and try to help, or maybe at least help team to understand what all things are impediments, and make them highlight or voice out those the initial phase, rather than taking it till the end of the sprint. So these are the few things that the scrum team can do after the sprint planning. So a quick two things. So what are the prerequisites for the sprint planning? Of course, the prioritized backlog, refined and estimated user stories. Again, it's not mandatory. There can be a chances that after the team done their refinement and before we get into the sprint planning, things have changed outside, and PO has some new user stories to be introduced to the team. So this is a good prerequisite, but it's again not the final. PO can always introduce some user stories during the planning. Then the definition of ready and the planned capacity. Okay, one more thing about definition of ready is though the pointers, the team come up with these pointers, and they commit to user stories only when this definition of ready is met. But again, it's not mandatory and not suggested by or not mandated by the scrum guide as well. So there are chances that team is aware that, okay, though one of the point is not met, but we know. So suppose there is an external dependency, but they know that the dependency will end within the by the first week of the sprint. So with that condition, they take up those, commit for those stories as well. So it is not mandated, and it's not a hard and fast rule. Team can always tweak around these things. So what are the deliverables from the sprint planning? There are two things. One is the sprint goal, should be aligned to the bigger project goal, and and then the sprint backlog, which should help the team to achieve the sprint goal. One more thing I like to highlight here: the sprint backlog may contain the user stories which may not be aligned with the sprint goal. So there are chances that team also working on something else which may not align with the sprint goal. For example, maybe some technical debts or some spike which may come up in the next sprint. Yeah, or maybe some retro action item. So it can be anything. So Sprint backlog will contain the user stories which should suffice the sprint goal, but it can also have some other user stories or other work items which may not have direct impact on the sprint goal. Okay, so that's the basic of the sprint planning I shared with you guys, and the next is the role play exercise. So Sunand, you want me to continue here or you want to? Okay, hi team. So today, welcome to the sprint planning meeting. So today our PO Amit is going to talk about or share what we are supposed to do for one of the highest priority item that we're going to take up in this sprint. So over to you, Amit.
Okay, thank you, Shovik. So, team, as we have already estimated and refined three of the four user stories, we won't go for those. I would like to share and bring to the attention this fourth user story, which is for searching functionality that we have to add. As part of the user story, I'll quickly reiterate for this forum. As an online customer, I need to search for products so that I can find the ones that I want to buy. Pretty simple one. Acceptance criteria is something like search for a product by name or category. That would be our first scenario. View products by category, view images and details for each product. And last one is add to cart from the detail or search pages. So yeah, open to questions. So after this, what we'll do is we'll try to estimate this user story. But first, want to understand if there are any questions.
Yes, Amit. So one question probably, so are we already having a list of products to be included into the portal, or is it going to be like a dynamic addition?
So right now we have a database of images already. After this search functionality, we would add a certain drop down or text field with which we'll be able to search the product either by name or category or whatever scenarios you can see right now.
Okay, okay.
So view product by category, it is like a filter.
Is it? It's like a what? Sorry.
Filter. When you can click on the filter tab and you can categorize what you're looking in a specific area.
Correct. So you would already be in the portal on certain category, and then while you're searching, you can just either select that particular category or you can change it from the drop down. That this drop down of category, it's already there on the left side of the page, right?
So after clicking on add to cart, we have to navigate to the another page, right?
Correct. So that whatever items you have in the cart, those would be retained, and then when we go to the cart page, we can search in there as well. So the same functionality, search functionality that we have, it would be replicated on the cart page as well.
Okay. And the wireframe for front end side, it is available?
Correct. So wireframe are already created. I have it from the UI UX designer. They're pending for one final approval from customer. I have it in my mailbox. I'll share the latest version over the mail after this call.
Okay.
Yeah, I have one question. If we are working on the search criteria, is it required that the add to cart from the detail or the search pages it is required, or should we have it separate?
So with the upcoming festival time that's going to come soon, the customer is actually optimistic, wherein they are hoping to have a huge list of products that people would be putting in their cart, and that's why they are hoping that if people want to search some particular product in the cart page as well, so we'll just replicate the same functionality on the cart page. No big thing, no changes in the search functionality as such. There's the same way we would be searching on every page. The same would be replicated on the page of cart as well.
Okay, thank you. Makes it clear.
Hello. I have one question. Like,
Yes.
are you going to have any, you know, like a wish list, like just not adding into the cart, but people want to add some product in the wish list as well. So, are you going to add that one?
I'll take that note for the customer, and I'll check with them if this would be added. We'll create a new user story, preferably a new epic as well, and we'll see how it goes. But I've taken that note in parallel. Thank you.
And one more question. When we are displaying the images, are you going to add any like shorting technique will be there?
So the images would be there of the product itself, and we are searching by the product. And now the search criteria are there on the screen itself. So by name, by category, or whatever details we are trying to put in the search box, it would be searched as per that.
Okay, but in short functionality, in the sense, if people want to see like low to higher price product first or higher to low price product first, so in that, I just say,
I
yeah.
think maybe I misunderstood. We are talking about searching here. Sorting would be a different thing. So when I search, it would be searched by name or something. Sorting, I'll again take a note, and we will.
Yeah, I'm talking about the viewing the images, actually displaying the images on the screen. So how it will be? Do you have any short functionality
So
over
right
there?
now we have default sorting, which is A to Z alphabetical order.
Okay, okay.
You want to show anything from the previous searches as well, Amit, in the search box?
No, not right now. I'll take a note of that as well. If we want to retain that previous searches done by the user, because that would again require a certain number of searches to be saved and captured within the DB as well.
Yeah.
So I'll check with customer if you want to add that functionality.
Sure.
I mean, how many items are expected on one page?
Correct. So right now, whenever we are viewing the products, they are listed in 10 batches of 10. So 1 to 10, 11 to 20, something like that. Search would again reuse the same functionality, and we would go by the same way. So whenever we are searching, let's say we have 70 or 80 products that are refined by the search, we would go from 1 to 10, 11 to 20, something like that. So same everything would be replicated.
So in one page, 10 products we can expect, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Amit.
So my understanding currently it is a requirement for the web application, not for the mobile.
No, our portal is also viewing, and it's working just fine on the mobile as well, right? We'll just continue on the mobile side as well. No changes on that side.
Hi, Ms. Gautam here.
Yes.
One question from my end. While we search for the product, will it show some reference? Like what I search, will it autocomplete in the search box?
That's a good point. I have not considered. I'll add that in the points to be discussed with customer. Thank you. That's a good suggestion.
Yeah, Satish here, Amit. One thing, when I search for a product, if it is not available, is there be like, is there already a feature available when the product is available? There will be a notification sent.
Right. So I'll also add that part as part of the acceptance criteria. So might be a negative scenario wherein if there is nothing coming out because of as a result of the search, we'll just show a blank page, something like, oh, your product or your search didn't result into our product. Would you like to search something else, or we will show our top product, something like that. So I'll add that. I'll get it checked with the customer, and I'll add it as the 5th point here.
Yeah. Actually, I think my question was different. So when I'm
Okay.
searching a product, the product is not available right now. It will be available after 10 days. So is there a feature that will notify when the product is available? So
I will check with customer on this one.
Also, Amit, is for browsing and searching product in the portal, is authentication and authorization is mandatory?
No, you can search without logging in. So you're just browsing and window shopping kind of a thing. You can do that.
Okay.
Are we good to poker now?
One last question.
Just
So in the search results, it will display some discounts and all, or
so right now, whatever the products we have by default, with discount or without discount, whatever list we have in our database will just reflect that same as part of the search. If it is having discount, if it's applicable, we'll show it as it is. If it doesn't, we'll show correspondingly.
Guys, I think we have enough info. Shovik?
Yep. So any more questions from anyone? Any I haven't heard anything from the validation part. Anyone want to check on anything, or are we good?
I think we are good.
Yeah, we're pretty much clear, Amit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shashank, you have something?
Yeah, I think as part of validation and verification of the products, I think there are some quite a few corner scenarios or use cases that needs to be considered here to ensure that the existing portal is working as expected and the new changes which are coming as part of search product is not getting making any changes to the existing portal. So I think there are quite a few corner scenarios because we'll be navigating through multiple pages. In that aspect, I think there should be some quite a lot of testing to be done in that area. So that is my observation. So as we proceed, I think there could be some increase or decrease in the scope. But yeah, I think yeah, for now, I think based on that we can proceed further. Yeah.
Sure. Great point, Shashank. Thanks for bringing that up. Okay, before we get into poker, one quick couple of things I want to check with Amit. Amit, you mentioned that the wireframes, the final approval is pending. So till how much time we can expect that
Correct.
approval to?
So if we don't receive it by 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, I have a scheduled call with the customer at 11:30, something around that time. If we don't have it by that time, I'll get you by lunchtime tomorrow itself. But we won't hold any more on that. I'll definitely get you that. Just to keep you guys moving, like I said, I'll also share that on the mail just after this call, so that you have idea of what all components you're going to bring in on the screen. So I hope that helps.
Okay, that will be a help, Amit.
Yes.
And one more thing, the question asked by Satish, I believe. So the error page, you said that we will show up some error page. So what exactly you are going to show? That also you are going to get the confirmation from
Yes. Yes.
the customer, right? So
Yes.
what can what will be the ETA for that?
I think it should not take much time. I can get that done in that call itself. So by tomorrow
Okay,
same time slot, I'll get you the details.
sure. Again, that will help, Amit. And then the couple of more things that retain search and autocomplete. Even if a customer agrees to that, do that, it will come up as a separate user story, maybe in the
100%. It
next
won't
sprint.
be it this particular user story won't be extended. It would come as a
Yeah,
new scope, new user story.
great. Okay, guys. Any more questions for Amit? Are we all aligned about what this user story needs?
Yeah, we are all
Uh,
excited now.
Yes.
yeah. One
Great.
last point I had, I think. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. So one last point is like add to cart. So if we have zero, one, or many products within the cart, so will we be having another acceptance criteria or another story to test that the cart details as well?
Can you say that, Shashank, again? I didn't follow.
Yeah. So add to cart, the last point in the acceptance criteria, right? So add to cart from the details to search pages. So I was wondering because if we can have different use cases, like if there are zero items in the cart or one item in the cart or many items in the cart, right? So in that aspect, zero, one, many, if we consider that, like we have in the Wazur technique, right, of splitting the stories. So in that aspects, do we see that there is a need for splitting the story in that for to get the acceptance criteria there?
Sure, we can extend that. I understood. Yes, we can do that.
Yeah. All right, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so I assume that there's no more questions and we are aligned on what needs to be done. So we can get into the planning poker. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so guys, while giving the score, think of the login functionality, which is our benchmark story that we completed in our first sprint. So that was a 2-pointer, very basic. So compare this story with that relatively, like how bigger or how complex is this story in comparison to that, while giving your scores. Yeah. And maybe you can consider all the acceptance criteria that Amit has mentioned. Think about all the validation part, right? As Sashank mentioned, that the scope, think about the scope as this feature need to be developed in both mobile and desktop, and we have to test in different devices as well as different browsers. So keeping all that in mind and all the discussion that we had, give you a score, please. Okay. Adil, Amay, and Shankri. Adil, you are there?
Yes, I am. Yeah, yeah,
Have you gave the
yeah.
score?
I've given him a score. Yeah.
Okay, and Shankri, only yours is left. Shankri, you have any issues with giving your scores?
Yeah, it shows disabled. I'm not able to do anything.
Okay, maybe
Shankari, from
Shankri.
here, you can deactivate your spectator mode. Try once.
Okay. Yeah, it's working.
Okay, so we are just waiting for Shankri. Okay, so we have got all the scores. Let's reveal the cards. Okay, so yeah, quite a diverse. So I see a lot of folks given 8. A couple of them has given 5, and Shashank has given 13. So let's hear out from the outliers. Maybe first we can hear out from Bratati and Shankri why they have given 5. Maybe what was your thought process or your point of view for giving the story 5? Shankri, you want to
Yeah.
talk about that?
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah. It is, I think, based on the login page, and this is for authentication and authorization. So most of the thing, I think, the coding will be we can use it from the existing codes. So also it is a very regular what to say, the regular feature that we are working on. So I think we can have a 5 story point on this if there is no further difficulties on that.
You want to add anything?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with Shankari that we are not doing that much. Like we are not doing any transaction thing over here. Just searching the product. If we are getting, then we are displaying it. If it is not, then we are trying to display the error message or whatever we have decided upon later. So based on the login functionality, I have chosen that 5 pointer here.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Sure. Thanks for the comments. Shashank, what made you give it a 13 pointer?
Yes, Shavik. I think because considering the point that in the acceptance criteria there is a scope of still we can slice the story based on the cart details, right? So based on the number of items, I think based on that and also on the corner scenarios that we have on the number of use cases, and also we need to test on both desktop and mobile. Considering all these aspects, considering the efforts and the required and also story splicing which could be needed here in case of any much more details once we get from Amit and the customer. So I think once because including that the cart details also, if we need to validate in that aspect, I think if we slice that story into smaller pieces, then I think we can go down from 13 to maybe 8 or 5, depends. But yeah, it again it varies from the acceptance criteria on the stories. So yeah.
Okay. So yeah, Amit, what are your thoughts?
I agree. Let's. So, Shashank, would it help if we bring in fourth scenario specifically into a new user story? Because I believe the first three would be important to add. Maybe fourth one we can try and negotiate with customer and see. Let's implement three in this sprint and then fourth one in the next one. Would it help?
Yeah, Amit. Yeah, it's like we will be if we split the story into smaller stories. I think that will be really helpful for us to to reduce the efforts and also and we can complete the story at a much faster rate. Yeah, sure.
Okay, I'm taking it in my side notes, and yeah, I'll save it further.
Thank you,
Okay,
Amit.
back to you
And I
guys.
think Ame is having 2-pointer. Ame.
Is it okay? We'll go back there.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, hello guys, I'm in the team as well. Yeah, so I feel, the code is already available with us. The repository is also there. So we just need to apply the code and yeah, and then can see, because, the search functionality is also quite complex. And in that sense, if you see, the first four criteria are quite pretty clear, which we also developed in the previous way as well. So for me, that is why I put two.
Okay. Yeah. So maybe I'll like to hear out from others what they think.
I voted for 8 because I thought, like some of the functionality we can definitely put in some of the reusable code component. But at the same time, I think validation is definitely required and some efforts on the automation as well. So thinking that, I marked it as 8.
Yeah, I have also marked as 8, considering the development required for front end and back end and also testing. Like we have to test on different browsers as well, and like for mobile application also we need to test. So considering all these points, I have voted 8.
Okay. So yeah, Amay, what do you think now? Like the team members are saying maybe the other things will take more time or that
Yeah,
can
yeah,
be
I can come
complex.
to, yes, I can come to 5 or 8. It should not be a challenging, because I can see there are situations seen clearly, so I can even come to 8 or 5. It's okay with me, but 13 is too much, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. But you agree to the points that were highlighted by Adil and the other team members, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. So, sorry, Amma, the fonts were very small, so I didn't able to see that you gave 2-pointer. Yeah. So, uh, so yeah, if now if as a team we are aligned, so Amit has moved out one of the acceptance criteria and thing. Yeah. So when I move out one of the acceptance criteria, and now we can go for one more round maybe
Yeah,
and see
sure,
how
Shavik.
much
Yeah,
aligned we are.
Sure. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Can I
Amit.
start a new voting?
Yes, yes.
Okay, done.
Thanks. Okay, we're waiting for 2 more votes. Neha and Pratati.
I have done.
Yeah. Neha, you still there?
There is two Nehas.
I
It is
have done actually.
Okay, I think she has logged in from two sides. Okay, that's fine. Maybe we can reveal the cards.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we have couple of fives and 3 + 4 5 6 8s. So yeah, I think we are pretty much aligned, but still I like to ask Shankri and Adil, right? Are you guys good to go with others? Or
Yeah, sure. Shavik. Yeah, I think I can go with 8 as well.
okay, okay. So in that case, maybe we can put 8 as our story point for this particular story and move ahead. Okay, so yeah, maybe before moving to next story, if we can do a quick task breakdown for this particular thing. So how we are going to do it is what all things that needs to be done to complete this story. So Amit will help me here, jotting down those points, which will actually come as a task inside the PBI, inside the story.
So you can, I'll just link them. I'll just relate them to the story point. You can just share the task. I'll update it here. I'll mark it as task.
Yeah.
If you
Okay, so
guys can either say it or maybe write it in the chat, I'll copy and paste it. Uh,
Create a add card page.
okay, so that's one of the tasks. So guys, the thing here is to understand is whoever is going to work on those tasks, they should create, like they should give the task, right, to complete the story. Maybe if we can identify who all in the team is going to work on that, we can just ask them to help us with the task. Maybe unmute and say that who all is
Yeah, I'll be
volunteering for
working on
taking a.
the verification and
Okay.
validation testing. So yeah.
Okay. So Shashank,
within
any
this
task?
task, or should I create a new one?
Separate task. Yeah, separate task. So Shashank, what should be the task that you are going to perform?
I just pinged in the chat.
Okay.
So that's in short, but I
From
can elaborate it once we add the task. Yeah, sure.
cool. Okay, so we have one task that is create a add card page. Uh, who is going to develop this? Anyone? Any volunteer?
I will be working on add card page.
Okay, just one piece, right? And any other developer who wants to pick this up, pick other things.
Yeah, I can pick one.
Okay, so other like what all things you want to pick? Maybe we can create a task for that.
I can work on the search component maybe.
Okay, develop search component.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll add the mail IDs with the assigned name. I'm just putting up in the comments here.
Sure. So will that suffice? Will that these many works like at creating a card page, working on the search functionality and validating and verification is enough to deliver this story, or some other things needs to be done? I'm looking at our.
Yeah, I need to work on the services part, which pull the data from the database schemas.
Great. So that's Abhishek. That was Abhishek, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So are we good with these many tasks to complete this user story?
Yes.
Think through, guys.
But we need one more
Okay.
task to test on multiple devices. And process.
So Sashank, is that covered as part of that task, or shall we
Hmm.
have a separate task to?
Yeah, we can cover in the same task, Shavik. That is what we can mention. We can have some more subtasks within the same task where I will be mentioning browsers and the different devices that we'll be testing. Yeah.
Great. Okay. So if this suffice, this mini task suffice, maybe we can quickly estimate, give a rough estimation. It's indicative hours in hours. It's not like when actually we know like when you actually get into it, things may change. But to start with, can you guys give some hourly estimate for
So
completing these tasks?
like usual, Shavik, it is 6 hours per day that we're taking into capacity, right? Yeah.
So you are saying you will just take 6 hours to complete this task, Sashank?
No, I'm saying like how are we calculating?
I'm just no, I just wanted to know how many hours you will need to complete this task, and that's again just an indicative date. It should not have to be exact.
Yeah, I think
based on
I'll
your
take
experience.
18 hours. Yeah, 18 hours.
18, cool. Okay, Adil, how about you? To implement this search solution.
I think 8 hours should be okay.
I will
Okay,
take 12
so that
hours.
covers. Okay, sure, Neha. And Adil, this 8 hours is enough for you to develop as well as perform the unit testing.
Yeah.
Cool. Abhishek, how about you for pulling the data from database?
If the schemas are available, then I can do in 8 hours.
Okay. Anyone is aware whether the schemas are already with us or we have to work off from the scratch? Anyone is aware of that from the team?
Yeah, I think
Maybe
in the
Amit,
train.
no.
Yes, from prior user stories, we have the database and everything created. If Abhishek would need something specific for search, that would have to be created from scratch. Sorry, I interrupted Satish. Please
No,
go
no,
on.
same thing I was about to tell Amit. We
Okay.
already developed that, so it's available.
Okay. Thank you.
Cool. So yeah, Abhishek, we have the schemas ready. So based on that, maybe you can give your estimation, effort
Yeah, then
estimation.
I'm able to finish in 8 hours.
18,
Okay.
right?
8 hours.
8 hours. Sorry. Okay.
Okay, I think we are good here. So yeah, this will help us in at the end when we are doing checking the capacity for committing the stories. Yeah. So yeah. So shall we move to the next story or Sunan? Sorry.
I think we are good. Yeah, the
As
story.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you have paused, Sunan, okay, team. So we have pulled in these four user stories, and we have break down the task for one of the user story, that is search solution, and we have given some our estimation to it as well. But keeping the time constraint in mind, I let the team to add the task outside the sprint planning, so you guys can connect and add the relevant task for the other user stories, and maybe you can add the estimated hours for that them as well, right? Oops. Okay. So with that being said, let's finalize our sprint goal. So let's hear it out from our product owner. Amit, what was the sprint goal that's in your mind when
Okay.
we are taking up this
Right.
user stories?
So as per the vision for this sprint, we are hoping to have search functionality implemented and card authorization feature to be implemented as well. So those are the
Okay.
two.
Okay. Okay. Team. What was the second one, Amit? Sorry.
Card authorization. CARD
Yeah.
card. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So team. So these are the two main features that is the vision for this sprint, and all the user stories that we have picked up for this sprint are going to enable these two features. So you guys, anyone has anything to add?
I think we are good.
Uh,
Shall
so we need help from all of you to write. So sprint goal should be a statement. It should not be like what all things that we are doing. So what should be the value that we are going to generate by delivering these two functionality? So maybe a one liner that should you guys can think of and come up. Of course, Amit can help here. See, he has the vision. So while delivering this two functionalities, Amit, what value we are going to generate?
So the value is people should be able to have credit card authorization, which would lead to credit card payments as well. And as part of search functionality, they can try and find the products based on different categories which were mentioned in the acceptance criteria. So as part of the sprint goal, maybe we can mention implement credit card authorization feature along with the search functionality for for the customers, for the online customers, because both of them are from the persona of online customers specifically.
Such functionality for the online customers, and how it's going to help them, maybe one line, so that
Um, with increased, how should I say?
I think better user experience.
Yes, better customer experience. Yes, better user experience. Yes, correct.
great. So yeah, so this is our sprint goal. Anyone want to add or modify this?
A better user experience in all the device and the browser.
Thanks, Abhishek. Anyone else has anything to add here? Or are you guys agreeing to it? Sashank, Shankri?
Yeah, I
We
think
too.
I am good.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, we are good to know.
Great. Okay. So shall we finalize this? I am going to, circulate this sprint goal along with what all user stories we are going to commit with the stakeholders after the planning meeting.
Yeah,
So shall I
sure,
lock this
Shavik.
answer? Okay.
Yeah, Shavik. Yeah.
Great. I'm just starting the sprint.
I think your camera is turned off, Shavik.
Maybe it's turned on. I'm sharing my screen. It's some network issue. We can't help in this.
Okay, okay.
Okay. So the next thing is the capacity planning. So though, as we discussed as a team that we will create the task at the later stage outside the sprint planning, and you guys will add the effort estimation. So maybe we'll have the greater picture at the later point of time. But let's see how's everyone's capacity is looking like. So next week, in next week we have, like, in next sprint we do have one holiday, it seems. So we have 9 working days. Okay. And so these are the 8 working hours. So let me just check. uh, okay, so what are the any planned leaves, guys? I'll start with the first. Abhishek, any planned leaves in next 2 weeks?
It's already mentioned I have a 2 leaves plan.
Okay, so that's confirmed, right?
Yeah, actually, I'm traveling.
20,
Yes.
till 12th. So till 12th of October. Sashank, you have any leave plans?
Yes, Shavik. Actually, I'll be traveling next week, so I think I'll be away for the entire week.
So 5 days you will be out, right?
Yep, yep.
Okay, sure. Adil?
No, Shavik, I'm there.
Okay, no leave plans.
No.
Cool. Neha?
No leave plans.
Okay.
You have to
Prasathi?
mark in hours. Sorry.
Okay, now it's right. So 5 into
40.
sorry, 40 hours. Yeah. Prasathi, how about
No, I
you?
don't have. No, I don't have.
Okay. Shankri?
I'll be on leave for 2 days.
Okay, so 16 is already mentioned there. Satish, how about you?
Yeah, I don't have any leaves, but 2 days I a full day I will be in complete training I am taking. So I think you have to consider that also here.
Okay. So I think team members. So this column, right? Okay, fine. So Gautam, how about you?
Uh, I will also be there for the entire sprint.
Sorry, can you come again, Gautam?
No leave plans. I will be
No
there
leave
for the
plans.
entire sprint. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Gautam. So it seems like our okay, our net work hours is the team capacity is around 408 hours. Okay, and once you guys fill up the effort estimation for the task that you will going to pick up, we will evaluate if anyone is overloaded. But I can see here that Sashank is having more than what he can take. So anyone, maybe the story, the task that Sashank is picking up, maybe anyone can help him here. So let me go back to a sprint goal.
For testing part on
Yeah,
device.
yeah, yeah.
I think the user story which I am going to take, I think I will be able to complete much earlier. So maybe I can help here, Shashank, on this.
Great. So Shashank, one thing you can do is maybe you can break down this subtask into maybe some smaller unit, and you can
Yeah.
check with Satish if where he can help you.
Sure, sure. Thanks, Shavik. I'll collaborate with Satish and we'll work together to complete it. Yeah.
Great. Okay, and so I think we are good here. One last thing before we close out this sprint is, as we all know, our average velocity from the past three sprint is 20. Actually, it's 21. So now let's just see how many stories we have committed for this sprint. So it seems like we have committed more than that. So it's like 20, 38. It's around 40. So Amit, as a team, like as our average velocity is 21, that too with almost full capacity. But this sprint, couple of folks are out, and Sashank is out for 1 week as well, and the available capacity is also less. So I'm assuming that we will complete somewhere around 20 story points, Amit. So uh, what you suggest, like which two will take priority?
Which two we are considering for this one?
Uh, so we have pulled all these four user stories, right, for this
Yes.
sprint. But with the available capacity and based on our past velocity, which is 21, I don't think team will be able to commit and complete all the four. So you can help us in prioritizing and.
Um, the
Sorry, Shavik. I
Yes.
think these are the tasks actually, not the
Is
stories.
it? How come I went? Okay, let me go
Oh,
back.
no, I think you can scroll down. The user stories will be down. Yeah.
Showcase 3. Okay, so we just have picked 2, right? Okay, then I think we are good. Sorry about the confusion, guys. So 8, 9, 10, 13. So we have 13 story points picked up. So I think with full capacity, the team has delivered around 21. But this sprint, we have a lesser capacity. So I think 12 is not 12. We do have, yeah, almost 12. 12, 13 is fine. But what do you guys think? Shall we take any more user story, one small user story, or we just keep it as is?
I think we can have start off with this, Shovik, and then maybe in the second week of sprint, maybe we can revisit a backlog to pull something new.
Yeah, I also agree with that.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so I think we are good with these two then. And so 13 story points, that's what we are going to commit. So I'll communicate again the same along with the sprint goal to all the stakeholders and the business sponsors. And a couple of points that you guys will add in the task, break the stories into task and add in us. And yeah, I think we all are good then. Any closing comments or questions from anyone?
I would say happy sprinting.
Yeah, great. Okay, if nothing else, then thank you guys for your time and your contribution. Let's make this sprint success. Thanks.
Thank you, Shavik. Thank you all.
Thank you all. Bye.
Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you all.
Hey Scrummies, welcome to this Sprint Review live demo session. Friends, there are tons of articles, YouTube videos on Sprint Review, but no one shows us how it actually looks like. Now this session is our small attempt to show how in real life Sprint Review looks like. So if you are new Scrum Master who just joined your first organization or aspiring Scrum Master who want to know how Sprint Review looks like, then I assure you after watching this complete session, you will be more confident on your job. Friends, all our team members in this session are Scrum Masters and spend a lot of their personal time to make this session successful. So please appreciate their efforts in the form of big like. And the last, if you're a Scrum Master and new to our channel Careers Talk, then please do subscribe. You will find tons of valuable content for Scrum Master on our channel. So let's begin this session. Over to you, Shashank.
Sanant. Welcome all. My name is Shashank Pachnuri. I'm a Scrum Master in India with 10 years of IT experience. I'm an Agile enthusiast, helping organizations and teams on their journey towards Agile transformation with an Agile mindset, using various frameworks, tools, and techniques. In today's topic, we will be discussing about sprint review, its purpose, who all are the participants, duration, and more. Please stay tuned till the end where we demonstrate a real-time sprint review meeting. So to begin with, what is the purpose of the sprint review? The main purpose of the sprint review is to inspect and adapt what is being delivered at the end of the sprint. The whole team gathers and review what is being done. This event is to evaluate the outcome of the sprint. The product is being inspected whether it meets the definition of done or not. The definition of done is generally decided in the beginning of the sprint. A potentially shippable product increment is reviewed, inspected, and then adapted based on the feedback. Collaboration between the Scrum team and its stakeholders is the key during the sprint review. The sprint review aims to get feedback from the stakeholders on the user stories done during the sprint. The definition of user stories include deployment to production, acceptance testing, and anything else needed to release the user story to the final user potentially. This is the deliverable and the end goal of the sprint. The whole meeting should be focused on reviewing the shippable product increment. Another purpose of sprint review is to review what is being done and make changes to the product backlog to optimize the value. It is important to note that the sprint review is not a demo. While the team showcases what they have done, the purpose is to collaborate as a group, take feedback, and decide on how to move forward. Who all are the participants in sprint review? So the whole Scrum team gathers to review what is being built. During this event, the Scrum team, product owner, and the stakeholders collaborate and review together on what is being done during the end of the sprint. As the purpose of the sprint review is to take feedback from the stakeholders. All the people who have a stake in the sprint deliverable must attend the review meeting. So it comprises of the Scrum team, that is the Scrum Master, the Scrum team, the product owner, and must attend the sprint review. They collectively need to collaborate with all the stakeholders and answer any questions and take feedback on the next steps. And the stakeholders are people within the organization that have a stake in sprint deliverability. These could be program managers, other Scrum Masters, marketing sales, IT support, business development teams, and sometimes we can also invite customers and also the end users, which is optional. And it varies from team to team. And how long? What is the duration of a sprint review meeting? The duration of a sprint review meeting totally depends on the length of the sprint. As the length of the sprint is time boxed, so is the length of the sprint review meeting. Yes, time boxed. If the sprint length is 1 week, this meeting should not be more than 1 hour. For 2 weeks, this meeting should not be more than 2 hours. For 3 weeks of sprint, this meeting should not exceed more than 3 hours. Likewise, for 4 weeks, this meeting should not be more than for 4 hours. And how often does this sprint review meeting happens? Sprint review is one of the most important Scrum event, and the sprint review is the second last event of the sprint, followed by the sprint retrospective, which usually happens on the last day of the sprint. So what is the agenda of the sprint review? So basically, the Scrum Master needs to ensure that the prior invitations are sent to all the attendees. It is the responsibility of Scrum Master to make sure that the event takes place. Everyone gathers to attend the meeting, and the Scrum Master facilitates the meeting through by following the agenda given below, right? So the agenda is nothing but to introduce, if it's a new team that are formed recently, which they are just kicking off their agile transformation in their projects. So the Scrum Master introduces the new team and set expectations. And why do we hold the sprint review? So when we hold the sprint review for the first time, the Scrum Master explains what is sprint review, and he also introduces the PO and the Scrum Master together, introduce the stakeholders to the Scrum team. So this is also to set the expectations of why are we actually having this important event? What is the importance of this? So for the PO, for the first time, it used to set expectation to collaborative working session, to have a collaborative working session. And this is also to ensure the business value is delivered. The review working here we need to definitely review the working software produced during the sprint. Share sprint. So the PO has to share the sprint and the product incremental goals, connected to the review roadmap and or the release plan. Set context on where the sprint is in the overall efforts, release or increment. Focus less on individual user stories and more on the value created. And we need to answer the question, how does this sprint add value to overall product iteration? So it is the responsibility of product owner to showcase stakeholders that what is the value that is being delivered out of the sprint, and how are we relating it with the roadmap that is already set for the product vision to achieve the product goal. We need to review the value delivered by the team. So the Scrum team starts showing the value that the team has achieved, and it's once they have presented the reviewed the working software with the stakeholders, we will be receiving some feedback. We need to note down the feedback from the stakeholders on the value delivered. So once that feedback is noted down, so that we can refine the product backlog items, which the PO and the Scrum team together collaborate, and they can make changes to the existing product backlog. And then it is time for also the Scrum team to share their challenges and the risks that might be involved during the sprint, that they have faced during the sprint, and some challenges that they can resolve with this only with the stakeholders. They can put forward those questions to them, and they can ask the questions directly to the stakeholders, which will get addressed within the call, or maybe after the call if there is some dependency. Right? So once we note down and we get the required help from the stakeholders, then the product owner, if the product owner can show what is the plan for the next sprint, if it is already there, right? So and towards the end, it is the time where we celebrate and have some fun. So it's time to celebrate all together the hard work of the Scrum team that has accomplished before they plunge into the next sprint. So the key takeaway is to ensure that the sprint review is recognized as an event to make critical business decisions about product development. How do we provide inputs during the sprint review? As the time is very short, and while providing the feedback, discussions can go on for a long time. We can use post-its or sticky on the Mural or Miro, whatever whiteboard tools that you're using, to write input, or use a simple document to track feedback if you are on in the same meeting room. If the users are familiar with your project management tool, they can add their product feedback directly to the product backlog. Or if they're using a document online like TFS Wiki or Confluence, you can add a page with the feedback of each sprint review, or you can create a page in OneNote dedicated to the sprint reviews feedback. So these are different ways where you can input the feedback or the gathered observations that we can make note of during the sprint review. Who leads the sprint review? So as you can see, the host, where the Scrum team presents the results of their work to key stakeholders, and progress towards the product goal is discussed here. So here, the facilitator is the Scrum Master, wherein the PO or the Scrum team can take a lead where they can host the session, where they will be projecting what they have, what value they have delivered for this part of the sprint. The next sprint, slide talks about what should we prepare for this sprint. How do we prepare? So this event is a very important event meeting wherein there's a lot of preparation takes place in the back end. So these are the activities that usually the product owner identifies stakeholders for the review, and the invitations are sent and everybody is invited. So we need to just ensure that everybody is there, and we need to ensure that the Scrum Master's responsibility is that to ensure that all the user stories have met the definition of done. He needs to get the acknowledgement and the agreement or the commitment that we have done towards the beginning of the sprint with the Scrum team and the PO, right? So there should be an internal review within the team with the PO so that it's all set ready for the sprint review before we display or share the value that we have delivered as part of the sprint, right? And also we need to sort out things. Suppose we have selected, suppose we have shortlisted for this particular sprint goal, we have listed 10 user stories and we are able to complete only 6 due to some dependencies or some challenges that we have. So we need to ensure that what is already done and what is not done, and that needs to get updated into the JIRA or any project management tool that you're using, right? So yeah, like I said, we need to identify and the user story should meet the definition of done. That is nothing but the commitment that we have done prior. And it is very essential to present the sprint review as one team. What this means is a clear plan and order in which the team will present. Usually the product owner starts by talking about the goals of the sprint and what functionalities delivered. The Scrum Master can show the burn down charts and the velocity of the team. After which the Scrum team will showcase their work. It's always good to decide beforehand the order in which the presentation will happen and if you need to prepare anything. Example, any setup or any specific data, test data, anything that you want to display. It's also encouraged that most, if not all, the team members to present what they have achieved during the sprint. It's not a good practice that the same 1 or 2 team members present the entire team's work. So it is always good to motivate or encourage all of the team members to come and speak in the sprint review meeting and showcase their work that they have produced or done or delivered as part of that particular sprint. So what actually happens in sprint review? Execution of the sprint review. Now we are done with all the preparation activities. It's time to execute the sprint review meeting. There are some best practices that we need to follow to conduct the sprint review meetings effectively. First of all, we need to summarize the work done in the sprint. The sprint review starts with the product owner presenting the sprint goal set for this sprint. PO also presents the backlog items that associate with the sprint goal. The product owner explains what product backlog items have their status as done and not done. So this information gives a good view to stakeholders of the achievement of the sprint against the goals defined. Inspect product increment. The Scrum team inspects the product increment with the stakeholders by discussing the approach to achieve the sprint goal. They also talk about the challenges they faced and how they resolved them. The Scrum team will answer any questions that the stakeholders may have on any of these work items. At this point, it's essential that the discussion remains focused on the work at hand and not deviate from anything not relevant. Scrum Masters needs to pitch in to park any such discussions and remind the team that it is a time box meeting and the demonstration of all the work that needs to be completed. Discuss and adapt. So the sprint review is an opportunity for shared understanding between all the stakeholders. The people who create it, that is nothing but the Scrum team, and the people who benefit from it, the end users, the customers, and the stakeholders. The product owner discusses the product backlog as per its current status. The product owner also presents the target dates, rough milestones on what will come up in the subsequent sprints. The entire group deliberates on what to do next. The basis of this discussion is what work needs to finish, including any spillovers from the current sprint. As a group, the team discusses the priority items that we should take in the next sprint. The stakeholders, like the marketing team, could provide valuable insights to how the potential use of the product might have changed based on the marketing conditions. And in that context, what makes the most sense to pick up next? So what is the output of the sprint review? Once the sprint review is done, what do we get out of it? So the product owner will take the feedback and adapt the product backlog and prioritize accordingly. So there can be some changes made based on the feedback that we have, and we can make changes to the product backlog items that we have and in the backlog. The Scrum Master can also talk about the team velocity and how the team is improving every sprint, which also feeds to how much work we can finish in the subsequent sprints. The sprint review meeting ends with a shared understanding between the stakeholders about the accomplishments of the work so far, how much work is pending, and how much prioritization of work happens for upcoming sprint. So this helps us to reprioritize the product backlog, add new items to the product backlog, and it also helps us to do better planning for the next sprint. So these are the benefits of having a sprint review. So now let us discuss about what is not a sprint review. So these are some of the myths that we really need to take a keen look about as to what is not a sprint review, right? So the sprint review is called a demo by the Scrum team and stakeholders. So usually we have come across many teams where they think that it's only a demo and nothing else apart from demo, right? So by treating the sprint review primarily as a demo, the purpose of this crucial opportunity for inspection and adaptation is lost. Too many Scrum teams approach the sprint review as their moment to show progress, to give a product update, to sell what is built to stakeholders, or to talk about what they do. The next myth is the sprint review is a PowerPoint presentation with screenshots of supposedly working software. So ideally, the working software should be a live working shippable product that where the stakeholders or the Scrum team which is showing the product to the Scrum team to the stakeholders should show the live working model, not the screenshots or any presentation using a PowerPoint. It should be a working module. So none of the stakeholders present are using or going to use the product. So we need to ensure that the stakeholders who are present in the meeting are the ones who are going to ultimately use, or rather than the end users who are going to use the product. Instead of just having some random participants who do not provide any feedback, right, and do not add any value to that meeting. So we just need to ensure that we invite the right people so that we get the right feedback on the product that we are showing during the sprint review. And it also helps us to avoid, there's another myth that we sometimes there are hardly any inputs from the stakeholders, right, or they're not invited to. So sometimes we just, like I mentioned in the previous myth, that we need to ensure that the right stakeholders are invited, and we need to ensure that we are getting some feedback from the stakeholders, right? And if they're not sharing any feedback, either they are not understanding it, or we are not able to reach to what we have actually planned, or we are not able to meet their expectations. So we need to clear those ambiguities or those disturbances in order to ensure that we get some input from the stakeholders every sprint review, which will help us to prioritize, reprioritize, add more to the product backlog, and keep on enhancing the product as we go forward. And usually the keyboard and mouse used to click through the product never actually reaches the hands of stakeholders, users during the sprint review, but remains soundly with the Scrum team. So the product or the MVP or any demo, any software that we are sharing or that we are displaying during the sprint review should always be handy to the stakeholders or the end users, so that they can actually use that on their machines, so they can look for any feedback or any fallbacks or any issues or bugs that they can identify. Without which we cannot get the live feed as to how the live feeling of how while using that particular product, right? So we need to ensure that we are giving a working software to the stakeholders and the end users, so they can use them and give us the proper feedback. There's an applause after every display of working software completes, or worse, the Scrum team is booed out of the room, right? So it should not be either just like right after the sprint review, oh, that's an amazing job, we just clap and we just disperse. So that's not what it should ideally happen, right? Or rather, if it didn't meet with their expectation, and they just simply boo and they just leave the meeting, right? So this is not how it works. So ideally, we should get a proper feedback as to, even though there's a lot of things that the team has already provided, there is always room for improvement, right? So it could be very minor, but it could also have a huge impact, right? So any minor feedback is very much important or needed in order to get a better product out of each sprint. And usually there is a general air of nervousness in the Scrum team, right? If the Scrum team are quite new, that is quite understandable. We need to completely motivate them as a Scrum Master and the team together, and the people, we need to just keep motivating them. But even after a couple of sprints, they are still nervous and they're quite not so open to share with the stakeholders and openly speak to them. So there is something wrong. So we need to really work out on that with the team and keep them motivate them or encourage them to open up and be transparent as to what their challenge is, right? So we need to figure out that we need to figure out those air bubbles, right? And stakeholders are easily distinguishable from this Scrum team, both occupying their own side of the room, right? If at all we are at offices, they all sit in different corners of the room, or they just sit far away from the Scrum team, and they're separated. So ideally, it should be like all of them together as a team. We need to just collaborate and sit together on the same table and discuss, as all of this is our product and this is our end goal to achieve the product goal for after every sprint goal that we're achieving, right? So these are nothing but few myths that we thought to bring up to your to all of you, so that we know as to what is not a sprint review, right? And with that, thank you so much for being so patient, but definitely please hold on. Right now, right after this slide, we are going to begin our working or live real-time sprint review meeting. And please do support our channel, like, comment, and subscribe. And I hope the team is all ready. I'll just quickly check and we'll get back to you shortly. So, like, thank you so much.
Okay, thanks Shashank for this wonderful presentation. I hope you guys have loved this presentation. And so we have covered the theoretical part with the help of Shashank, and let's now move on to the actual demo session. So over to you, Shashank and Sindhu. Why don't you tell us about your team and everything, and introduce us? Yeah, guys.
Sure. Thanks, Anand. Thanks for that. So this is the live demo of the sprint review. So I'm the Scrum Master, and Sindhu is the PO, product owner, and Amit, Neha, Shankari, and Venkata are part of the Scrum team, and Manoj, Arun, and Ramya are part of the stakeholders. So today we'll be going through sprint 1, where we'll be. So today we'll be going through sprint 1, where we are going to show what we have delivered as part of the sprint based on the requirements that we have received from our stakeholders. So I'll hand over the mic to Sindhu so that we can go over the sprint goal. And over to you, Sindhu.
Thank you so much, Shashank. Hi all. So we have done a great job in this sprint. And as Shashank already said, Amit, Neha, and Shankari and Venkata are the Scrum team members. They did an amazing job. I could say appreciate the team for your work. So team, what we have achieved so far is great. And I would like to provide some overview of this project. And I'm again saying the same thing. Why? Because some couple of team members we have added newly in the sprint. So what is the purpose of this, and what is the vision we as a team going to have? Okay, so Shopify is a project, and our parent organization is Shopify. We are, as a child, we have created this one. Going forward, slowly, the data has been transferred to our end, and it will be a massive application. It's not only a web application, we are about to create a mobile application as well, which will be a very user-friendly one to all. And the interface with the users is going to be an amazing experience for the user. So these are all the core areas we are about to concentrate. What is the purpose of this thing is that since the name itself replicate the stocky Shopify, we are about to maintain the stock details, and via this mobile application we will be
having a shopping the stocks over our application. So we are like a third party thing, and slowly going forward, our parent organization, all the data will be translated to us. At that point, we may expect some huge data will be transferred into our project. So that time we need to handle those data. And as well, our main vision on this is that not only having the text message or something else, some kind of pictorial representation which really attracts young people. So that thing we are about to concentrate more, even though some people might have think that they're not good at read English or some languages. So for them to make clearly understand on our vision and to make this application very friendly to them, pictures as well is going to take part more on this. So that kind of pictures will definitely impress the youth as well as old. So those things are the main area, and maintaining the stocks with performance, good performance and reliability and security is the key for this one. So this is our vision, and we are about to progress on this vision. So we have just started our sprint. So since our sprint one, we had just had this as a very chill period. We had some little items only. So going forward, we will be expecting some more user stories to be added. Of course, it would be definitely a sustainable increment only. So this is our vision. Any doubts, any questions from your end, team? But can you please share your screen? Yeah, thank you so much, Amit. So for our project Stock Shopify, we have picked up 3 user stories for the sprint. And our sprint goal is that to enable all our users to provide some login access for our website Stock Shopify application. So this is mainly our sprint goal. Of course, when we are progressing, we have faced some bugs and issues. Irrespective of all odds, team has perfectly finished all these items. Kudos to the team once again. And I'm very happy that we have finished this item for this sprint. Now, Amit and teams, our Scrum team members will provide the product increment to you. Over to Amit. Amit, can you please take up? Can you
Sure.
please provide us? Yeah, thank you, Amit.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, thank you, Sindhu, for that intro. So let's quickly go over to the increment first, and then maybe we'll come back to this. I'll just need to stop share and reshare. Just a second.
Sure, sure.
Okay. You're able to see the web portal, right?
Yes, Amit. We could.
Okay. So this is the portal that the team have started working on, and like Sindhu already explained, we have given the login access and the sign up access so that we are able to enable any new user to sign up and any existing user to log in into the application. So going back to the JIRA board, and we'll go through each of the user story. So first one is as a registered user, the board should be able to authenticate using my credentials, which is an existing user. In this, along with me and Shankri, we were able to incorporate and update. Yeah. So username, it's an alphabets, 8 characters. So I'll quickly write my username. For password, for now, we have created a static password, which is here. So when I click on login, you're able to see my screen on the a message on the screen.
Yeah, we can able to see your screen, Amit.
I think you need to share your full screen. Amit. You are
Okay.
able to see only the web page. Yeah.
I'll share my complete screen right away. You're able to see now?
Yes, yes, we could.
Okay,
Thanks,
so
Amit.
this message is a prompt that comes on the top. I'll quickly show you again. because of that screen sharing. Okay, so when I click on login, so this message comes up. After this, the intention is the page would then go back to the next page, which is our home page. And with this, we are successfully authenticated. Going back to our second user story. So this is our first user story, and that was our acceptance criteria. Any questions, anyone? Before I go to the next user
Amit,
story.
it's really fantastic. The way what we are expecting, it's very nice. Can you go back to the screen, please?
Okay.
Yeah, I would like to have like the username, whatever you are adding here, right? Can we keep like email address along with the username? Is it possible? So that will look far better, right? More better.
Yes, that is doable. So I would request Sindhu. Sindhu, you would be able to take that note so we can prioritize.
I have.
Thank you.
I've already
thank you
taken.
so much.
Yeah, thanks, Manoj.
Thank you, Manoj, for that. Yes. Any more questions on login user story?
Ramya, Arun, do you have any, or can we move to next user story?
Let's go to the other user stories.
Yeah, thanks, Arun. Amit, please proceed.
Okay, so next one was worked up by Venkat. I'll quickly go through the user story first. As a user, the login page should give me the capability to see the masked password. I will, so I'll again give the credentials. So giving a summary of this user story, it's like this is right now hidden. So the capability is with this I button, I should be able to see what password I was entering. So it's a toggle button that we have incorporated to see and not see, basically mask and unmask the password. So yeah, that fulfills the user story. I'll quickly go back to the JIRA to show you the acceptance criteria. So it was by default it was masked, and we have also provided a button to mask and unmask the hidden characters. Any thoughts on this one?
We are good, Amit. Please proceed to the next user story.
Great. Next one as well was worked up by Venkat. This one was for the sign up. So as a new user, provide the capability to input my details as a new user so that a user can be registered. It had a similar acceptance criteria like the full name field should be there, email address should be accepted. So the feedback that Manoj said, it can easily be incorporated because anyway we have email address in our database. Username, it's already we are accepting as alphanumeric, and password we have as 8 character. Let me cancel that. Yeah, password we are having, and then a clickable button which is sign up. So let me quickly go to this page. So yeah, when we click on this button, sign up, a new page should open up, which is this, very similar to login, just to have the continuity in both the pages. Like I explained, all the fields, full name, email address, a username, and set a password. We've also added the capability like a placeholder is given. So whenever we start writing, the behind placeholder goes away, which was full name in this case. So that helps user to understand where value, which value goes in which field. And so this is our good old sign up page. Any feedback, any thoughts?
Very nice, Amit and team. I really appreciate for the work you guys did. Just a small correction I need here. In the screen, I could see like a full name, right? All are small letter. Can you just make a like a generic? The first letter will be capital, something like that.
Yeah.
Do you think that will be nice?
That can be done, yes.
Yes, Amit. Yeah, Manoj, I agree on your point. If you're having in that case, it will be more, the visibility is more good, I think.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Manoj.
Thank you, Manoj.
Yeah, Amit. So one more thing is in both login page and sign up page, it would be nice if you can have this, company's logo. Name is really very important, and the brand should be maintained. So if that can be added in both the pages, it would be great.
we can do that. Yes.
Yeah, Amit, Arun here. This is really good. This came out as expected, like what we wanted. The one thing I want to suggest here is whenever we want to sign up, we want the email to be verified. So if we can, add this feature in the future, right? Whenever the email ID is entered and signed up, we want the email ID to be verified through from the mailbox. So that would be really good.
Okay. I believe that one would require some discussion, like what kind of verification validations we want to add. But yeah, we can take it up in a separate dedicated session with Sindhu as PO and you, Arun. Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sindhu, one quick note on the Ramya's comment,
Mhm.
the company's
Logo.
logo. We
Uh-huh.
would need that prior to starting our next sprint so that we can prioritize and add it.
Yeah, sure, Amit. We will discuss and we will prioritize based on that. I will discuss with the stakeholders as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Amit.
Any more thoughts? Anyone?
So Manoj and Ramya, Arun, anything else?
Nothing from my end, Cindy.
Thanks, Ramya. Manoj, would you like to add anything else, Manoj?
No, really, I'm happy with the progress so far the team is doing here, right? I just wanted to know, like, for the security region, how you are maintaining the password here, how you have implemented those things.
Okay. Sorry, someone was speaking.
No, Amit, I was about to call you.
Okay. So for password for now, because this is the first sprint and we were trying to incorporate that login functionality, what we have done is, and I would go back to our JIRA for that. We also faced a bug during our development, and Neha was the one who resolved it. So we received a login API from the integration team, and we are not the ones who are checking the authentication or authorization. So we are just passing on the credentials that we receive from the portal from the user, and then we share that to login API, and then we wait for 300 milliseconds to see a response. So they are the ones who are actually authenticating and authorizing if the user is good or not, and based on the error codes or success codes, we're just moving ahead. So
All right.
that's what we are.
All right. Thank you so much. Actually, I was just trying to understand, curious to know, like, how UI and things are taken care from your end. Yeah, I'm so happy now. Great. Well done, team.
Thanks, Manoj.
Thank you, Manoj.
Thank you, team, as well. So stakeholders have provided some feedbacks for us to know. So Manoj has provided, he has requested us to have some email address when we are logging into the page in addition to the username and password. Apart from this, Ramya has proposed everything we can have in capital letter instead of small. Everything is like seems to be very small in small letters, and then company logo and brand name. Yeah, I too agree with this point. Since we are having some stock things we are handling on those stuff, some having a company logo is a priority, I believe. However, we will discuss on this. And then apart from this, email ID verification. Yeah, that is a valid point from a stakeholder, Arun. This also needs to be considered as a priority, I think. And then security reason, which was covered by Manoj. Already we have ensuring those security as a part of this 3 user stories. So thank you, team. These are all the items we have covered. And again, once again, great job, team. Irrespective of all odds, you made this. Thank you. So over to Shashank.
Yep. So that was a wonderful sprint review, and thanks for amazing feedback, Arun, Ramya, and Manoj. So while we were discussing, I was also parallelly making notes so that we can have it discussed. Also, we can add those items to our product backlog, and yeah. So I hope you are able to see my screen. The feedback, right?
Yes, yes, we could see.
All right. So yeah, that is for this sprint. And anything else before we wrap?
For this sprint, I think we have done. it's everything is perfect.
Yeah, just one last question I had, Sindhu and Shashank. Like,
Yeah.
are we making even usernames as unique, or is it okay to have duplicate usernames if we are allowing only usernames? Of course,
And
email ID will be unique, I understand.
yeah, Ramya, do you remember once we have discussed, we were agreed that we will be having our user ID as unique, not to have any duplicates or something like that, right? Some 2 to 3 weeks back, we had this discussion, the same question you have raised. So that point we agreed this way. So I have proposed the same to the team as well. In future sprints, we will ensure those validations and all, Ramya.
Great. Thanks.
Thanks, Ramya. Thanks for your input. And thank you so much, Manoj, Ramya, and Arun for your inputs.
Thanks,
Discuss.
Sindhu. Thanks
Yeah,
for
Shashank.
giving the overview. And yes, like Sindhu mentioned that we have just started off with a cupcake with a small piece of MVP that we started off with the project, right? So, and you all did a wonderful job. But I know because after hearing or listening again, because Neha and Shankari are new to the team. So after listening to this sprint vision and sprint goal, the product vision and the product goal that we have ultimately. So at where we are, the status quo that we are, and where we want to be down the line after 3 months. So do you have any questions from your end, guys? So let's go one after the other. Who would like to go first?
Yeah, yes, Shashank. So I have one question basically for the stakeholders. The production server is not available with us. So by when we can expect it to be available?
So Neha, may I know why production server is required?
Yeah, sure. So basically, if the production server is available with us, so we can basically do the thorough testing with production data. So it is needed for thorough testing purpose.
Okay, I understand. So I'll check on the details and I'll make sure the production server access will be provided as soon as possible for testing.
Ramya, yeah, good. A good question, Neha. But Ramya, however, since it is a production server, we may not provide access for all the team members, right? Some kind of security, and since it is a live, so in that point, we have to be little stringent at initial stage on this access area, I believe, Ramya.
Yes.
So we can
Yes.
discuss it on offline, and we will have some agreement how we can provide access to the team, who all can get the access. Those things we can discuss, I think.
Sure, Sindhu. I agree on that because security aspect is really very crucial.
Yes, it might be on live. So if suppose team members have updated something, then it will affect our life. And
Yes.
since we are maintaining stock, that may be the thing, right? Yeah,
Sure.
Ramya. Thank you, Ramya.
Sure, Sindhu. Thanks for bringing that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, who's going next?
Hi, this is Venkat. So I have a small request. When we were testing, we found a PDF server down, and then we started debugging it. And after 1 hour, we came to know that there was a scheduled maintenance. So like we request, can anyone help us informed about the scheduled maintenance task?
Yeah, Venkat, I guess there is a email alert which might have generated, but I'm surprised like how it is not reached to you. Okay, Sindhu, could you please help me on this? Just include the
Yeah,
teammates.
Manoj.
Just include the
Yeah,
team
Manoj,
that
actually-
is missed in the DL, right?
Yeah, sure, Manoj. I will ensure to include all the team members. And I heard from John stating that we have changed the vendor on this, and also this maintenance are happening at the end of Friday. But as per team concerns, if we are having this maintenance activity on the weekends, then it would be very great as per team. So they have raised this concern when the sprint is in progress. So we have to work on this, I think, Manoj. So we
Sure.
have to align
All right.
with the new vendors to ensure that either can we have this during the weekends to not to affect our work or progress. So we have to discuss on this. And yeah, Manoj, I will note it down and I will ensure all the team members are included. Since Venkat has joined recently, we might have missed his name, I think. So I will
No problem. No
Thanks,
problem.
Manoj.
And
Thanks,
yeah,
Venkat.
even thanks for bringing my
Bringing
notice. Yeah, I'll take care for the new vendors. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Manoj. Thanks, Sindhu.
Okay. And yep, who's next? I think
Yeah.
So, hi all. Just I came up with one doubt. For now, I could see there are 1 billion downloads of this app. So, looking at the statistics, we could expect about 10, it could reach to 10 millions in maybe in the next couple of months. So, I believe our server will not have that capability to hold those huge data, the increase in data. Is there any idea that do you have any idea on how we are going to manage this?
Shankar Arun here. Thanks for bringing this up. We really thought that this would happen after 6 months, but we are right at this number right now. So I would talk to infrastructure director to see like what can be done to leverage and get this expedited. And I will come back to you and use with an update on how we can this leverage and expedite it.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for that.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Thank you so
Thanks,
much, guys.
Shankari.
Thanks for bringing on those.
Tim, I would like to, yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Shashank, before closing, I would like to hear from the team. Are they facing any challenges when their sprint is progress? Of course, this is sprint one. We have picked some 3 to 4 user stories only. However, any that already Venkat has provided, we haven't sent out the emails. He hasn't received at time. So apart from that, any challenges, team, did you face when you're progressing? Neha, Amit. Any specific challenges you have faced?
Nothing different, just the one that Shankari already explained. The server that we are currently using, it would definitely have some scalability issues. So that's just the one that we wanted to highlight. Nothing different from my side. Thank you.
Yeah, but we have to ensure the performance as well when the data is getting increased.
Yes.
So those are all the key thing, and the security that is really important since we are maintaining with the cash and stocks. So those are all the things. Anything, Neha?
Yes, Indu,
Any
we have
challenges during
like I have already covered that point because now we have done testing through some random data as the production data is not available with us. So this was a challenge that I have faced during the sprint.
Neha, will it be helpful if I replicate the production data to some test servers or some other servers? Can I mirror the data, production data? Will it be helpful for you, Neha, or do you think some other?
Yeah, till the time we are getting the server access, it can be done that if you will giving the mirror data of that production data, it will be helpful for us.
Yeah. So Ramya, what do you think on this point? Can we mirror production data and we can provide team to test, right? In that case, we don't worry about security issues or something else, right, Ramya? Will it works? What do you think? We can just get some.
So Cindy, I need some time on this to discuss with the client because we're not sure whether we can, just give the production data just like that. Because there are certain issues, security concerns and all those things. So I'll get back to you on this on discussion, right? Give me a couple of days. I should be able to provide a solution for this.
Okay.
I have a few suggestions. I'll share it on the mail to you, Sindhu and Ramya. You can consider those as well. DB links, views, something like that.
Sure, that will be great, Amit.
Sure.
Thank you so much. So I think, so do we have any other questions for our stakeholders as we have them here? But anything apart from that, I think we can take it up in the retro. So once right after this, we'll have a retro session. So maybe we can discuss more in detail over there. Yeah, sounds good. All right, cool. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for your raising up all your challenges and stakeholders are being so supportive. Thank you so much, guys. Without your support, we'll not be able to deliver such amazing products. So thank you so much for your support, and thank you, Sindhu, for driving and being the mirror image of our stakeholders and sharing all the requirements and being so transparent. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Shashank. Thanks.
Yep, and thank you so much, team. Great work, amazing team. Great job, guys, and congratulations on the first success of the first sprint. And really hope that we continue the same momentum and speed and the delivery and the value that we are providing to the stakeholders. Amazing job, guys.
Thank you, Shashank, for you as well. You're really motivating the team. and you are the key person, key pillar, I could say. Thank you so much, Shashank.
Thank you, guys. It's not possible without all your efforts. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, team.
Thank you all.
It's really a good job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nice job.
So team, what we have achieved so far is great. And I would like to provide some overview.
Okay, hello friends. As you know, retrospective is the most important event for any Scrum Master. We feel like there are a lot of theoretical stuff present on the internet, on YouTube videos, but there is a huge gap between the practical approach. So this session is going to show you how you can do this easiest retrospective technique to start with if you are new Scrum Master. And yeah, friends, just go through this video. It will definitely going to help you. And please appreciate our efforts in the form of like, and please provide your comments. And if you want to see other retrospective techniques in the future, please do let us know in the comment section. Okay, this is going to be a wonderful session. We have this retro with the name Agile in the Sea. So Adil, Captain. Adil, you're on mute.
Thank you, Sunand, and welcome everyone on board the ship today. So today, as Sunand mentioned, we are in the Agile in the Sea retrospective meeting. We have a very tight agenda today, by the way, with some really fun, interesting games. So let me just quickly show you what we have in the agenda. So first, we are going to have a quick icebreaker, followed by a little about, why retrospective meetings are sort of important part of the Agile ceremonies. Then we will be today especially going to touch upon the sailboat method of retrospection. It is a very interesting technique which you can definitely use in your organization. We have a very interesting case study as well. So that case study will be played through a game today. And then towards the end, generally I like to finish my retrospectives with some interesting polls. So we'll have that towards the end. Followed by, I also wanted to share some of other themes which we can use during our retrospective meetings. With that said, let's jump into the most interesting thing of the day to begin with the icebreaker. So here we have an icebreaker for you. It's a simple thing, 2 truths and a lie. How to play that? So I would request you all to please think of 3 statements about yourself. I'll give you 30 seconds. Out of 3, 2 has to be true about you and 1 could be a false statement. Okay, so your time starts now. Can you all just quickly think of 3 statements about yourself? I'll come back to you in 30 seconds. All right, I think by now you should have your statements with you. Shall we start this? Okay, so let me call out Swarna. You want to say 3 statements about yourself?
Sure, Adil. Okay, my 3 statements are: I have visited 7 countries in my life. That is the first statement. My second statement is I am terrified of water. Okay. Swimming and open bodies of water. So this is a good theme, if that is the truth. And the third statement is I'm terrified of heights.
Okay, so you have visited 7 countries, you're terrified of heights. And what's the third one?
Terrified of water.
Okay, all right. So team, you wanted to do a quick guess. What is false out of this?
I believe the third one is a false.
Uh-huh. How about others?
I think I'm terrified of water.
Okay.
This is false.
Shashank, you want to take a guess? Okay, all right. Swarna, you want to reveal what is the false about you?
Yeah. I'm terrified of water is the false statement. I'm a water lover.
Okay, okay, all right. Interesting. Okay, so I would ask Shashank, you wanted
Nacho
to...
is right.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. So my 3 statements are like, I did scuba diving,
and I collect coins, and I'm a sports person.
Okay. I think scuba diving is something seems to be unreasonable for me. What about others?
I do think scuba diving is the one which is alive from Shashank.
I think it's the coin collection.
Okay, okay, all right.
I go by the first one.
Okay, okay. Shashank, what do you think?
Yeah, it is the scuba diving.
Oh, awesome. Okay, yeah, thank you. Over to you, Nacha. You want to say?
Well, yes. The first is I like watching action movies. And next one, I eat only vegetarian foods.
Okay.
And third is I like melody songs.
You like melody songs. Okay.
Yes. So one is a like.
Okay. Anybody wants to take a guess here? I think it's vegetarian food for me.
Yeah, I think it's the vegetarian food.
It's a vegetarian food, I believe so.
Yeah, I think I'll go with the same.
Okay. Is that a case, Nacha?
No, actually, I eat only vegetarian food. False statement is I like watch action movies. I don't like watching action movies.
Okay, okay, all right, interesting. Okay, Guru, you have your 3 statements about yourself.
Yes, I love to watch serious movies. The other one is love to travel to unexplored and haunted places.
Okay.
The third one is I'm a very religious person.
Okay. Any guesses here? Does anybody knows Guru?
Visiting haunted places.
Yeah, I'll go with the same option.
Yeah, same with me as well, I think. So Guru,
no, it is the first one. I'm not a person who watches serious movies. I'm more into jovial and more into fun kind of movies.
Okay, okay, all right, yeah.
So you do visit haunted places, Guru?
Yes, very much.
Wow.
I think you're on the right ship then.
All right, yeah, sounds interesting. Would like to go with you someday, Guru, to some haunted places, you know.
Definitely, definitely.
All right, yeah. Thanks, everyone. I hope you are now, you know, sort of into a mode wherein we can do some real brainstorming. So with that, moving forward, let's see why retrospective meetings are sort of important. Okay. So the very first thing is because it provides us that ability, you know, to inspect and on what went well, what could be the things, you know, which we can improvise upon, you know, and what things are something, some sort of things which are, you know, sort of slowing down our progress. So overall, if you look at the Scrum guide, it actually, you know, talks more about, you know, it is based on the concept or the principle of inspect and adapt. So that is why Scrum retrospectives are sort of a very important aspect of our Scrum ceremonies. Okay. Now let's come to the most important or interesting topic for the day, which is how we can use or what is sailboat method. You know, how we can utilize that to identify what were the impediments or what were the great things that team has done. Okay. So it actually talks about the way a team can define its vision and from where it has to go. I mean, you know, so that is nothing but if you look at the image here, the island depicts the vision of the product which the team is intending to achieve. Okay, the boat here is nothing but the Scrum team, which consists of the product owner, you know, the Scrum master and the dev team as well. And then you will see the two important things that are happening here is the winds, you know, which is actually helping the team or the boat to sail towards this goal. So there could be an example, you know, so let's say, for example, if I quote an example of creating maybe an e-commerce site, you know, wherein a product owner has vision to, you know, build any e-commerce site, wherein stakeholders are very working, you know, quite closely with the team. So that is sort of a wind which is, you know, propelling the team to move towards the the goal of getting the site ready for them. However, during this whole journey, there are some challenges with the team is sort of anchored with, like for example, having too many meetings. That is definitely slowing down their overall progress, and they are not able to meet or overcome the velocity which they are intended to do. At the same time, if you look at this image, how the way the ship can be hijacked by a rock or an iceberg. Similarly, when you think of a risk or an blockers that may happen for an e-commerce side, could be the major role which the payment gateways play here. So that's how, if you try to envision this image with the goal of getting an e-commerce site, you will see that uh, the ship is actually surrounded by some of the impediments, and there are few positive things as well in terms of the wind, the way it is blowing. So using the sailboat method, the team can definitely identifying the ways how we can reduce the number of meetings, and also evaluate how we can stable our payment gateways to overcome or achieve the goal of getting a more stable e-commerce site. So that is in a nutshell a way of implementing a sailboat method within the retrospective ceremonies to identify our impediments and also make sure our progress sails through towards our goal. Moving ahead, so the way it works is you first identify, or you set the context, what we are looking to achieve. You do a little bit of a brainstorm around that. We gather the data, which helps us identify what were the blockers, etc. And then once we have, after the brainstorming, when we are ready with our pointers, we can find out a potential solution to how we can achieve that. Moving forward, so today we have a very interesting case study, that is happening about for one of the software deliveries in the industry, wherein the team is required to build up, work on a project which is to do with the improvement of how we can improve a web application. Okay, so here the case study talks about how does a team of 9 pirates, who have sailed on a journey that definitely consists of people from onshore and offshore, and they have embarked on this journey to deliver the goal, which is about how you can improve the web performance, and at the same time within the timelines. So if you look at this case study closely, you will see that the team has already been through 20 sprints so far. During this journey, still the team is lagging behind because they are still not able to deliver with the same velocity. Meanwhile, there were some incidences wherein people have left the firm and new people have joined the company, and at the same time, during whole of this journey, still they are left with around at least 60% of the work which has to be done. So therein, if you look closely, there is a lot of risk, and some impediments which are there, blockers. So let's use our retrospective boards to analyze the situation and find a potential solution for this. Okay. Now let me take you all to the retrospective board and see how we can overcome this challenge. So for today's session, we are going to use this particular board. By the way, can you all see my board?
Yes, Adil.
Okay, all right.
Yes, Adil.
Okay, fantastic. So here in this board, I have already placed the goal which the product owner is looking forward to, which is mainly talks about how we can improve the web performance. If you look here, and how we can achieve our sprint by the end of the next month. So these are our goal. Okay, and then the wind, as I said, we'll talk more about what are the positive things or positive outcomes from our last sprint. There could definitely be some aspects which we wanted to carry forward to our upcoming sprints. However, during the journey, as you have seen, there were few things that have actually slowed down our process or progress. So you can mark them under the anchors section, and then let us identify what are the impediments or the risk or the rocks which are holding back us, or which could be the potential risk which we can anticipate in coming future. So with that, can you all please come to the board and let's start with the brainstorming. What I would like to do is, so before that, let me just quickly give you a glance of this particular tool, how we can use the tool. So you can use the sticky notes to put forward your comments. Like for example, I've already put the sticky around what is the team consist of and what is our vision and so on. Okay, once we are done with that, so let's first start putting ourselves our pointers with regards to what went well in the past sprint. So may I ask Suvarna to start and putting what you think went well in our last sprint. By the way, what I wanted to do is, let's make it a more of a time box effort, so that we are not deviating from our time and still we are able to find the potential solution.
Adil, I think whole team can put it simultaneously, and if you make it a little zoom, yeah, now I think it's okay. 75. Yeah.
I'm done.
Yeah. So once you guys done with the specific, you can maybe jump to the other one if you have the understanding of the problem.
Shashank, can you see what pointers you have?
Yes, Adil. I'm working on it. All right. Yeah, let me check that.
Okay.
Yeah, he has to unhide it. He has to make it public.
Okay. And Guru, what about you? Do you think anything went well?
I'm just doing it.
Okay. Sure. I can see some interesting facts coming up here. Okay. So we have got good technical expertise within the team. People are asking the right questions to the stakeholders. And there is a good understanding of the business issues as well. Yeah, good points. Guru, would you like to check on your fonts? Can you share your sticky notes? Guru, you will see an option for making your sticky notes public.
I've put in the chat.
Adil, maybe you can point on your screen where the option is. The bottom, center
Yeah,
bottom.
the bottom you see there, right, Guru? You can just
Yeah.
click on that. You can unhide.
There is an option to make the sticky notes public, Guru. If you look at my screen, you can hide and unhide the sticky notes. Okay, all right, fantastic. So I can see some really good points coming up. Now let's move on and let's see, what were the things that made our delivery a little bit slow. So I would request you all, if you can, start putting the things that were holding us back. Okay, changing priorities was a concern. Okay, there were some members being pulled out for the ad hoc work like interviews. Okay. Okay, interesting. Some attritions as well. Yeah, definitely that contributes to our slowness. Yeah, looking at the current situation, some unplanned leaves. Okay. All right. Good points there. Should we identify what were the risks that happened? Okay. All right. So I guess now we have got good points in terms of the risk, in terms of slowness, and also some good things coming up, like the team getting a good understanding. So with this, since we have got more than one discussion points, would you guys wanted to have a quick poll and see, what points do you want to prioritize in the upcoming sprints so that we can find some solutions to them?
Adil, before going for the poll, is it okay to read out everything just so that everyone's on the same page?
Yeah, sure. So Swarna, starting with you, you wanted to at least, touch upon like, what do you think was holding us back?
Can you start with wins, please? Can you start with little positives, wins?
Okay.
Let's celebrate something which.
Okay.
Yep. So I think the team has very good domain knowledge. Even though there are new people, the guys who have joined recently have picked up quite well, and they are able to progress faster than anticipated. So that I think is a good thing.
Okay. Does everyone agree to this point that we had a good understanding of the business?
Yes, Adil. Yeah, that really helped the team to put take into the new functionalities as well, and to understand the business problems and the business functionality. That really helped to progress up the take the new user stories there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You also mentioned about having technical expertise, Shashank.
Yes, Adil. Yeah. So along with the business processes, right, the technical expertise which to develop the right code in the in the stipulated time, so that technical expertise which our team members are having, that really helped us to save a lot of time there. So I think that's a plus point to us, which is actually adding wind to our boat to reach the goal.
Nice. Okay. All right. Nacha, you wanted to highlight your context here?
Yeah, the team is fully, like, they are very much able to ask the right questions to the stakeholders, which helped us to come out with what they actually required. The requirement was very clear. By putting the right questions only, we'll be getting the right solution, the right answers. So we are able to ask, and the stakeholders also, they're also openly, they actually cooperated, and they were collaboratively, all collaboratively working together, so that we were able to achieve.
Okay, good to see that collaboration happening with the stakeholders, Nacha. Thank you. Guru, you wanted to touch upon working as one team?
That was one of the finer points and good work from the team. And in 2 or 3 instances, when the team was stuck up, it was some of the members who were experts in their own rights. They were able to pitch in and give in suggestions so that they were able to come out and complete that particular activity within the mentioned time. So that way they were able to complete their activities as part of their previous sprints. And I hope that same kind of collaboration and oneness of the team will help in completing the rest of the activities in the mentioned sprints.
Absolutely, yeah. Thanks, Guru. It definitely seems the team has progressed well in this area. Let us now move to slowly to the action items that were sort of holding us back little from our progress. Coming back to you, Swarna.
Yeah. So as I said, I think the new members of the team are picking up, of course, but obviously onboarding new members, it does take some time, and because there are so many attritions, and experienced guys who have worked in this area, and they already have the domain knowledge, can work much faster. So due to this, I think we are slowing down. Probably it's not like they're not doing well, but end of the day, the output will be different of a new member versus an experienced member.
Yes, absolutely understandable, Spanna. Thank you. Shashank, you mentioned about priorities.
Yeah, so as you know, like there's a scope creep which happened in the middle of the sprint, which actually changed the priorities, right? So that is actually adding the anchor to the team, which is actually holding us down from progressing on the planned activities. So due to the switch of priorities, I think that is actually holding us down.
Okay, all right, yeah, sure. Nacha, you mentioned about I think some of the members from the team going for an ad hoc interview task.
Yeah, they're like during our sprint, like there are mostly there is no plan for the interview, so we are getting a request on an ad hoc basis, and we are not able to plan our work during our sprint. So this makes us not able to complete our work and just holding back us.
Okay, yeah. Guru, coming back to you, I think you have a bit of a concern regarding our capacity.
Yeah, that's right. With the recent spurt in the COVID cases, there have been few instances where the team members have taken unplanned leaves, either to look after them or their family members, which has affected our overall sprint goals and also the deliveries that we had as per what we had committed to the stakeholders. So that way I am a bit concerned, and this is slowing down our overall progress. That is where we are in this current situation. So I would like to have, of course, a plan for this in our planning sessions, so that instead of having say we have planned in around say 10% for leaves, we can have this 20% as part of our until the COVID situation gets completely out of our sight, so that we can again bring back to the original level. Until that time, we had additional buffer for our leaves. That way, I think we'll be able to plan our activities much better.
Yeah. Let's come to that solution later part, Guru. But thanks for highlighting this concern. And I think in few minutes let's come back and see. Okay. Now moving to the most important concerns, with regards to the risk people are foreseeing in the team. So Nacha, you had some issues with regards to validation or getting the right tools.
Yeah, currently like we are doing testing and we are validating the performance manually. I think this is taking much of our time because each and every time we need to do the same testing again and again. If we have some right tools in place, then it will help us actually in even bettering the performance, and also we can be on track.
Okay, all right, yeah. I think let's figure out that, but before that, let's see what others have. So Savanna, I think you are touching upon a very critical aspect. You wanted to talk about it?
Yes, Adil. So again, circling back to new members of the team, it's a very huge application and it requires a lot of domain knowledge. So basically, to achieve something, modifying one piece of code has a lot of impact in other areas, and unless you're very familiar with it, you might not be able to assess the impact. So because there are new members adding to the code and not able to get the impact, the code quality is coming down.
Okay. All right. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Swarna. Guru, you wanted to touch upon the documentation part?
Yes. For any new joinees, be it part of the team or even for the experienced members, having a documentation has its own benefits, because looking at the document and also the code, they'll be able to better understand the flow of the functionalities, and wherever required, only they can get in touch with the existing team members for the clarification. That way, we'll be able to have a much better clarity with respect to the overall application functionality for the new members who are part of that particular team or going to join.
Correct. Yeah. Sure. Okay. Let's see. we'll come back to that, Guru. Let me just quickly see what Shashank has from the environment perspective.
Yeah, so we have been raised this issue, right? So unstable test environments, which is like uncertain, right? Unplanned. So this is actually interrupting our plan, the testing cycle, which we are doing, and that is actually like kind of a roadblocker which we are facing, and we need to just ensure that you need to. We'll maybe probably we'll discuss on the solution part, but this is a problem right now, the unstable
Okay.
test environment. Yep.
Okay. All right. Sure. So I think all the risk and the slow things, whatever we are encountering, sounds reasonable, and like we can see we have got quite a few here, right? So what we can do probably is let's pick up few of them from this list. Identify like what we can implement on an immediate basis. Okay. So let me quickly open the poll. Can you guys do a quick polling and let's see, what the team agrees in terms of the risk which we can prioritize. Okay. Is everyone done? Okay. So from here, what I'm seeing is, at the moment, team is more interested from the getting the right tools and having a documentation around and the code quality aspect as well. So let us, yeah.
So how many votes is allowed per person, Adil, over here? Because we have a team of what, 4 or 5?
Yeah. So ideally, it's like one person can vote for multiple things, what they think is, of importance for them. But at the moment, what I'm seeing is, people are wanted to concentrate on 3 things. That is getting a proper code quality in place, having the documentation, considering that the team there is a lot of attrition happening, new members coming in, and so that is something. And in fact, rightly mentioned, since we are working on a critical aspect of performance, so yeah, I think we need to figure out some right tools. But yeah, let's go to the solution. Before that, I also wanted to see what is your reaction from the things which are holding us back. Okay, so yeah, the ad hoc interviews are definitely concerning, is what we can see here. Unplanned leaves, yes, again contributing to our capacity. Okay, attritions. Okay, so let us pick up, the considering the way the team is inclined to. So let us, at the moment, we can focus on the ad hoc interviews that is happening and on the unplanned leaves. Okay. So what do you guys think of, so now that we have discussed the anchors and the risk or the impediments within the team, okay, and we have also identified what we wanted to, take it forward. So wanted to know what is your thoughts on what kind of solutions we can have. So can we start putting the solutions here? Nacha, Swarna, Guru, do you have solutions? Okay. All right. Okay. So I think we already have got some solutions happening here. I can see one solution about the streamlining our interview rooster. So probably this is something I can definitely pick it up, and I can work with our talent team and also at the same time create a rooster for our team. So if no, if you guys think that's okay, I can take it up. Otherwise, if anybody's interested, you wanted to, take this responsibility.
We think like Adil, you can take this up. Be like the 6 month.
Okay. There are a few more solutions coming up in terms of how we can make the create documents for the new hires and creating of team calendars.
Adil, I would like to take the responsibility of creating the documents for the new hires and also for the members who join the team, so that it will help in their overall speeding up of their productivity and also improving their knowledge on that particular aspect of functionalities.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Thank you. Nacha, you wanted to
I'll
work on
take
the
up
automation?
I'll take up the automating discoverage part. I'll just have some spike with exploring some tools in the market which is available in the market, and maybe like which suits for our project. I'll do a spike and then I'll give a documentation for the entire team so that we will finally we'll decide upon which tool to use.
Okay.
I'll take this ownership.
Sure. Okay. Thank you, Nacha. Okay. Swarna, you wanted to take this up, how we can proceed?
Yeah, I want to check if there are any tools that decrease our manual effort to test performance. And that way our time will also free up and our pace will improve.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Sounds good. So seems like, we have some plan in place, and we have the people assigned at least with one task, and good that we came up with some good pointers, which should definitely help us sail through this project of improving our web performances and at the same time meeting our timelines. So let's connect and during our next retrospective and see that out of all the action items and the possible solutions which we have derived, let's find out where we were able to achieve and implement them. Okay.
Yeah. Sure, Adil.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks, everyone. Before that, before we end our retrospective, I actually wanted to, do something quickly with you all. So generally, I like to do a quick poll, just so that people can understand, or it helps us to identify that what was the best thing which we can do, or what was the team's pulse from the perspective what they liked about the retrospective, and where we are. So such polls definitely help us to gather the data and understand what was the team's mood. So for today's activity, I have actually created a poll. I would request you all, can you please go to the polling link and start putting your own thoughts from the today's session.
Yeah, Adil. Sure.
Please let me know once you have done your polling.
Done.
Can you please ping that link to me, Adil, in the chat?
Okay.
I have done now.
Okay. Thank you. Interesting. Okay, has everyone done your vote?
One second.
So it seems like the team is definitely has got some good insights from today's retrospective, and will continue to do this. Okay, thanks everyone. But before wrapping, I have a quick thing to share with you again. So, generally, as you have seen in today's session, we have used the method of sailboat. Similarly, there are a few other themes which you think you can implement. Maybe, you can use any car brand, or maybe you can use a mad, sad, and a glad theme to identify if a team is sad on some things, or, they are glad for some certain achievements, or if you think like something has to be stopped or continued, you can use those themes. So keep exploring, and yeah, make your retrospectives more interesting. So thanks again. Thanks everyone for joining this today's session. Hope you had a good time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Adil.
Thank you.
Thanks, Arun.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone, and welcome in one more session. So today we have Rakshit with us, and he's going to take us through this retro session. And this session is going to be a continuation of the previous session, which Adil has taken. So a couple of action items from the previous session we will see in this. Yeah, so I'm sure this session is also going to be rocking like the previous one. So Rakshit, hi, welcome. You looking dashing in your new avatar. So yeah, Rakshit, over to you.
Hey, thank you. Thank you so much for having me today. Hey guys, I'm Kanul Rakshit. You can call me Kal or you can call me Rakshit. Anything is fine with me. Yeah, so I did view the last session from Adil. It was amazing. So I thought it would be an opportunity for me to bring in my perspective, and let's see how this one works out for the team, right? So are you guys all ready?
Yes.
Yes.
Awesome. Let's start. I will start with sharing the screen right now. Okay, so it is in presentation mode. Let me know if you have a very good visibility.
Yes, Rakshit.
Yes. Okay, so let's begin with this specific section, right? So we have been having multiple retrospective sessions during our teams and the projects that we might have been part of. So I'd like to take an opportunity, right? So here, what I am planning to do is spend some time with you guys, and we just like to do a self retrospection about ourselves. So we are quite adept in doing retrospection about our team, our job, our challenges, right, our sprints. So let's take this opportunity and retrospect ourselves. Okay, let's think in this way. For the past 1.5 years, it has been quite a challenging period for everybody, right, because of this pandemic that is happening in this world. So let's not go back to 1.5 years. Let's look at the last 30 days, or I would rather say 1 month of our life. And let's look at three important aspects that might have happened with you, or something that you might have seen happening, right? The first thing that I would like to think about is a good thing that happened with you, or something that you might have seen. Second would be the bad or a negative aspect of life that you might have experienced or might have seen. And the third one would be any specific changes that you'd like to bring about, or any kind of self target that you have, that you promised yourself that you're definitely going to accomplish that. Um, since we have been so busy with our day-to-day activities, we have been cribbing about the fact that time management is a very tedious job. So I cannot have time for myself. I'm on back-to-back meetings, calls, client negotiations, a retrospective review. So right now, since everybody's on the call right now, and you have some time, so I'm taking 15 to 20 minutes of your life to retrospect, and I'm going to give the time back to you. So could you please make a note of these 3 pointers, one good, one bad, and one change that you'd like to bring about. Let's take some time to retrospect ourselves. I'm sure it's going to be fun. Are we all ready?
Sure, Akshay. Yes.
Okay, great. Let's do that. Looks like a lot have happened in Shashank's life. You're thinking very deeply.
Yeah, so
Difficult to figure out one
Shall I
aspect.
start?
Adil is ready. Suvarna is ready. My God, you guys are fast. Okay, let's begin. Who wants to go first?
Please go ahead, Swarna.
Yeah, thank you. So the good thing that I've done in the last 1 month is I've been able to read consistently. I wanted to. I am a reader, but I'm not a consistent reader. So I've been able to make that part of my daily routine as much as possible. Weekends don't count. So other than that, yeah, I think that I have improved. Bad, I'm either able to take out time for reading or for working out. I'm not able to do both every day. So I think I need to manage my schedule better. Changes again, as I said, I need to manage my day better, I feel.
Yeah, thank you, Suvarna, for sharing that part of your life. Yes, Adil.
Yeah, sure. So for me, I think the good thing that happened really was, one of my childhood friends has recovered from a very chronic disease, and a couple of weeks back. So that was a great news what I heard in the recent times, Rakshit. Considering what we are, experiencing in those days, the bad thing was, unfortunately, I lost my granny. Uh, and the changes, yes, definitely. After joining this agile community, interacting with people around me, a lot of changes has happened internally for me from a learning perspective. So yeah, I'm just experiencing these changes at the moment.
Great. Well, I'm happy to learn that your friend have overcome a difficult situation, and I'm really sorry to hear about your granny. Thank you for sharing that aspect of your life that is very dear to you. Who's gonna go next?
Yeah, I would like to go next. Yeah, so the good thing is that I started with thinking on, that 21 days transformation plan where I was about to transform myself by doing those walking things. And I started, let's say, maybe 1 or 2 days. And then the bad thing happened that the government announced lockdown and then the cases increased. So that is the bad part I can say. And yes, the learning I can say that maybe I could have done much better in time and not waiting for this 21 days. And yes, there are other options like doing it online and getting up early morning and doing all of these things. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. One of the difficult challenges that I face is getting up early in the morning. So yes, I would agree with you on that. Who's gonna go next?
Can I go next?
Yeah, sure, please.
Yeah. So thanks, Akshit. And yeah, so one good thing is like I found a group of energized Scrum Masters who are always, continuous in learning mode, who are very active, and they're like nose to my journey to being more agile and towards this learning and transformation. And the bad thing is like COVID has done some major damage to many of our family and friends, and we lost most of our dear ones. And we are learning to get equipped with it and trying to face the challenges, how to overcome the disease. So and the changes and the target would I would say like I have planned to start reading some books and to upskill my knowledge. And I've been motivated by many readers and the publishers to their work, and really looking forward to learn from their books. And I also need to plan on my workout schedule, and that is what I'm looking forward to.
Well, good luck for you having 6 packs. I think you can connect with Suvarna on because she mentioned that she is an avid reader.
Yeah, sure, actually.
Thank you for sharing that. Okay. All right. So I think we're waiting for some more things coming from Guru.
I would like to go next. I would like to go next. So the good thing is that after having joined this community, I've been able to increase my understanding of Agile Scrum and how it works, and put that into practice so that I have much better understanding with respect to how Agile Scrum works and get good value out of this. One. On the bad thing is that even though I have been able to understand and appreciate and learn more, I still believe some of the concepts which requires more of understanding, I'm not able to do it.
due to which I am making very silly mistakes, which is a bad thing for me from my perspective. And on the changes part, I'm getting involved in 2 or 3 major uh, what to say initiatives that is being rolled out in our current company. That way, I'm able to bring some kind of a change in the way the development team is working, and hopefully, I would like to see that change going down to various other teams that are in the process of adopting Agile Scrum for their career.
Yeah, so that's a very good and interesting topic to share, Guru. Thank you for bringing that out. Bringing about change is something that we as Scrum Masters always aspire for and take it for granted that that is definitely going to happen, but it's not that easy. It needs time, so perseverance. So hopefully you get to see the change that you would like to bring about. And maybe about the challenges that you face about not being able to apply specific concepts, we can discuss as a team and kind of maybe help you out on that. Okay, thank you for bringing that out, Guru. Who's next?
I think we're done.
All done?
Yeah.
Okay. Suram, would you like to bring some points from your end?
Okay, yeah. So good thing is, yeah, a lot of learning with you guys. I'm in touch with a lot of people with the various regions, various country, and it's an amazing thing to talk to all these people and learn from them. And yeah, bad thing is, yeah, I mean, I lost a couple of my team members to whom I'm interacting, and then suddenly you came to know that they are no more. So it's a, yeah, I mean, very, yeah, different altogether, different experience. Suddenly, if you lose someone who is very near and dear to you, and changes, yeah, I'm getting a lot of fat, so I have to reduce my weight. Doctor told me, and I mean, I'm making a plan that okay, I'm going to hit a gym, but somehow it's not materializing as of now. So yeah, these are the things from my end, Rakshit.
Thank you for sharing that. So like we somehow have to have a similarity connect. So we have Shashank bonding with Bhuvana, and maybe you can bond with Shashank for the workout routine.
Yeah, we can sync up online, Sunan. We can have a virtual session.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Okay, so
yeah, I think the entire team wants to get fitter. So it seems to be a good sign now.
Yeah, fit world is the future world, right?
Only thing is we are just thinking,
yes,
we are not executing. That's the only problem.
executing is a difficult thing, but I agree. But since the pandemic started, I feel that I'm married more to my chair than to my wife. So that's a different story. But yes, let me bring out some of the things that I have encountered the last 1 month. So when I say about good things, so what I see is a lot of people are coming out in the open and helping in terms of blood bank or money donation or group funding, pooling to help people who are hospitalized. So it's a very good thing that I'm seeing happening all around. Bad thing, of course, comes to the fact that we have seen a lot of loss of lives in a very young age, which we thought they would be having more years to survive, but unfortunately, fate had different plans. Um, when I say learnings, I think this group, the community that we have, in which we are able to bring about our difference of opinions and have a constructive feedback, which is kind of very enhancing for me because whenever I think that I understand this concept well and I'm being proven wrong the immediate next day when I see those group discussions. So yes, um, last 1 month, if I can sum up everybody's good and bad things and the changes, it is somehow related between your personal life, your professional life, and the things that is stopping you right from being positive in life. So yes, self retrospective is very, very important for us to look at the different aspects. And in the last 15 minutes, I was able to understand the different areas of the life. So bottom line, I would say that during these difficult times, please be empathetic towards your team members, towards each other, because this is the need of the hour. I don't know what you are facing. I don't know what your parents are facing, right? So you might have been going through a lot of stuff, and then you come back and do your job without any kind of question. So I would like to start off by giving a round of applause for everything that you do in these difficult times, keeping aside all the challenges. So can you have 30 seconds of clapping for each other? Okay, great. So how was the retrospective that you did about yourself? It's about asking some difficult questions about yourself and then sharing with your team. How was that experience?
It was interesting, Rakshat. We get to know, I mean, we got to know a lot about each other and the common terms and phases on which we are right now, right? So what we have been through and what we are planning to. So that really helps.
Yep. Okay. So I'm thinking that this is a very good feedback, and I'm going to continue that. All right. Moving on to the case study. So in case if you do not remember the last session that Adil quite magnificently handled about these pirates, right? So what you can see on the screen is quite a bit of shortened summary of the case study, right? So would you like to go through that? Let me read that out for you. So we have a group of 9 pirates comprising of 5 from onshore and 4 from offshore. So they're all sailing in a journey with the same learning, leaving midway, and others replacing them en route is on a mission to improve the performance of a website so that it loads faster and provides an appealing UI. So it's all about a website enhancement, right? So what we have done so far in the previous sprint is we have, let's say, sailed 20 nautical miles or sprints, and we have a lot of work to catch up. So we have 60% more of work to catch up, which was in the previous sprint. So I'm hoping that we have at least covered another 20% in the last sprint, for which we're going to have a quick discussion. Are we on the same page here?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So the last retrospective was about Agile in the sea. This time I thought, how about having a different way of handling it? Okay, so before I get to that, there were some action items that we have actually planned in the previous sprint, right? Let's go through that, and I'd like to see if there were any action items that is not yet completed, or if there is any dependency, or if there are any challenges. Let's talk about that. So we had a action item to create a team calendar so that you can keep a track of the capacity of the team. So this is the reason Shashank was working on that, and I see that Shashank was able to create the team calendar and update that. So everything good from your end, Shashank? Any challenges?
Yes, Rakshat, we are able to do it, and I'm following up with team on every sprint basis, and we are updating in Confluence and keeping it updated.
Perfect. And from Nacha, streamlining the ad hoc interview work with proper rosters, so that is going good. I haven't heard any challenges from her, so I think that's going good. From Suvarna, automating test coverage is being worked upon, but with so many people getting involved, I understand that's a challenge. But would you like to bring out anything, Suvarna? Do you need any help?
Yeah, for now, we are good. Honestly speaking, I didn't expect so much participation, and that's a good thing. But out of that, what is coming out is there's a lot of management overhead that we.
No, that's definitely understandable. So our action items, and we take account using the potential vendors, which is going to meet our expectations. So this is going to be a long shot, and I can help you with that. Maybe you can set up some calls and see if you can maybe streamline this process or making it a bit quicker. But apart from coordination with that team, are you facing any other challenges?
Not as such, Rakshat, because we have identified few, potential tools. So we just need to catch up with them and see how we can take it ahead.
Okay. And I see that from your end, Guru, everything is going well on the interview part, documentation. Any challenges from your end?
Nothing at this point in time, Rakshit. And as we have a scheduled every week on Fridays, we have a half an hour slot where we review about the progress being done with respect to the current sprints, and also what was the ones that were supposed to be done as part of the previous sprints, and check where we are with respect to the progress. And if in case if it needs some additional hands to complete the documentation, we ensure that the right persons are available for the team to have the documentation in place by the end of 5th sprint. That's what we have agreed internally to complete when we have this documentation ready for the new joiners and the new people who join the team.
Awesome. I really appreciate, guys, because when you take an action item and accountability, we are working diligently towards the due date. At the same time, we're also working on the current sprint item. So thank you for that. And the only dependency I see is the infra team collaboration. So I'll work with you on that. Okay.
Sure. Thank you.
Great. So looks like our plate is empty. So I'm really happy about that. And let's move on to this post-mortem technique that I'm going to call it for the retrospective. So please don't get spooked by the name. We're not talking about any kind of deaths or post-death introspection. This is about our sprint. And when I say post-mortem, this is something that has ended previously. And we're just going to dissect it and look for the opportunities to improve. And we are just going to shed something that is not working out. And we're going to take out some learning items and action items. Right. So what you can see right now are 4 quadrants. If you see the left top corner is the areas what we like. So please make a note of the pointers in which you think that these are things really went well during the sprint and I really love them. Right. So big thumbs up for that. Quadrant number 2 on the top right corner, what you see is the areas of improvement. So maybe you could have listened to something the other team was speaking in their meetings and you thought, okay, why not we try this in our sprint, right? So we could have improvised. Let's say cut down on the testing opportunities is one of them I could think of. Next is what we learned are the list of opportunities that we would like to bring about. Okay, so learnings. And the last one would be the action items or takeaways that we can take accountability for us to continue, just like we did in the pre-mortem. Are we good at that?
Yes.
So
awesome. So
Rakshit,
let's come.
Rakshit, now I feel
Yes,
that someone is going to be the Sherlock Holmes over here with this technique, right?
Yeah, I would say you would get a very good understanding about, or I would say a holistic view about what is happening. So as a Scrum Master, it is very important that you keep a grip or understanding about the entire process structure as a whole. So that will help you to guide the team as well. So yes, I'm going to be the Sherlock Holmes.
Let's solve the mystery then.
Let's solve the mysteries, guys. Okay, let's go get going. And let me do one thing. I will just open the link that I've shared with you. So what you see here is a hyperlink. Please click on that. And that should take you to a page like you see right now. I'm sure we are familiar with idea boards. This is an open source tool where it is kind of used by multiple areas for us to create retrospective sessions like this. So if you think some of the companies are not allowing us, we can always go back to our traditional way of Confluence page, right? So since we have the access, let's utilize it. Okay, I see the pointers are coming in through pretty quick. So just remember your name and your point, so that it's easy for us to understand who is bringing what to the table, right? And if you see that there are 2 items which is similar in nature and pretty much giving us the same end goal, you can delete yours and click a like on that. So we can count it as 1 item with 2 people agreeing to that instead of having the same item repeated twice. Okay. So we do have some learning opportunities. That's good to bring up, and the count is increasing. Okay, so do not fill in anything for the action items right away. The action item is going to be the culmination of all the 3 quadrants that we discussed, and we will prioritize the item that needs to be addressed immediately. Take it as an action item and accountability, set up a due date and work towards it, just like we did for the last sprint. Okay, so do not fill anything for the action item. Are we good to go? I say pretty much everyone has their pointers. Anyone left to be updated on this board? I see everybody's updating. Just let me know once we are ready for discussion.
Yeah, the board seems to be full now.
Done, Rakshit.
Yeah.
Definitely overwhelming. Lots to discuss. My plans for becoming Sherlock Holmes looks to be in jeopardy. Okay, shall we start?
Yep.
Okay, can you just look at the board overview and just try to see if there are any pointers that is matching? We can delete them, clear the clutter, and maybe like specific sticky note if your ideas are matching. Or all the pointers are identical, non-identical rather.
Yeah, somehow I feel what we missed in Shashank and Suvarna, the more or less it is the same, right? Spillover user stories and too many issues found at last moment. So do you think we can club them or yeah?
Up to you, Shashank. Suvarna, is your idea pretty much the same? Might be a different choice of words.
The reason why I mentioned spillover user story is regarding the scope. Rather, once we started the sprint and we started working on the user story, we found out some additional scope there. So we thought that we could actually split that story into multiple stories.
Okay.
For
No, that's fine. Ame and Shashank. Well, let's do one thing. Let's get started. In the middle of the conversation, if you feel that something is matching, you can delete your and like somebody else's. Okay. Okay. So let's begin with what we liked, the areas that really work good for us. So we have team collaboration that worked for us, and we have good support from the product owner, and we had got many volunteers. Adding to that, we had a clear visibility and enthusiasm. And surprisingly, we were able to close a couple of items before time. That's really good. Gives us some time to look at some other aspects and performance management tools analysis. Okay, that's working good as well. So yes, I'm really happy to see that a lot of factors are going good for us. But I think our major area of focus should be the areas what we missed and what we learned, right? So let's move on to that. So let's discuss the first sticky note, Shashank. Can you just give us a brief as to what you mean by spilling off over user stories?
Yeah, Rakshit. The reason why the one of the user story in this past sprint got spilled over is that it had a huge scope, which was not clear at the initial phase. So as we were started working on the user story, I think there was some more detail needs to be added in the acceptance criteria. So maybe so that could be a reason why this actually the scope has increased drastically, and which would take more time for the coding and also the testing for this user story. So I think we can, yeah, maybe we can discuss about that in the action item as to what can be taken to avoid this.
No, definitely. It makes sense because unless you have a good acceptance criteria, it's difficult for a development team to understand what they are expecting to be completing, right? Okay, so accepted. I'm adding that as an action item. We can work on prioritizing that later. Guru, would you like to bring out your point?
Yeah, with respect to some of the coordinations between the integration team and the Scrum team, because this integration team sits out of a different location and there are a separate team. Even though there were a few hiccups in the initial phases, I think those initial hiccups could have been avoided had we actually planned it. And as a Scrum Master, if I could have been able to foresee that kind of a scenario, but as a Scrum Master, I missed that. So due to that, some of the iterations got extended. Of course, we were able to complete that in time, but the multiple iterations could have been avoided had I been a bit proactive. So I take that personally as a Scrum Master for my area of improvement, so that the same will not repeat in future, and we are able to bring this kind of a scenario and plan accordingly. That's a miss
Right.
from my
So,
side, I personally.
okay. No, that's fine. Every day is a learning for us. So what we're taking away here is effective or a better collaboration, right? So I'm adding that pointer in the action item. We can discuss that. Thank you, Guru.
Thanks.
Suvarna, would you like to bring your 2 pointers?
Yes, yes, Rakshit. So as you know, we started this test automation activity in order to reduce our manual testing effort. And there were many volunteers from even from other teams to participate in this activity. So that is something which is very good. Despite their own targets and their own schedules, they made time for this activity. So that is one good thing. And another thing is that we've managed to, despite hiccups, we managed to close the feature before time. So that is a good thing.
Okay, yeah, that's good. I mean, it's always going to be a challenge to coordinate between multiple teams. So yes, we can work on that. So it is pretty much the same thing that Guru is also facing. Okay, so we have work in our hand. How about this one? Too many misses found at last moment. Could you elaborate?
Yeah. So we found quite a lot of issues. We were good to go. We were done with the development, and had we not found so many issues, I think we could have sped up much better. So we, because of these last minute issues, we had to sort of stretch and work on those issues. So that is one thing that learned early testing would have prevented that. So
Okay, so I would say better planning.
yep.
Okay.
And another thing that we could have planned better is, again, we did not anticipate the participation. So multiple teams, and they're having, everyone having their own schedules. So that needs to be sorted out.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for bringing that out, Suvarna. Okay, how about you, Adil?
Yes, Raksha. So during this whole, activity of finding out potential tools, etc., in that way, I think somewhere we missed on, getting a bit more further deep down, understanding what kind of risk we might, encounter or go through, because since we are more, wanted to procure some third-party tools. So that's something I think we again need to investigate, further.
Yeah, so if I can sum it up, I'm talking about risk management.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's a very good point. Okay, any update, or maybe Amey, you can just bring out your pointers.
Yeah, so I have a couple of things. The first thing is on the unplanned vacations or a sick leave. So ideally we planned everything, but we as last minute surprises, getting that I will not be coming tomorrow, or so those last minute surprises which we couldn't take care of it well. So that was on the unplanned vacations, and of course we need to have little bit less capacity. I would suggest, like this time we all started with 100%, so maybe we should have little bit of buffer. That would be something. So that is one point. Then release dates, yes, we had those release dates, and we had we have that immediate and other cycles, but we did not plan it well. Maybe the release date we could have taken somewhere, like moving into an emergency release. So that is what we missed. And on the integration of the CI/CD tools, we could have managed it better. There was a bad background job setting, and we encountered at the last minute. So that is what we missed. Just to
Okay.
sum up, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe the CI/CD aspect is one thing we can look at under the planning aspect, right? And unplanned leaves is something that Shashank is working on his team calendar. Yes, so we can work on that as well. But I will just mention that unplanned leaves is definitely a challenge during this pandemic. So yes, we have work cut out for us. Okay. So I believe everybody is looking at the list of action items, right? All of you agree?
Yes,
sir.
Rakshan.
Okay, great. Okay, so let me move on to the areas wherein we were able to learn something, right? So, Sashank, can you just tell us the learning pointer that you have updated?
Yeah, Rakshat. So as Suvana is already planning and coordinating on the automation perspective, right, where she's gathering some volunteers who are ready to get trained and start equipped with the automation tools and implement that in our daily sprints, right? So that will definitely be helpful for us to to save time, to reduce the manual efforts, and also it will also enhance the code quality of the code that we are currently developing. So I think
Yeah.
automation will definitely play a strong role in our daily lives, I think. Yeah.
No, I definitely agree. That is going to help us bring us product to market sooner than anticipated. But yeah, that's a very valid point. And Suvana is doing a great job in organizing the team. So that's a good learning. And I understand, Adil, we are working on the third-party vendors, and that is a challenge altogether in terms of security and licensing factor. So yes, we can work on that. And okay, that's an interesting point. Guru, um, maybe you can just bring up that point.
Yes, Rakshit. One of the learnings was some of the standard codes were not used where it was required. Basically, what happened was for the standard, some of the standard validations, there were already classes available in the application, which could have been used, but the team necessarily bugs or injecting bugs into the system, which would have been avoided. That was a good thing. And also in the process, we learned some of the new classes, which not many people would be knowing. So that was a good learning for the technology team. And we can start using that, thereby reducing the overall effort that is required for the team and as a whole to bring down the efforts for the overall project.
Got it. So follow a specific standardized code is
Yes.
one of the areas we can look at. Okay, great point. Thank you. Amey, could you just give us a brief about what do you mean by effort analysis?
Yeah, so we could have spent more time in doing more detailed analysis rather than just taking in the first shot and saying, these things could have worked. So where you see many things have been missed out, maybe if we could have covered more in our detailed analysis, we could have achieved it in a nicer way. So what I mean to say is rather than starting immediately, let's spend some more time in investigating and spending little bit of quality time. That is what I meant to say, effort analysis.
Okay, so we are talking about the quality of the requirements. Okay.
Yes, up to some extent, yes.
Basically bring in all the clarity that is needed, and as a team we have to understand that requirement. Only then I can do a bit of analysis so that there is less of risk factor, right, when you go later down the sprint and realize there are dependencies. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, that's a very good point. So looks like we were able to sum up the areas of opportunity and the learnings in the form of action item. Can you just have a quick peek into that and tell me if we are able to include everybody's pointers today?
Wow,
So we have acceptance.
Yeah. So we are on the final part of putting actions now. Yes.
That is the most important thing, right? So
Yeah.
once we get this area clear, I'll be the most happiest person on the earth. So we have acceptance criteria, we need better collaboration, we need better planning, and of course, risk management would be there anytime when we have a third party involved. Leaves management and standard code and quality of requirements, proper effort analysis to ensure that we do not have user stories spilling over, right? Like Sashank mentioned. So yeah, so I see that Amey has suggested an amazing way of doing what he just suggested, right? So when we say effort analysis and understanding the requirements, invest criteria is an amazing way of doing that, right? I'm sure everybody's aware of what is an invest.
Yes.
Okay. And we know what is a Moscow technique: must have, should have, could have, would have, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Yes.
so this would require a product owner and the Scrum Masters working in tandem to ensure that the Scrum Master is able to guide the product owner and making him understand that not every development team would be able to understand the business requirement, right? So it's your job to break it down in a simpler form so that I, as a Scrum Master, can work with my team and give you a proper estimate, right? Okay, I think Shashank added that well-refined user stories during refinement session to determine the right acceptance criteria. That is the pointer that I added, Shashank. If you look at the first sticky note, the acceptance criteria,
Yes, yes,
I think that should cover it. You might just hit a like on the first sticky note.
sure.
Suvarna, create a regular catch-up and block people's calendars so that they are available to sync up and work together. Yeah, what do you suggest, Tim? How do you handle this? The challenge that Suvarna is facing, right? Getting multiple people on a single call while respecting everybody's time.
Okay, what I
What do you think, Suvarna? What do you have in your mind?
yeah. So what I thought of was just right now it's not organized. There are people joining in and moving out, working according to their own schedule. While keeping that flexible, we can have a regular sync up maybe once in 1 or 2 days, so that tasks for the next days can be planned, and that sort of back and forth still does happen while still not disrupting their schedule. That is
Yeah,
what.
that's one way of doing it, definitely. And maybe if I may suggest, we can try one thing is since we have multiple teams involved, we would pick up one point of contact from each team, get them on a call instead of getting the entire team on a call.
Yep, that's
So
okay.
he or she can pass on the information to the rest of the team. End of the day, our job is to get the work done and not get everybody on a call, right? So let's
Right.
pick up one POCs from each team, get them on the call. So my job can be done with 5 members instead of 30 members, right?
Right.
Okay, let's try that. Let's see if we can implement that.
Sure.
So too many action items, guys, and everybody I think has put up a very valid point, and these are important ones. But unfortunately, we have a 2 week sprint and we have to do our regular work, and we cannot accept all these action items. It is going to be a burden on each one of us. So can we prioritize which one? At least we can pick up 3 action items. Can you prioritize from the highest to lowest?
So do we need to use voting?
Vote?
Yep.
Yes. So please hit a like or keep on adding those numbers in the sticky notes. I can see that we have already 2 votes.
Yeah, so Rakshit, just on a funny note, after a long time, I'm going to do a voting again.
Please take a selfie to prove that. That's the trend. It's difficult to convince people that I got vaccinated or I have voted without a selfie.
It also depends where you have taken.
Yeah. So that's a good point. I would like to take it offline. So this is interesting. We have 1, 1, 1, and 2. And just one thing to keep in mind, guys. Okay, please remember that if your point is not considered a high priority, it doesn't mean that it is being completely avoided. It's just that there are other priority items that we need to work on, and we will definitely come to yours, right? Are we done voting?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So we have the highest votes given to a proper refined user stories and acceptance criteria, right? So yeah, so who would like to take this action item to communicate with product owner, understand the fact that a product owner, we are expecting them to know it all, but they might not be aware of. At times, we do not have an actual product owner. We might have a proxy product owner, right, who is more of a business analyst. So he or she might not be very good in Agile. So it's important for us as a Scrum Master to explain them that this is the process and your contribution plays a major role. Who would like to be taking ownership on this item. Shashank,
Yeah,
since it is
Rakshit.
yours, would you like to go for it?
Yeah, I would like to take it
Okay,
up,
great.
Rakshit, and also and Amay's point is also similar to that, where in invest criteria and Moscow technique is very important at the user story refinement session, right? So definitely, me and Amay, I think we can coordinate with the product owner. And what do you say, Amay?
Yes, yes, I would love to.
Yeah, sure.
Let's do
Okay,
it. Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah.
Great.
Two brains are better
So
than one,
that,
right?
yes. So maybe hit a like on this area and just combine that invest criteria into your bucket, Shashank. So we can cover both areas in one shot. So next on the list is better collaboration, better planning, unplanned leaves. So for each of the individual action items, would you like to take a responsibility, Guru, Suvarna, Adil, Ame?
Rakshit, I would like to take that on my plate.
Okay, okay, great. Suvarna, how about you? The planning part. So
Yes.
Suvarna, you're planning and you're pointed about creating a catch-up, right? So you
Yep,
and
yep,
I, we can both work on that. Let's set
yep,
up a call with only the POCs and let's kill that bird.
yep,
Okay,
yep.
awesome, done. So Adil, unplanned leaves, how do you want to tackle that? I think this can be handled pretty quick. We don't need an action item to take it and follow through it for the entire sprint. What is in your mind, Ame? How would you like to solve it?
Yeah, so Adil and we both were discussing that day that let's say maybe we can have a good communication plan. So if there is an emergency leave and usually we are not been notified, so there we are looking for some different options where they can communicate us in a better way. So
Right.
and also when they are going on leave, just having to get it done in a nicer way. Like even if they are on emergency leave, if there is nothing like if there is something priority, so some of them, or he can tell either Adil or myself, whoever can take his part at least for some point, which is very critical. So such things are popping
I
in my mind.
understand. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I would also like to bring one very important thing, especially in this time of the mental situation that everybody is going through, right? Planned and unplanned leaves could be the last of the point that I would like to think right now when something is happening with me, right, emotionally. So as Scrum Master, it is important for us to have that emotional connect and understand that not everybody is mentally fit to do their job. They are handling their challenges and coming to work. So I would say maybe have a little bit of more buffer of taking less work during the sprint and have some part of a buffer for unplanned leaves. We can tackle one way of doing that, and maybe we can also use the team calendar that Shashank has been working on. So these two aspects, what do you think? We can work on that?
Yeah, yeah, excellent. I think Adil, myself, and Shashank, we will all come together now. Yeah, more closer.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
at least
Please,
virtually.
okay, yeah, and also ensure that you are not overburdened. You do not have too many items on the plate. Feel free to drag me in. I'll be happy to contribute. Right? Let's get this action item area cleared up. Okay. Any questions?
Correct.
Okay. So this has been, I would say, an amazing retrospective of what we did as a team. So that's amazing work. We have so many areas to work on, and hopefully next sprint retrospective is all about changes and less of missed, right? And let me move on to my favorite part. Okay, let me go back to sharing the slides. Okay. So team, what do you think about this? What do you mean by this?
Oh, I was waiting for this year. Finally, this has come. So bring some smiles again on our faces. Thank you, Rakshit. And I hope everyone is waiting. Thank you so much, yaar.
Yeah, it's
Please
like
show your love, show your respect, everything that you actually mean for your team members. Let's get this done.
Hey, Rakshit, this would be a big motivator for the entire team to work more better ways and also bring in the much needed
Yes,
the other side of
absolutely.
each person.
So one thing that always crosses my mind, right? Our families appreciate so much we do to be with them, to take care of them, to take care of their necessities, give them a good life. But if you notice, while you are doing that, you are actually spending 90% of your work with your team members. So this is your second family. So give it a thought, right? We are the family. So let's appreciate each other.
Sure, Akshat. And also without the support of our family at home, so this is not possible to fulfill our work and what's in our plate, right? So it's really commendable that that how both the families are working together to get the right outputs and the goal achieved, right? So that really is a plus point. Yeah.
Okay, let me go to that link. Did I share the link with you guys? The team appreciation link should be available with you.
Yes,
It's
Akshat.
on the slide. Okay, great. Let me click on that link. I will go there and let's have a very good visibility as to what we have to say about each other.
Yeah, and
Please start
Shashank, I would
filling
like to say thank you to you. Your I see already a positive message on your shirt. Happy. So makes me happy more now.
Yeah, I'm always happy with you guys because you're so cooperative and coordinating, right? So definitely the collaboration between the team members is that's what I'm saying, right? You need each row to to push this boat forward, right? So with every push and every row, only then we sail forward. So I really feel lucky to be part of this team. Thank you, guys.
You just brought back my memories of Agile industry retro. Really
Right,
both.
right. True.
I remember
Akshay,
that pirate background was amazing. Yep.
by the way, I wanted to ask, so are you giving a straight looking at, the commendable work the team has done? So should we ask you for a treat as well?
Yes, I'm always open for having an amazing team treat or maybe a lunch or a get together. So right now it's going to be virtual. So what do you think, guys? I have something in my mind. I was thinking, how about we create a team party pool, right? We just contribute some amount in that pool, and whoever is maybe, let's say, the star of that sprint, we can give him or her something, maybe in a coupon code or Amazon gift card, whatever you say.
Or
Do you think that's going to?
something, and the shipping address will be ours and the billing address will be ours.
I think there was a disconnection in the audio. I could not hear you, Suvarna.
So I can say I can start availing because this is the first time I'm getting so much excited. My name has popped up so many times. Thank you, team. I'm feeling very much obliged now. Thank you, team. Thank you so much.
You're the star, man.
Good job, man. You deserve that. You deserve everything that you are being
Pat on your
working
back.
on, right? So it has to be yourself that you have to do right now.
Yeah, I will feel short of words to all of you. Thank you so
If
much.
you, I know today's theme is post-mortem, so if you think that somebody is actually patting on your back, don't get spooked. Wow, that's some amazing list of appreciations. Are you guys done? Shall we just go through one of them, or maybe a couple of them, or all of them? I would say. Why not?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So let's see. Let me just sum it up for everyone. Okay. So thank you, Amey, for helping me on the tool analysis. Appreciate the team for volunteering to contribute to test automation despite tight feature deadlines. Guru, hats up once again as coming as firefighter. Great job, Nacha, for demonstrated your leadership skill, as well as thank you for sparing extra time and dedication and commitment. Yes, definitely. Amey, explain the business process, which helped me develop the coding of user stories. Adil helped me understand the release process as I'm new to the team. Great job in nurturing the talent. Suvarna helped me understand the pair programming. That's amazing. Adil helped me understand the release process as I'm new to the team. Looks like it's duplicated, but twice Congo, Adil.
Thank you.
Advance appreciation to team for the support during the draft sessions for the final cut. Yep. Guru was very patient and helped clarify many doubts despite having his action items in plate. Yes, Guru, you're taking a lot of stuff on your plate, so ensure that you have a bigger plate, right?
Yes, thanks for that.
And Guru, thank you for coming as firefighter as usual. Looks like you're going to be renamed as firefighter. Thank you, Rakshit, for making sure team did not have to worry about impediments. You're most welcome. Shashank, thank you for making team calendar and always being supportive. Yes. All right, so that's, oh, we have one more. Thank you, Rakshit, for being a wonderful Scrum Master. Is that SM Scrum Master or SM Superman?
Both.
I'll take it both. Well, thank you so much, guys. So it's definitely not possible without having an amazing team. When I say amazing team, this is right now my second family. So I love you guys, and thank you so much for being the amazing folks in work, in personal life, and everything. And we have something for Sunan for helping during the sprint review. Thank you, Sunan, for that. So if you look at it, everybody is making some part of an impact with each other's life, right? Did you notice that?
Yes, that's
So
true.
we
Yes.
are kind of in a mesh
Yes.
network, right? Everybody is connected and everybody's helping each other out. So that's the beauty of being in a close knit team, right? So whenever you invite somebody in the team, let's ensure that we give them the warmth and accept them and make them feel at ease, right? That's the job. So I would say an amazing sprint retrospective. What do you say, guys?
Yes.
That's
Okay.
true.
Indeed.
Yes, agree. Rakshit.
So Rakshit, everyone can claim points now, right? Because many stickies around. So, right? Thank you
Yes.
for being such a great.
So
Yeah.
Let's count
Amaz's
them.
expectations are actually getting higher and higher and higher. So please think about how much you want to pull in. What do you have in mind, Ame? What are you planning to buy?
Yeah, Amazon voucher for sure. I want to buy
Okay.
an Amazon voucher. Yeah.
Okay, guys, let's make that happen. We can take it offline. We can create a pool and give something that Ame actually deserves, right? So Ame, thank you for being the star of the sprint. And I would be sending you a form which would potentially be your feedback to see that how we can improve on the upcoming sprint. And let's continue doing the amazing things that we have been doing. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you,
Rakshit,
Rakshit.
Thank you.
for a wonderful session.
Thank you, Rakshit.
Thank you,
so
Rakshit.
much.
Okay, guys.
Most welcome, guys.
Thanks all. And I just want to take 2 minutes of everyone's time. So guys, honestly, like I have seen a lot of retro in my short career of whatever last 7 to 8 years. And I would say that this is the one of the best retro which I have seen. And whoever is watching this video, I must tell you the hard work which all these people have done to bring this retro session in front of you. And you can learn a lot of things from this retro. This is, I think, better than the actual retro which I have seen. And I just want to thanks everyone, Rakshit, especially the way he has drive this complete retro session, and all the participants, whether it's Guru, Adil, Shashank, Suvarna, Amya. Guys, right now it's 11 o'clock in the night, and I know it's a long, I mean, we are just shooting this session in weekdays, so it's going to be very tough. Tomorrow, again, these people will woke up. So I really want to thanks personally to each and every one of you. You are taking your time, and I'm sure that this video is going to be at least add some value to and lot of other people who's going to watch this video. So I really appreciate each and every one of you, the time which you have taken, and the way this this session is come up. I'm really happy. Yeah, guys, thanks a lot, Rakshit, one more time.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, guys, for amazing time that you have spent with each other, trying to bring it into life. So kudos to all of you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thanks,
everyone.
everyone.
Thank you.
Good job, guys. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you all.
Thank you.
A big hello to all my fellow Scrum Masters. Welcome to one more live demo simulation session. Friends, there are so many articles, books, YouTube videos on sprint refinement, but none of them shows us how it actually looks like in real world. This session is our small attempt to solve that problem. We have done similar live demo simulation sessions for the sprint planning, sprint review, sprint retrospective in the past. So go and check them as well. Link of all those sessions are in the description box. Friends, our team of experienced Scrum Masters spend a lot of their personal time for this session. So you all can learn from it and be successful in your job. Please appreciate their efforts in the form of big like. And if you are new to our channel, Careers Talk, then please do subscribe. You will find tons of valuable content for the Scrum Master on our channel. So let's begin this session without further delay. Over to you, Shobhit.
Hi everyone, I'm Shavik and I'm an experienced Agile and Lean practitioner with 13 plus years of experience. I bring more joy to the workspace and I increase productivity by helping executives, managers, and employees to create a better work environment. I'm passionate about inspiring teams on agile values and principles and also transforming the team towards building a frictionless organization. So why we are here today? So in today's session, we are going to discuss about backlog refinement. We will do a deep dive and also experience how it's done, right? And how it's done in real world and in real projects with real people. So without further ado, let's begin. What is backlog refinement? So product backlog refinement is a method of keeping the backlog updated, clean, and in the order of priority. So backlog refinement is a collaborative discussion process to decide if the backlog is ready for next sprint or maybe next couple of sprints. If the backlog is well maintained, a lot of time is saved at a sprint planning, right? And if the user stories are well defined, acceptance criteria clearly mentioned, risk and dependency identified and highlighted, and even cross-checked by all the team members, then the planning meeting will be easy for the team. And this backlog refinement, it also gives us an opportunity to the team members to interact with each other regarding the stories and have a shared understanding. It increases the efficiency of the team by reducing uncertainties, right? And refined stories are always easy to estimate, develop, and test and implement, right? So that's what the backlog refinement is all about. So there are a few noteworthy points. Backlog refinement is not a Scrum event. Okay, we will talk more about this in the next slide. And the Scrum team decides who, how, and when this refinement will be done. So there is no fixed criteria. It again depends depends on the product that team are building and differs from team to team. Refinement usually consumes no more than 10% of the capacity of the development team, right? And the product backlog items can be updated at any point of time by product owner or at the product owner's discretion. So as we all know, right, product backlog is owned by product owner, so he can update the product backlog at any point of time. Yeah. Okay, so as we discussed in the previous slide, that backlog refinement is not a Scrum event. So there's a lot of confusion among the people, especially who are new to the world of Scrum. That refinement is one of the Scrum event. So we all know like there are 5 Scrum events and refinement is not part of it. But why refinement is not part of it, right? What is the reason? So we if you see, like, refinement is not same for all the Scrum teams, right? We can't say that we can universally apply this refinement meeting to all the Scrum teams in the world, right? We can't say that it's a silver bullet, one size fits all kind of meeting. It varies based on the team and the product and the complexity of the work, right? And so maybe the question that you can ask me is, if it's not an event, then what it is? So it is actually a product management practice, right? It can be used by a product owner to make sure that the product backlog is healthy. It is in the order of priority. It is well thought through and it has got all the required information there, right? So another very important reason why it is not an event is that we can't have a predefined set of attendees or a predefined duration or predefined frequency for this backlog refinement. It is very contextual. Though we have an upper limit that it should not take more than 10% of the capacity of the development team, but we are not very sure, like, what should be the least amount of capacity that development team should put in, or the Scrum team, rather the Scrum team should put in into refinement. If the product that the team is working is pretty simple and I will not say simple because Scrum is applied in a complex world. If I say the product that the team is building uh, is they have the roadmap clear, they have mm, uh, the product is evolving, and they can in the team is mature and they can do the refinement even during their sprint planning. They don't need a refinement. But then there is a team who need to more time to do the refinement, so they must be spending at least 10% of their time in a sprint doing the refinement for the next future sprints, right? So it again depends on team to team, product to product, and it's very contextual in nature. Let's discuss who should participate in backlog refinement. So as we discussed in the previous slide that there is no predefined set of attendees, but let's see who are the primary participants for backlog refinement. So ideally, if we are having a team, Scrum team is having a backlog refinement, the product owner, the Scrum masters, and the developer should be part of the planning meeting. So that is the requirement, like the whole Scrum team should be there. But again, it's not mandatory. In case there are the cases where product owner along with a couple of the Scrum team members, couple of developers can have a meeting. So that is also kind of refinement, or just a product owner and a Scrum master can have a meeting. That's also kind of refinement. So it again depends, right? But ideally, the whole Scrum team should be present because the idea is to have the shared understanding, right? And then we can also invite the stakeholders or the other business sponsors. Uh, uh, so suppose we need some clarity around the business requirements, or we need some clarity around the product goal, and maybe a PO can explain that, or PO needs some help to help in explaining that to the team. He can invite the stakeholders and his business sponsors into this meeting so that they can come in and share their views, help the team in clarifying doubts. So yes, we can invite stakeholders and other business sponsors only, and they can only join upon invitation. It should not be like they can force in themselves into the meeting. Okay. And thirdly, we can also invite some cross-functional team members, maybe architects or the UX designer, or maybe business analysts, or maybe if there is any center of excellence team, right, who are working or building new logical solution, new technical solutions, and this team will get some need to implement that in their future sprints. So they can invite those person to gain that knowledge, gain their learnings, or learn more about what they have built, so that the team don't have to reinvent things from the scratch, and they can reuse which is already built. Or maybe the architect who can help the team, the development team member, to decide on okay, which approach is best suited or sustainable, right? So again, optionally, we can request any member, any cross-functional team member for their feedback or for their inputs into the backlog refinement meeting. Okay, so let's divide the backlog refinement into three parts, like what is needed to be done before backlog refinement, what's needed to be done during backlog refinement, and what's needed to be done after backlog refinement. So first of these three parts is like before backlog refinement, who is responsible for doing what? So I'll go by points. So product owner need to create the user stories. So it's the responsibility of the product owner, because he is the one who owns the product backlog, to make sure that the user stories are created, right? And it is created keeping the invest criteria in mind, and also the definition of ready in mind. Because without this two, especially without the definition of ready, it will not be accepted by the Scrum team members, right? Like right by the developers for starting the work. Yeah. And when I'm saying product owner needs to create the user story, again, it's not a hard and fast rule. It is recommended that product owner will create a user story, but when you go on the ground, so sometimes product owner, business analysts or work very closely with them, and they create the user stories. The direction comes from product owner, and the business analyst used to create it. But yeah, ideally the product owner is the one who are supposed to create the user stories, keeping the invest criteria in mind and the definition of ready in mind. What else we are going to do in before backlog refinement? Okay, so yeah, product owner, based on his vision, his discussions with the stakeholders or the sponsors, and based on the product goal, he will prioritize the backlog. Like whatever user stories he has created, he will analyze, or he will, maybe the Scrum Master can help the product owner with some prioritization techniques and help the PPI or the user stories that were there in the backlog on the order of priority, which will generate maximum value for the customer or for our stakeholders, right? So that the prioritization will need to be done by product owner before we get into the refinement meeting. Next, Scrum Master. So what should the Scrum Master do before the refinement? So Scrum Master need to coordinate with the product owner to identify what are the potential prioritized user stories that need to be refined. So Scrum Masters will have a quick chat with the product owner, ask him like, okay, what's your plan? Like, what is the plan for the next sprint or next to next sprint? What are the demands from the customers or what the stakeholders need? Let's prioritize those items and keep it ready for the refinement. Try to create the user stories. Try to put in whatever we know as of now into the user stories, the descriptions, the acceptance criteria, and then the any dependency and risk that we can think of. Put everything in there, and then during the refinement we can discuss more. Right. So that's an idea. The Scrum Master should promptly reach out to the product owner before the refinements. Make sure that the potential prioritized user stories are there and ready to be taken up during the refinement for discussion. Right. Now, what the development team should do before refinement. So ideally, the Scrum Master should communicate once PO and the Scrum Master collaborated and identify. Okay, these are the set of five user stories or 6 user stories that we are planning to discuss in our next refinement. Maybe Scrum Master can send out a note to the whole team, and the team, based on their available bandwidth, can go through this user stories before coming into the meeting, so that it will give them an opportunity or some bandwidth to prepare accordingly. Like they will have the time to think through what are the requirements, or what are the kind of questions they can ask during the refinement, and what all can be the risk and dependency. So sometimes, since it's refinement maybe can be a 1 hour long meeting, and while product owner is explaining something, the developers may not be able to think on all the aspects. But if the Scrum Master is sharing the user stories beforehand, the Scrum team or the developers, they can go through the list of user stories that are going to be discussed as part of refinement, and they will have some time to think on all the different aspects of that, and can come up with more relevant questions, right? Which may not be feasible in that short period of 1 hour. So that's something that good Scrum teams do. And lastly, as we discussed, we can invite people who are not part of the Scrum team, like optional members from different cross-functional teams, like architects or sometimes the business sponsor stakeholders. So if we share the same set of user stories with them, they can also go through them user stories and come prepared, like, okay, how they can contribute, what all inputs they can give during the discussions that we're going to have during the refinement. Yeah. Okay, so what we do during this backlog refinement meeting. So Scrum Master facilitate this backlog refinement session, and to kickstart, he will ask or remind the participant, like all the developers, that they should ask questions, and he encourage engagements basically, and he will make sure that the whole meeting is time boxed, and all the time is best utilized just for the refinement, right? The idea is to focus on more on what needs to be built and why it needs to be built, and less on the how part, like how it needs to be built, right? That thing can park, the team can park it for some other meeting. Right. So to start with, the product owner will describe the user stories, the prioritized set of user stories that were taken for refinement to the team. He will explain about all the different criteria, maybe all the acceptance criteria, what is the business value, what is the workflow look like, what is the usability, what are the risks, what are the performance dependencies, and what are the interface, etc., etc. So there can be many things. And once the product owner explain a user story to the whole team, at that point of the time, the team, or if in case there are some other members who are outside the team are attending that meeting, they can discuss around on that user story, and if they have any doubts, they will seek the clarification from the product owner, right? And the team also discuss around the amount of work, the technical challenges or technical dependencies, complexity, etc., etc. And they try to seek the clarity among themselves. And if there are open questions, they go back to the product owner to seek more clarity on that. Okay? So that's what the development team members do during the refinement meeting. And sometimes what happens, say if there is some questions which need answers, which the questions are more on a technical side where the PO may not be able to provide clarity. And if any architect is there in the meeting, so the architect is kind of a member outside from the Scrum team. They can jump in and they can share their input, right? They can share their ideas, like, okay, how it's going to be, or how it looks like. Similarly, if the question is more around the business side and it's beyond product owner's knowledge, then, and if a business sponsor or stakeholder is there in the meeting, they can pitch in and they can help answering those questions for the team, right? So that's the idea. Let's move on to the next slide. Okay, so there are a few more things that we do during the backlog refinement. Once the team is aligned, the team had got that shared understanding, then Scrum Master will facilitate this estimation for that user story. So the idea is, once team like talk through a particular user story, they identified all the risk and dependency, that discuss about the complexity of that particular user story. They talked about how much effort that will go into implement that. Then it's a good idea to estimate it and keep it ready for the sprint planning. So now the Scrum team will facilitate this estimation session. He can use anything, maybe a first of five, or a planning poker, or t-shirt sizing, whatever it is the team is comfortable and they are using. They will use that estimation techniques to estimate the user stories and then update it and keep it in the product backlog. Yeah, so that's the whole idea. And then the PO will again move it to the next user story, and he will do the same cycle until all the user stories that we identify to take up in the backlog refinement are covered, right? Now there can be few cases, few scenarios where things may go not as per plan. So let's discuss about those. uh, Suppose there is a user stories that, okay, team understood what is the complexity, what is the effort sizing, what are the dependency, what are the uncertainties, and after the discussion, and the team does go for the estimation, and the estimations were too high, like it's in the range of 8, 10, or 13. And then or maybe if you are doing a t-shirt sizing, it's in the range of XL or L. So it's a good idea to break it down into a smaller one. So the team will get in a discussion again, and with PO's discretion, PO can split those big stories into the smaller stories, keeping the invest criteria in mind, right? And if it's possible, we can do that. Then we will just do a re-estimate for those two splitted stories, two sliced stories, and give the story points and park it in the product backlog. So that's one of the thing that we can do. What else? Another scenario. Say while discussing one of the user story, there are some questions raised by the team where PO don't have the answer, and we don't have the uh, stakeholders or the customers in the call. So in that case, PO is not in a position to give an answer, and without that answer, there is too much of uncertainty around that user story where team can't even move ahead and give estimate that particular user story. So in those scenarios, a Scrum Master will suggest or propose to park this user story for the next refinement, and request the product owner to go back and get clarification on these open questions around this business uncertainty, right? So that's another scenario. And then the another scenario which is very typical is when there are technical uncertainty. Say now team is discussing and there is a healthy conflict between maybe two of the developers. One is saying that, okay, this approach is good, it will take less time and we can release the product within two sprints, while the other other developer, he has an idea saying that, okay, this approach doesn't look sustainable because 3 months down the line we have to scale up, and this approach will not help us in scaling, and at that time it will be a rework for us and we'll be adding tech debt if we go with this approach. Now there is this healthy conflict, and product owner being a person from a business side, he may not be able to answer that. So what product owner can suggest, or even if an architect is there, he can suggest, let's do a quick spike and try out both the approach, see what are the pros and cons, which is more feasible, and then we can decide. It will help us to decide like which approach will work. And until we do the spike on both the two approaches, let's park it. Yeah. So this is something which we normally you know see during the refinements. It's a very normal case. So these are the three different scenarios which you can think of. So yeah, these are the things that we do during the backlog refinement. Okay, so what we do after backlog refinement. So normally there's not much on a developer side or PO side that's need to be done after backlog refinement until and unless there is an action item as we discussed earlier, where PO is going to seek clarity from the business or the team is going back and doing a spike. But typically, what the Scrum Master do after backlog refinement is, or he's supposed to do is to send out the meeting minutes, and the list of the stories with the story points, which were like already refined and estimated. So he will send out those to the team, just to be more transparent and communicate, right? That's the idea. And Scrum Master can also send out a backlog health report. Again, it's not mandatory, but it's good to send. What is a backlog health report? If I have to just explain quickly, it's like how many user stories are there in the backlog, and out of which how many are prioritized, and out of those prioritized user stories, how many are refined and estimated. So it will give us a fair idea to everyone, the Scrum team as well as the stakeholders, like how what all things are refined and estimated and on the top of the backlog, which they can expect in future, expect in near future, right? Okay, so these are the few things that we do after the backlog refinement. Let's see what are the prerequisites for backlog refinement. So I already discussed it earlier in the previous slide. The only prerequisite thing before we get into the backlog refinement is prioritize future backlog based on the product vision and the product goal. And this needs to be done by the product owner. So it's product owner's responsibility to make sure that the backlog is prioritized in the order of value generation, and he should be able to identify the number of user stories that needs to be part of the refinement, where the team is going to discuss on that and refine and get it ready for the next sprint. Okay, now let's see what are the deliverables from the backlog refinement. So once the backlog refinement is done, we can expect three things. First is the refined user stories with the clear acceptance criteria and description, right? And also maybe most of the times we also estimate and make it ready for the planning. So yeah, refined and estimated user stories with clear acceptance criteria and description. The other thing, which is a takeaway after the backlog refinement, is that the whole team is having a shared understanding. The whole team is on the same page, right? Okay, and the last thing is if there are any dependencies which were identified during the discussion, those will be highlighted or may be added in the user stories. So it will help the team when they will get into the actual work. It's easy for them to look into, okay, these are the dependencies, or these are the point of contacts where I need to reach out. It will be easy for them to reach out to those people or mitigate those dependencies or risks, rather than figuring out everything during implementation. So it will save a lot of time and make life of a developer very easy. Yeah, so there are these three outcomes as part of as a deliverables from a backlog refinement. With that, we are now at the end of the boring part. So what's coming up next is full of excitement and learnings. Thank you everyone for your patience, and thank you for listening. Please do like, comment, and subscribe our channel. It's your love and support which keeps us motivated to come up with new and engaging content. Yeah. So let me quickly introduce you to the team, and then I will hand it over to Sunal. Okay. Okay. So this is our Scrum team. Kirti is our product owner. Arun, Priya, Manoj, Ramya, Sashank, Venkata, Sindhu, Neha, and Shankari are our developers, and I'm playing the role of a Scrum Master. So we do have a big Scrum team, not as per the Scrum guide. So sorry about that. But yeah, thanks, and let's see what's coming up next. Over to you, Sunan.
Okay, thanks, Shovik, for the great presentation. And I think it's time for our live demo. So over to you, Shovik.
Yeah, thanks, Sunan, for that. Okay, hi team, how are you guys doing today?
Good. How are you, Shovik?
Good. Good. Thanks.
Great.
Thanks everyone for joining, taking out time to join for our backlog refinement. So just to give you a heads up, I already communicated to you over the mail that our PO Kirti has planned to discuss 5 user stories for future sprints. So without wasting much time, I'll hand it over to Kirti. But yeah, one thing before that, so there are 5 stories, and as you know, like this meeting is time box for 1 hour. So we'll try to have a good discussion, try to have the shared understanding of all the stories that Kirti is going to explain as a team. And we will try to, like, I will try to see if each of the discussion for one user story does not go beyond 10 minutes. So I'll keep a time check. I'll keep you guys reminding if you guys are getting too deep into the discussion. Okay. Okay. Just a disclaimer. Over to you, Kirti.
Sure. Thank you, Shovik, for that time boxing thing. And hello, everyone. And since I can see some new faces out here, so I will just be reiterating the product goal once so that we are all aligned and we can understand the product much better, our product much better. Okay, just a second. I'll just share my screen. And here we go. So as you all know, this is the Fintech mobile app, a very futuristic one, which we are all proud of building. And this is the one which we are going to build in near future. But some of the features I would like to explain here now. So basically, what is a Fintech app? It's something which can do everything, right from stock shopping to payment wallets to creating new user accounts, transferring money, depositing cash, withdrawing cash, anything and everything what eases the life of any user. So we'll just be building this out, and this is what the Fintech app stands for. So as you can see, these are all the features which we are going to build in near future. So the first epic is what we are going to consider here today in our session as well, is the new account creation, because that will just kick off once the user boards in and gets onboarded on our app. Then we'll be able to have a customer profile kind of a thing, the spendings. We'll try and make things more and more easy for the user to just view, and the onboarding also of the user should be just seamless so that they don't feel much trouble joining our app. Okay, so this is the first one. The second epic is transaction management. This is a very critical part since this leads with the money dealing. So I would just like to explain the flow once based on the how transactions are going to flow in our app. So the first one is initiate relationship, where the user is going to send the request to the sender bank, and the KYC will be verified, know your customer as you call it, and the transfer request and submit transfer, and all these flows will, once it's validated, then we actually get into the money transfer part. So where the request will be flowing to the beneficiary bank, and the same way there'll be a real-time update where based on the currencies, based on the taxes, based on all the dealings of the money, the total net amount will be decided. And then once the amounts get delivered to the beneficiary, the beneficiary banks is again going to get validated, and then finally, once all the KYCs and all the validations are done, then finally the amount will be getting delivered to the beneficiary bank. And same the distributed ledger, we are going to update all the accounts concurrently, and that is what the on-demand reports also suggest, where we are going to give the confirmation and the reports will be published. So this is what is about the transaction management. The next one is again the part of the transaction management epic, which we are going to discuss today. It's about withdrawing cash through app, which would be cardless. You heard it right. It's cardless. We are trying to have a functionality built in where we are going to go through the ATM and you forgot your card, but what do? You can't withdraw the money? No, the app is going to solve the problem by actually enabling you to withdraw cash from the ATM without using your card at all. So we are going to discuss it more based on the user stories we are going to go with. But here we are done. And any questions, team, which you would like to ask here based on the product goal, or shall we move to the user stories?
Yes, we can go to JIRA.
All right. Sorry, Priya, you're saying something?
Yeah, we can move to user stories.
Okay, okay, fine. So we'll go to our first user story, which is part of the transaction management epic. So as a fintech, as a regular fintech user, I want to transfer money from my bank account to another bank account using fintech mobile app so that I can easily manage my finances and pay my bills on time. So this is a regular feature which we've been using it across our apps currently, but a very important one because there are a lot of validations in place. So the acceptance criteria goes like this. User can log into the mobile app. User can enter the desired amount to transfer. Desired amount is within user's current balance. Receiver's account information is authenticated prior to transferring the amount. Both accounts are updated concurrently after validation. Email and in-app confirmation of transactions are sent out to users and receivers. So this is our first user story, which we are going to work at. So this functionality should work for the existing ones who are already using our app, and through banks, they have already got the app in place and their transactions are already in process, but this functionality we need to enable through our mobile apps. Yeah.
Yeah, I see Neha is having a question. Please go ahead, Neha.
Yes. Yes. So we have to add beneficiary before transferring the amount.
We have to add beneficiary. That's right. We have to add beneficiary before transferring the. That's right, Neha. We have to do that.
So, how much time it will take to activate that beneficiary after adding?
So, yeah, Neha. So I would just like to answer this question. Like this time, there are two kind of transactions which are having. If we are doing a UPI payment, it can be done on real time without adding anyone. Okay, and if there are beneficiary you would like to add for, because it is going to be a recurring payment, then it should be we are targeting at around not more than 30 minutes, because there are some banks which are taking a day or so, and we want to be really competitive on this front, and we want to make it more and more real time. So it's not more than 30 minutes is what, once we add the beneficiary, it should not be more than 30 minutes to make it functional.
Okay, that's clear. And one more point, we are having some OTP verification also.
OTP verification is not required in case where OTP verification as in during the transfer of the money, or you are asking from the beneficiary's end?
No, while we are transferring money.
Okay, while we are transferring money, if you're doing through your app, there will be an OTP which will be coming post you initiate the fund transfer, not during adding the beneficiary. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Neha, for your question.
Yes, Deepika is also having a question.
Yes, Kriti, my question is like the payment, what we are doing, is it within the same bank, or we have that facility to like make transfer for other banks as well? And how are we going to proceed? Like if it is for other banks, so it is followed up with Neha's question, like do we have to authorize them before it is the same?
Yeah, so any bank it is, we have to authorize them, we have to add. But it should not be more than 30 minutes. The timelines remains the same. And to answer your first question, yes, it should be any bank. Since we will not be limited to just our bank, it will be any other bank transfer. We have to just be ready for it.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, Manoj, you can go next with your question.
Yeah. So what I see here, like pay my bills on time.
looks like I can use this app for paying my bills as well, right? So
Yes, correct.
I feel like if I want to pay, let's say like I want to pay my electric bill. So I don't have anything to add in my like beneficiaries in my account, right? So how will I do this?
No, actually, if you see, even if you are going for paying any of the bills, there is an account number provided. So you can add that as a beneficiary for now, and then we can have this functionality in place for any of the billing partners for us. So there is a account number and there is a details provided for every site. You can add that, be it like credit card bills if you're trying to do. So you can add that as a biller and you can go ahead and do your payments.
Okay, so you mean to say like anything, whatever I'm trying to transfer money, so there should be beneficiary account number for which need to be configured in my account.
Yeah,
right?
so beneficiary account number or UPI, both of them is what we are targeting for this sprint at least. We are going to go it more and more deeper during our coming sprints, but this is the minimal viable feature which we want to have for this sprint where we are just starting and kicking off with one payment kind of transfer, beneficiary and UPI.
All right, yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Manoj, does that answer your question, Manoj?
Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Thank
Priya,
you, Manoj, for your question. Yeah.
I see Priya is also having a question. Maybe
Yeah.
she can go
So I just want to ask, there would be any upper limit for this transaction? Like you said, desired amount is within user current balance, but suppose balance is like the 3 lakhs and he wants to withdraw kind of the 2 lakhs. So is there any upper limit?
So it's a very good point, Priya. I think I should modify the user story with the daily amount which can be withdrawn. The maximum limit is 50,000 for now. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, any more question from you, Priya?
No, thanks.
Thank you. Shankari, I believe you also have something to ask.
Yeah. So is there any restriction on transferring amount to the beneficiary account if the beneficiary account is added now? And is there any limit? The transaction can happen only after 24 hours, or is there any limit within the 24 hours? Any amount is restricted?
We don't have any limitations of amount except it should be within the limit of 50,000, and beneficiary should be once added, it should be active within 30 minutes is what we are targeting. Did I answer your question, Shankari?
Yeah, yes, Kirti.
Thank you for your question.
Okay, any more question from anyone? And Kirti, you just mentioned about the 30-minute limit after adding a beneficiary. Will that be part of this story? Or,
yeah, I'll just add.
Well, Kirti is adding. Is there any more question on this user story?
So this is not a question, but I'm just trying to recall. Like I think we have already implemented something related to login that mobile app, right? So could we use the same functionality over here also, or what is the need? Just trying to understand. The first point over here, user can log into the mobile app, right? So for login functionality, the secure like password, all those things, we have implemented that functionality earlier, right? So we are going to use the same thing, or is there any specific requirement in this user story for login perspective?
Kirti, you like to answer that?
Okay, so if for any other business bank, or you have used the existing functionality, we can definitely use the existing one, which will definitely save a lot of effort for us, and reusing will definitely be enabling us to build more and more functionality faster. So we would definitely like to go ahead with it, but look and feel should be what, as per what we have already discussed with our stakeholders, and we need to stick to that.
All right. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Manoj.
Great, guys. Thanks for asking some thought-provoking questions. If we all are good and no more question, shall we go for first of five?
Sure.
Estimating user story.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, let me see everyone, enlarge my video. Okay, on a count of three, maybe if you can give me what you think about it, user story should be as per your achievements. Okay, so yeah, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I see most of you are showing 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. No, that's a unanimous decision, no conflict. Okay, I see Sunan is showing it as 8. So most of us are 5, Sunan is 8. Sunan, you like to share what make you think that this user story is worth 8 story points?
I think our team members are pretty new. They have joined recently, so we never know, right, who is going to pick this. So it may take time for them, but then I believe if everyone is agree on 5, so I will also go with it.
Okay, great. Thanks guys. So Kirti, if you just update the story points to 5, and then we can move on to the next one.
Thank you, team, for wonderful questions. Really appreciate it. Okay, so we are done with user story number 1. We'll go to the next story. Okay, so the next story is pretty interesting. As a regular Fintech app user, I want to withdraw cash from my bank account to another bank account using Fintech mobile apps so that I can easily withdraw cash without using my card. So the user story says that like I explained during the product vision, what we have, we want to make the transactions more and more seamless for the users, and the card should not be a mandatory thing for withdrawing your cash. Okay, so once we user can log into the mobile app, user can enter the desired amount to withdraw. They definitely have to go to the ATM machine, and this card technology can be drawn using the quick QR code. So there are QR code which pops up on your screen in the mobile screen, and the ATM also, when you enter there's an option of scanning the QR code in the ATM. When you scan that QR code, which is reflected in your mobile, so that and the desired amount you have already entered, based on which the QR code will get generated. Once this is within the desired amount, the cash will be withdrawn from the ATM, and the accounts should get concurrently updated both in your account as well as an email and in-app confirmation of the transaction needs to be sent to the user. So this is the story, next story, which we are trying to build. Any questions, team, on this story?
Yeah, I see Deepika is having a question for you.
So Kriti,
Deepika, can go on mute.
Yes, I had a concern regarding the security issues here. So in case I have lost my mobile and I have not set any screen lock, app lock, anything or like that. So how is that taken care? Like security issues are considered and how it is overcome? What are the measurements taken here to resolve those security issues?
Right. So if you will know the beta version of the app which we had developed, where we have the fingerprint scanner, right? So without your fingerprint scan, the app is not going to open. So if that is not going to open, then this functionality will definitely not work. So security part we can cover with that. Did I answer your question, Deepika, or anything else which you would like to ask?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Deepika. Thank you. Thank you for your question.
Okay, I see Arun also is having one question for this. Arun?
Yeah, Shavik. So Kirti, regarding the security thing, I know we have the QR card, we have to go into the app to access the QR code. How about can we include another level of authentication by entering the debit card in the ATM machine? It's kind of another authentication. Can we do that?
Sorry, Arun, I just could not hear your question. Can you just please repeat once?
So along with the QR code scanning in the ATM machine, can we add another level of authentication by entering the debit card PIN in the ATM machine, so that we don't have to worry about the security thing? It's double validated.
Yeah, a good point. I think I need to talk to my stakeholders about this because, yeah, so I'll just get back on this. I'll just put it on my notes and I'll just get back on this. Yeah.
Okay, so it seems there are a few clarification that is needed here. But I see Neha is also having a question on this. Maybe Neha, you can unmute yourself and
Yes, sure. So Kirti, like the question is, the another account refers to different user account, or what it means here?
Another user account, sorry Neha, I didn't get this question.
Here in user story, it is written that account to another account.
Okay, I want to withdraw cash from my bank account to another account. Sorry, it's just that I want to easily withdraw the cash.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just good catch. Yeah, I'll just correct this.
Okay, thank you, Kirti.
No problem.
that's what QA are for, right? Okay. Priya, I
You
see
do a
you
very good
also
job on that front. Really appreciate it.
Okay, Priya, maybe you can go next with your question.
Yes. So is it the same current balance? The limit would be the daily 50,000 only, or it could be changed for this, Kirti?
No, we are going to go with the same 50,000 limit.
Okay.
Okay, shall I add that as well?
Yes.
It would be good to have that
Yeah,
clarity.
Sure. Good point. Yes.
Okay, any more question on this user story, guys? Okay, I don't see any. But Kit, it seems like we still have some open question for business.
Yeah,
right?
I agree. Yes.
So is it a good idea for you to go check with them, and maybe we can once you have more clarity around it, we can take this up in next refinement?
Yeah, fair enough. Yes. I'll just get some more clarity on this based on the another layer of security, because that is definitely going to impact the estimates and the level of complexity. I do understand. So I'll just get the clarity on this and I will get back on this. It's okay, Shobik?
Yeah, that works.
Okay.
Thanks, Kiti. Maybe
Thank
in that case, we can move on to the next user story.
Sure. So the next one says, as a regular Fintech app user, I want to deposit a check on my bank account using the Fintech mobile app so that I can deposit my money quickly and avoid theft while running to the bank. So there's just a little bit of pun added in the story. But the thing is that we would like to build this app where when we click, let's say suppose when we click any picture of the check from our mobile app, then that amount should get deposited in our bank account. And so without cash, actually, basically, but you are actually depositing the cash through the check. So let's say suppose somebody has given you a check, so you are clicking a picture of that through the app itself. The in-store gallery images will not work for that. So you have to click the image through the app itself, and then the money should be debited from the person who has given you the check, and money should be credited in your account, or vice versa, whoever is using the app. Fair enough. So I'll just go through the acceptance criteria. User can log into the mobile app. User can enter the desired amount to deposit. The picture needs to be clicked through app of the checks. The system processes and validates the authenticity of the deposit. Accounts are updated after the validations within 24 hours. Email and in-app confirmation of transactions are sent. So any questions, team?
Team, anyone has any questions on that? Yeah, I see Arun is having something.
So regarding taking the pictures of the check, I think we have existing functionality used in another project. We can leverage that, and we can try to use this as part of the development. That is something we can consider. Yeah.
Sure, Arun, that would be great. Yeah.
Okay, anyone else? Yeah, Priya.
Okay, so here also, sorry, same question for all three. Again, the check deposit you say, does we do have any upper limit for the checks as well, like amount wise?
No, for deposit, we don't have any limit.
Any amount we can do that.
Yeah, we can deposit. Yes. Shall I add it?
Yes, but we should have some bank limit, right, for that particular check deposit.
Okay, I will check this again and I'll get back to you. But once I discussed with the stakeholders, they were not of the opinion because the amount is coming to the bank. So they were happy with it, but I will just go back and check once. Okay.
Okay.
Great. Any more point, guys?
I have
one more question. Sorry.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Go ahead.
What about the license and all about this particular application? How we will get the license? Is it the third party application or how it is?
The validation. Sorry, somebody was saying.
Priya, we're trying to use the existing functionality, but we have to do a research on that, how we can integrate with our app and use it. But if you're talking about different licensing, external softwares, then there will be added cost to the company. That also need to be considered. But for now, existing functionality, we have to have a research on that.
Okay. Okay, fine. So we can develop this kind of application in-house as well, right? Or do we really require the third party or one?
We need to research to understand how critical, how difficult it would be. Based on that, we can design.
Okay.
We need to understand the existing functionality.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, we would like to go in-house for this because if we involve the third party, we'll be paying the licensing cost, and our customer data we cannot we cannot expose them to the third party, and said there are a lot of security aspects which get into because we are dealing with crucial info. So we would like to build this in-house. Yes.
Okay, so like I have seen the similar application in other modules and other business units, so we can discuss it offline about that particular application.
That would be great. Yes, that would be great. Yeah.
Okay, Kirti, just a quick thought. I'm just thinking like building a in-house app may take a long time and it may impact the deliverables that we have in mind as per our PI planning, right? So the point someone suggested, like the third-party app, right? Is it possible that we can do a quick spike to just have a quick check how feasible that is? What are the security controls over there? If it matches to our requirements, maybe it will save us some time. Just a thought.
Sounds good. Let's do a spike first. Let's do the POC kind of a thing, and then maybe we can just talk about what security issues we are having, if there are any. So we can go ahead with that. Yeah, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with this approach.
Great. So I'll need some volunteers here, like who have some time in this sprint to spend few hours during the spike.
I can do it. Sure.
Oh, great, Arun. You need any helping hand?
Not now, but I will reach out.
Okay, and it will not impact whatever commitments were given in current sprint, right?
Yes, it won't.
It will not, or yes?
It won't.
It won't. Okay, great. Okay, Arun. So by when we can hear from you?
By tomorrow.
Fair enough. So what I'll do, Arun, I'll set up a call maybe between Kirti, you and me. So the whole team is not required, just to understand what are the outcomes from your spike. And once we decide whether to go with that approach, like in-house approach or taking the third-party app, we'll again involve the complete team in next refinement, and we'll get back to this story.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Arun, for picking that up.
Thank you.
Venkata has
Thank you,
something to add. Yeah, Venkata.
Yeah, I'll come to that. Yeah, Venkata, please, if you have any questions on this.
Yes. Do we have any time limit? Banks won't allow to deposit of checks after 2-3 p.m. right in regular banks. So how do we go with that in this scenario?
No, since this is app based and we are already having a timeline of 24 hours for validations. So we are good with any time. Once the user does it, there may be 24 hours. We give the bank to have the validations in place.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your question.
Okay, any more question on this? On other acceptance criteria that we have, apart from the one which you have taken for Spike? Okay, I don't see any hand raised. So, so Kirti, maybe we can park it as of now. Once we get the outcome from the spec that Arun is working, we can take this up later.
Sure, let's do it then. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so just a second, there's a glitch.
FMAU 5 next, Kirti?
Sorry?
Is it FMAU 5 the next one?
Yeah, FMAU 5. I'm just not able to open it. Just a second. Huh? Yeah. So, okay. So the next one is, as a regular Fintech app user, I want to create a new bank account using the Fintech mobile app. The user can open the app. A user is prompted a list of personal information questions. The user can submit the required documentation for validation, such as government issue ID, virtual video KYC to take place and documents to be validated, email, SMS, and in-app confirmation to be sent. The user can start using the app's banking feature and start transacting. Okay. So this is the another user story what we have, where we would like to open a new bank account for our customers through our app itself, and they don't need to visit the branch to have a new bank account. So any questions, team, on this?
Yeah, I see Neha is having a question. Neha, please go ahead.
Yeah. So Kirti, to open an account, is there any minimum balance required to be maintained?
A very good point. So we would like to start with zero balance currently. I'll just mention it. But once 3 months period is there, then we can start having the minimum balance. So I'll just add that in the user story.
Sure. And one more point, like how the virtual video KYC would be done.
Virtual, okay, so what is going to happen is once you are actually, now if you'll see, we are during the COVID time and everything, we are going all virtual, right? So people don't want to go to place where it's crowded, and any other functionality which we can give to get more customer base. This we are targeting more on the video KYC, where once the documents are submitted and it's validated, there'll be a video conferencing arranged with the bank personnel and the customer, and there the person who is going to open the bank account, the customer is going to show the documents in the real time in the video conferencing itself, and that should be functional through our app and not through any external Zoom to have the security in place. So that is how the goal and vision of this functionality is.
Okay, understood. Team, you have any question regarding this virtual video KYC?
Team, you can think around the risk or dependency to implement this.
Yeah, how about, the bank account user is not available in the video KYC?
Bank account personal is not available.
For the video KYC, let's say not available or it does not have any network. So,
yeah, so once the documents are submitted and validated based on the slots of both bank personal and the user customer, we're going to arrange this call. It should be a callback and not just on the runtime once the user starts creating the account. So that is what we aim at.
Okay, what I think we have to remove this virtual video KYC from this current user story, because we are not clear how we will be doing the virtual KYC.
Okay, so you mean to say in this sprint we'll not be able to do it, or we are technically currently facing issues in not being able to do it?
Currently we are not able to do this, and in upcoming sprint we can take this. Maybe the show we can confirm more on this point.
Yeah,
Okay,
so it seems sorry Kitty, please go ahead.
No, just go ahead. I was just trying to figure out what should be the workaround so that instead of the virtual video, what can we do to make things life easier for the customer? So I'm also thinking on it. Yeah, Shavik, you can go ahead with your point.
Yeah, I was just thinking this virtual video, it's kind of a new for the team. It may be the first time the team is going to implement. So if we're going to make it part of this user story, it's going to be too big or may not be able to complete in a single sprint. Any thoughts or anyone I want to add on top of this? Arun, Sashank.
Yeah, I think we can slice the story if possible, so that we can have a lesser effort in terms of having only a single story, wherein we can focus more on virtual KYC alone, and we can come up with the required technical tasks that we can add, and that we can work on the virtual video KYC. Yeah.
Okay, I was just thinking. Yeah, sorry, Shavik. Yeah.
In case we are taking this out, like virtual video KYC as a separate user story, maybe I know people that there is a center of excellence team who already built something on the similar lines. Maybe I can find a point of contact, get some training arranged in the next sprint so that they can share their learnings and we don't have to reinvent the wheel from scratch.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
We can do that, but yeah, Keith, you have to figure out what is the workaround in case you are taking this off.
Okay, I don't think this will be the showstopper for us for now. We can just go ahead with actually onboarding the customers and then having a physical KYC done for them. So, okay, I'll just change this user story for now, and let's wait for your session with the team so that we can progress further on this, maybe in the upcoming sprints.
Sure. Thank you. Thanks for accommodating. I see Priya is also having a question here. Priya, please go on.
Yeah, Kirti, you have said the government ID. So is there any specific government ID they have to send it for validation, or any government ID will be okay?
Any government ID, voters card, Aadhaar card, one for the address proof for sure, Aadhaar card or passport. Sorry?
Bank account, government bank account would also do, right? Because it's also part of.
Currently, we are not catering that. Either passport or Aadhaar card is what we are planning to. Voters ID for ID proof. We need to stick to that. Then we'll see, maybe if there are too many cases, then we can go ahead with bank accounts. Yes, then.
So we have a specific choice at the moment, right? That's what.
Yeah, correct. So this should be the standard, like what we are doing for all of the banks currently we are doing. So that ways we can just go ahead with that.
Okay.
Thank you, Priya. Thank you.
And good to have these 2 points clarified in the acceptance criteria. I see Shankri is also having a question here. Shankri.
Yeah, so either it is going to be a video or physical account creation. Is there any timeline, instant account activation will be done? How it is?
So in case of physical KYC, it should not be the case. We will not give in video, we could have thought about doing it operational from the next day itself. But since this is now physical, I think I need to speak to my stakeholders. What should be the timeline we need to decide on? Okay.
Okay, but this open question will not have any impact on this user story,
No,
right?
currently I don't think, even if it is something which we need to take on, maybe we can take an upcoming sprint. So current sprint, we can just go ahead with this. This added on validation, maybe we can take in the upcoming sprint.
Great. Okay, you're almost on the mark of 10 minutes, guys. So any more questions on this particular user story?
No, sure.
No, Shovik.
Okay, great. Then let's do a quick first of 5 estimation for this one. On a count of 3, maybe you guys can show it all together. Okay, yeah, 1, 2, 3. 8, I see 8, 5, 8. So most of them are 8. I think Shankri is showing 5, right? Shankri, you showed 5?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you are one of the outliers. So please explain.
Yeah, I thought if
what is your thought?
yeah, as this is normal, if it is going to be normal physical KYC, we can go with 5. If team is going with 8 story points, we can go ahead with that.
Okay, fair point. But yeah, anyone who has given it, what do you think about the thoughts that Shankri is having? Since it's manual KYC, will it be 5 or anyone can go unmute and share the thoughts? Why 8?
I think, yeah, may I go ahead?
Yeah, please.
So I think, yeah, so the use cases that are really needed to be tested and also to be developed are more here. And also the testing efforts also could be more, because we need to ensure that the existing regression impact is not there much based on the new changes that we're doing. So I think considering that, the efforts are a little high towards that end is what I think.
Great. Yeah, I do agree. So yeah, Shankri, are you fine with that?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, then let's go ahead with 8. Kirti, if you can update 8
Sure,
as
I'll
update this one. And we can move to the next KPI. And what I'll do is meanwhile, I'll talk to the Center of Excellence team. I'll try to arrange the call on that video implementation.
Really appreciate that, Shovik. Thank you. Okay, so the next one says, as a regular Fintech app user, I want to contact customer care service through my Fintech app so that my queries are resolved. So, so the acceptance criteria says that user can log into the mobile app. The user can click and contact the customer care, be it email, call, or chat. The user can talk to the customer care executive for any concern. Service request can also be raised from the app, and there is an email to document and validate the concern. So this is very important step, team, because when the customer care actually picks up the call, and normally there's nothing documented. So the next time the customer calls back, they have to explain the entire scenario again. So we need to avoid that in our current app. So we want this to be documented on email as well as in our app. So any questions on this, team?
Yeah, I see lots of hands raised. So yeah, Neha, you can go first.
Sure.
Yeah. So Kirti, is there any timing to contact the customer support through calls?
No, we are available 24/7 currently. So that's the plan. That's what we have discussed. Do you want me to add it in the user story? So there'll be no timing validation
We can
currently.
add here an acceptance criteria like
Okay.
24/7.
Okay. Works?
Yes. Thank you, Kirti.
Thank you.
Okay, Deepika, you may go next.
So how is the response time is tracked here, like how the issues are resolved and how it will be tracked, like any preloaded questions will be like in case the customer is reaching via chat, anything like that instead of calls. So how is the track, any preloaded questions into the database or any questionnaires that will be listed? So that part I need to cross-check.
Yes, very good point, Deepika. Yeah, so we are planning to have a basic set of questionnaires for the app okay, for the chat thing, so that the users can actually get the answer readily available. And as in when we are getting the questions recorded more and more in the database, we are going to add it, but that is part of the next feature, upcoming feature. So we are not including it now, the recording and the AI part of it. So we'll be taking it up later, but currently this is what we are planning to have.
Okay, so we can provide our service, like any feedback is there. So if we are not convinced with the solutions, whatever is provided, so it will be like any form kind, it will be available for us to submit our surveys or anything like that.
Yeah, so surveys will be taken, but as I told that currently we are just building on the MVP. So we are currently, because it will then exceed mostly, it will become more and more complex. So we just want to have this one initial draft of it. So currently we are not catering that. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
A very good point, yes.
Thank you.
So I will put that in user story that currently surveys are not part of this. You want me to add it?
Yes,
or you're good?
please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, well, Kirti is adding. Sashank, you have anything?
Yep. So I was just thinking, like how we have IVR for most of the banks or the credit card services that we have. So are we also planning to have any IVR service? Because it will be easy for the customers to direct through a certain procedure so that they can do it by themselves instead of waiting for on-call support. You know, right? Sometimes the on-call support, because of the bandwidth or the traffic, they take some time for a customer service to attend to a customer. So any plan for that as well, Kirti?
Yeah, that's the plan actually, Shashank. We really wanted to have this in current sprint, but do you all think we can accommodate that as a team? So IVR was definitely on the wish list of the stakeholders as well as everybody involved in the project, and that is definitely a go. But do you all think we can accommodate that? If yes, then I can just add it in the story.
I don't think so. We can accommodate for this particular.
Because IVR is again altogether a different ball game, right? So
yes, yes.
To give a certain statements or a certain standard lines or a template that we need to follow.
Correct.
At every step, there are n number of sequences or flows that we have based on the request of the customer.
Yes, so I understand. Yeah.
That will be a kind of another different story where
yes,
yes.
I think so we are trying to have that feature later in the cycle. Yes.
Sure. We can add that in the backlog in the next
segment. Sure.
Thanks, Kate.
Thank you, Shashank.
Shankri, maybe you can go.
Yeah, it's just a thought. Nowadays, some banks are providing a return call facility. So won't it be an added advantage?
Yes. So when we are calling the customer care, and let's say suppose they are busy or the line is busy for more than 3 minutes, then maybe a callback can be arranged. Yes, that's a good point.
Right. Any more question from anyone? Though Kirti, just a thought, like though events they're not just for you, team. I think this story looks straightforward, but there are too many things onto it. Do you think it's a good idea if we can,
yes, for breakdown, it will be a good approach if we can split into subtasks.
Yeah, it will help you guys with the estimation. Yeah, yes, Ashank, you have anything to add?
Yeah, that is what. So I think it will be easier for us to do a better planning if we try to break down into subtasks this user story, so that because there are too many items, what one person cannot work on the entire story. So we need a collaboration of team members here. So I think it will be a good approach if we can we can add the child issues now, so we can get an idea or get a vision as to how much efforts it will take.
Yeah, great point. Sure. And I see. So Kirti, maybe what we can do now, since the last story, right, that we have.
Yeah, last story.
Maybe I'll send the team in a breakout room, and they can just discuss among themselves and break down the task. for this
Sure.
user story, and then we can come back and then we can estimate and see if there are any more questions or not.
Works.
Cool. I'm putting you guys into breakout room now.
So hey guys, I hope you are all there. I think thanks for joining the breakout. So yeah, so I'm just sharing my screen, guys. So let us take a quick peek on the user story. Let's discuss in detail and let us add the subtasks there, so we know what are things that we can add, right? So all right, so this is the story that we have, and what do you guys think? So what all subtasks that can be added here?
It is regarding tracking the status of the call log or any histories, like what time the call had been received or it has been dialed. So that kind of histories, like providing the status details of the call, or if you have received any incidents, I mean to say service request, how that is tracked.
Yeah. Thanks, Deepika.
Yeah,
Also,
Shashank,
Go ahead, please.
yeah, go ahead, Vinod. Sorry.
yeah. So Shashank, the second one can be log the call status. We can like log the call status that we are.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Neha. Arun, would you like to go next?
Yeah, we can implement the resolved status for the service request. So that the status of the request.
Good. Thanks, Arun. And Priya, would like to go next?
User login and password validation kind of thing we can include in the as a subtask, right? Because that would be required whenever anybody is logging in the application. They need the validation, right? Particularly.
So what is it again?
Login screen validation. You can put it.
Okay, login screen validation. I think login screen validation is already happening as part of other stories as well, right? So do you want to repeat?
I think she's talking about the user authentication.
Yes.
Yeah, credential verification.
Yes,
I think.
credential verification. I'm talking.
Oh, okay. Got it. Got it. Okay. So can we say verify user credentials?
That we can give user credential verification kind, like verified user.
Cool. Makes sense. Makes sense.
And Shashank,
Yeah.
if it is implement resolve status for service request, then we should have to have cancel request for service request as well, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Cool. Thanks, Andrew. Thanks for bringing that up. So number 5. Are we missing out anything else, guys? So do let me know. Any other thoughts that comes to your mind right now?
Would there be any feedback from the user? Like there should be a feedback link or something should be sent, right? Would that be applicable?
Is it a customer review feedback you're saying?
Yeah.
To track customer review feedback, is it?
Yes.
But the fifth point says, the surveys are currently not part of the user story.
Surveys are currently okay. Surveys are currently part of the user story. Okay, yeah. So I think that's a good point. That's a good catch. So because I think this is altogether a different data that we are collecting from the customers, right? So I think that will go into the other table that we were discussing on the other day. So we'll just wait for that user story to come. So maybe we can add those information related to that table. Yeah. Cool. Thanks. Yeah.
What about the language? I mean, if the user is of different language, cannot speak English or whatever, how would the call divert? Anything about that?
I think regarding the language, I think we can get a confirmation from TT. Is it any region specific or geo specific? You can make a note, Nikita. So once we go back to the actual room from a breakout room, let's get that clarified with Kirti. I think that we can add as the language preferences. Let's get it clarified. I think
Shashank, I think
you're running out of
Shobhit
time.
will be
Yeah.
Shobhit will
Thanks, Deepika. Thanks.
Yes, thanks.
Yep. So we have added the tasks, the child stories, child issues, but how about the story point? I mean, the hours or the estimates that you would like to give, guys? So how much time do you think it will take for tracking the status, guys?
It can be 4.
4 to 5 hours.
Okay. Sure. Let's give it 5 then. Yeah. How about this one? Log the call status.
6 hours.
6 hours is sufficient, I think.
Okay. How about this one, guys? Resolve status plus service.
Yeah, I would need 8 hours for this.
Okay, cool. Thanks, everyone. How about verify user credentials?
Will take 8 to 9 hours.
9 hours. Okay. Yeah. Let's have some buffer, guys. Let's have some buffer
Yeah,
because
yeah.
it
For
also
verify user credentials, we need to have some security check and all.
Yeah.
That credential is matching our DB, those things and all we have to check. So probably, can we increase an hour? Will that
Okay.
10 hours, yeah. 10 hours
10
would
hours.
be good enough.
10 hours is fine.
Yeah, because
Yeah, I
it
agree.
depends on the dependency also, right? If the server is down or something, right? Takes some time.
Some kind of risk we may face when we are validating the user's credentials.
Right. Makes sense. Good point, Sanjay. And how about the last one, guys? What do you think for cancellation?
I think it will not take much time. So 4 hours is sufficient for
Yeah,
it.
half of the resolved status for service request. So cancellation will take half of them.
Okay, cool. Makes sense. Yeah. So we are just replicating, we are just reusing the same component. So yeah, that will be.
Also, Shashank, is that call recordings are part of the story, or that would be a different story?
I think that's a different story. We'll come to it.
Sure.
Yeah. Cool. Thanks, Megata. So are we good, guys? Shall we jump back to the room, or you have any other questions? Like Venkata had one point regarding the language. We'll get it clarified with Kirti once we are back to the room. Any questions?
No, we are good. Shan. We can go.
Awesome.
Yeah, we are good.
Cool. Thanks, guys. So let's jump back to the room. Yeah. I hope they're waiting for us. Yeah. Let's go back.
Hey, hi guys, welcome back. So
Hello.
I hope you had a good discussion.
Yeah, sure. So we had a good discussion there, and let me quickly share my screen again here in this room.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We can show you what child issues that we come across and what we have added, and we added these child issues, that is track the status child issues, nothing but the subtask. So track the status, which we have given an estimate of close to 5 hours, and then log the call status, which we have given an estimate for 6 hours based on the dependencies, the risks and challenges, right? So based on all the factors that we are giving the estimate. Implement result status for service request close to 8 hours now. Because we have for the result status, we are taking 8 hours. It's just the cancellation status. We are using the similar components. So we'll be taking half of the time. So we're saving time there. And verify user credentials comparative, because it's related to security, so it will take some more time. It also depends on the server and other impacted other items as well, right? So we have given 10 hours here. Yeah. So I hope this is good. And with that, I think with this hourly estimates of these child issues, guys. So what do you think? Yeah, I think we can start estimating for this story, right? In terms of
Yeah. Sure, Shank. And yeah, before that, I'm just assuming that you guys thought through all the risk dependencies while giving the hourly estimates and creating the task.
Yes,
Great.
yeah, sure. Yeah,
That's what I call a mature team. Okay. Kirti, you have any questions with the task breakdown that your team has done?
I think you're on mute.
Yeah, no, we are good actually. It's a good breakup, so we are good. Yeah.
And,
okay.
Call types for the language.
Oh yeah, my bad. So yeah, Venkata had one question, Kirti. So yeah, Venkata, please go ahead.
Yeah. So is there any common language like English is fixed, or like some other languages also should be used, right? If somebody is familiar with other regional languages, call should get diverted to that particular language and all.
Language localization is what we are targeting at. Currently, we'll just go ahead with English for now. English and Hindi, that's it.
Oh.
But local language is what we are going to have in the upcoming features. As I suggested, this is just the MVP, so we need to have the functionality in place first. Yes.
Got it. Thank
Do you
So
see any
for-
change in the architecture or anything if we have it in the later cycle, or we are good for now?
I think we are good for now. So we can begin with the MVP. I think we can deliver the MVP in English for now, and then we can keep on adding the geo languages based on the customer service where
Yes,
where
yes.
we are extending it.
Yeah, localization is what is needed, maybe, but in the upcoming sprints, yes.
Sure. Any questions, guys? Before Shavik starts allowing us to start estimating for the story.
No, Shashank.
Great, great, good conversation. Okay, before we go to the estimation for this story, just a quick reminder. For the task, whatever estimation you guys have given, those are like effort estimation, right? And you remember that story estimation factor in multiple things. It's not just effort estimation, but as well as the risk, dependencies, and then complexity of the user story, right? So just keep that in mind, because you guys just give the effort estimation. So I don't want you guys to be confused and think just about the efforts. Okay, with that being said, let's do a story estimation for this one. On the count of 3 again, show me your first of 5. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I see a few are giving 5. You are, Neha, if you can go back a little, it's 8, right? Okay, 8, 8, 8, 8. Okay, most of you are on 8, so I think we're good, right? Or I'm missing anyone? Everyone is 8? Priya, you have not voted. 8, you are also 8. Cool, unanimous decision this time. I think the breakout session helps this time. So Sashank, since you are sharing the screen, maybe you can just update the board. Okay, great. Kirti, we covered all the 5 stories that we planned for today's refinement, or is there anything else that you want to discuss?
No, we are done. Really good session, team. Thank you. Yeah.
Good. Good. So I'll just quickly do a recap. Okay. So out of who was sharing, someone stopped sharing. Maybe we can go back to the board. It will be easy for.
Shavik, we didn't get you. You want the screen to
Yes.
be shared?
Yes, yes.
Okay, 1 minute. Wait. Just a second. Yeah, you want the stories? Backlog?
Yeah, backlog. I'll just do a quick recap, and this will help. So as we discussed, the first user story, it's good. We have estimated it 5 story points, and it is good to take up in our next sprint, or if we decide that it's of higher priority. The next one, FMAU 3, there are open questions for which Keith is going back to the business and get that clarity, and then maybe we can take this up in our next refinement case.
Yes, sure.
Yeah. And the other one, FMAU 4. As we decided that Arun will do a quick spike on this one, and based on the outcome, so Arun had give us a commitment that he will be having something, some outcome by tomorrow. So Kirti, you, me, and Arun will catch up, see what is the outcome, what is more feasible, and then we can take this up again in the next refinement along with the team. Yeah, sounds good. Then the next one, FMAU 5. So we have already taken out one of the acceptance criteria, that is the video implementation. So we'll create a separate user story for that. And as discussed, I'll talk to the people from Center of Excellence team and find a point of contact who can come and guide us and help us with whatever they have implemented so far. And again, that new user story we can discuss in the next refinement if possible. Kirti, you can decide the priority of that. Okay, and yeah, taking that out, this user story the team has estimated as 8:1. So this is again good to be taken up in the coming of sprints. And the last user story, FMAU 6, the task breakdown is already happened, though it looks quite a like effort wise, it's quite a big story. but we'll see during the sprint planning whether it can be taken up in a single sprint or not. So anyone want to add on top of it if I'm missing anything?
No, Shuvik, I think you have covered everything.
I think we are good with the current backlog refinement and adding some more. We made lots of changes to the current acceptance criteria, and we created some spikes as well. So this will really help us for the next sprint planning. I think once we get the prioritization from Kirti for during the next sprint planning, I think we can. We are already ready for the next sprint items. Yeah. Great. Yeah.
Team, I'll just discuss with the stakeholders about all the queries which I have noted down in the comment section of every story. So I'll just get back by next week or so with all the answers.
Cool. I think we are good then. Thanks everyone. Thanks for your time. And one more point, like sometimes what happens is out of the meeting, we have some realization about this user story. So if you have any other point coming up in your mind at later point of time, feel free to get in touch with me or Kirsi. You can again have a connect, right?
Definitely,
cool then.
definitely.
Yeah. Sure. Thanks everyone for your time. We had a great session.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you,
team.
everyone.
Bye.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, guys, so welcome everyone in this second session of our estimation masterclass. Last week, we have seen the basics of estimation, and this session is more on a hands-on thing. So we are going to present kind of real-life scenario where we have a small team. They will obviously going to goof off. You will get a lot of learning, like how to tackle the things and all as a Scrum Master, as a team. What sort of question you might ask to the Scrum Master, to the PO, and what is their own role and responsibility. So all those things we'll try to cover, and we'll try to be more interactive. So if you have any queries, please put your queries in a comment section. We will take it at the end of the session. Please do not unmute if you're not a team member. So yeah, Sylvie, over to you.
Thanks, Sunan. So let me quickly share my screen and give the access to the Scrum Master of the first use case. So hope everyone is able to see my screen.
Yep. Yes, can you do F5? It will be good.
Yeah. Okay. So first of all, thanks everyone for taking out your time. So last week, as Sunanda has already given a quick intro of how we have handled the last session. So last session, we talked more about the estimation and how we are going to estimate it and all the scenarios, basic concepts of the estimation. So we thought, as we committed in the last session itself, that we will be doing a small role play just to understand what are the real use cases that we will be facing in the estimation activity. So we have a small team that got formed up to do this role play. So there will be two use cases for the role play that what we are going to handle today. And I'm not going to talk about the use cases right now. Let's make it as a suspense till we actually get into those use cases. So the first use case, and I will request the Scrum Master of the first use case to take the session from there. Okay. Yeah, Gunjan, over to you, please.
Hey, hi everyone. Hope everyone is going good. So I'm working as Scrum Master, and I have a happy team actually. Okay, we are doing really good. So let's take up. Okay, so as a facilitator, I'm just pulling the story. So this is the first use case where we are coming up, and we will be trying to understand what are the requirements so we can clear them. And so if so, once we have all the understanding, then it will be good to pull up in the sprint as well. So over to the product owner.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. So I'll be just walking you through across the new requirement that we have received from our stakeholder. So if you, in case you have any question, feel free to ask me. So the requirement is we have to develop a login page for one of our e-commerce website. Okay. And it simply asks you for a username and password where you have to enter username, password. And there is a checkbox where if you select a checkbox, it sort of remember you and your login so that your session will be stored in the cookie. And next time when you try to just come to the website next time, it will automatically let you log in. And the second functionality is when you are not just checking that tick box, then it will ask you to log in next time or whenever you just browse next time to the website. Okay. And also some of the user-friendly messages should be displayed on the UI if you are entering some incorrect password or something. So this is the basic requirement that we have. So yeah. So any question, anytime, just let me know. Otherwise, team, please let me know your input on this. When can we just deliver this to the end user?
So the essence is like we need to understand the risk factor of the story, the dependencies which we have, the complexity, then the amount of work as a team which need to be done, and the business value. So these are the few parameters which we will be considering, and then we can pull up. So over to the development team.
Hi, Amit here. Thanks, Kunjan. Thanks, Lalit, for letting us know about this requirement. I have a few queries. Like, I can see that you are able to explain us the functional requirement of this story point. So I would like to deep dive on a non-functional requirement as well. That's the one. The second things which you have, said that as Gunjan was mentioning it, that in terms of the business values. So if you can just let us know what is the business priorities or a business value around for this user story point. That would be my second questions could be. And the third things which I would like to know moreover about this requirement is that overall, is it a user story or is it a moreover the epic? Because like, do we need to, make a assumptions, the backend part, UI part and other stuff? So if you can able to, just give me a clarity over it. So these are the three questions.
Okay. So I'll try to take up, yeah, thank you. So I'll try to take up your question one by one. So the first, you asked about some non-functional requirements. So as of now, we don't have any non-functional requirement for this use story. Second one, you asked for the value of and the priority of this user story. So yeah, this is quite a valuable, and I think this is on very much on the priority because we want to make it live till the next sale on our website goes on. Okay, so we are expecting that this to be released maybe by the end of this sprint. Okay, in the next release, I mean to say. So this is of quite a important requirement for our stakeholders. Okay. Yeah, I think. Okay, and you asked about the epic. All right, epic. This is epic or is user story? So, in my opinion, this is a user story because I don't see this is. I mean, on a broader level. Okay, so this can be handled maybe by the development team. So I think it's quite clear and it can be easily handled by the team. So I don't think this is going to be an epic on that bucket.
Thank you. Over to you, Selvi, if you have any questions.
Rather than question, Amit, thanks. You have put out all the questions. One question and one dependency I just want to raise for this user story. Lalit, the question to you is like, are we looking for any kind of security aspects for to be implemented as part of this story?
Yeah, so talking about security part, yeah, we actually we don't want to compromise on any of the security aspect of the website. So whatever you say, let's say denial of service or cross-site scripting or brute force, I think it should handle all the security aspects of the website.
Okay, thanks, Lalit. And Gunjan, I just want to raise a dependency. I think both our development team members, Sunand and Amit, also will be in the same page. We just need to get the access and make the port enable for this to be implemented. So we just want your help on that to resolve the dependency before we actually get into the planning phase. So if you make a note of that and help us with that, it will be great.
Sure, Selvi, I will be keeping it note and I will check with the concerned team as well.
Okay. Hi guys, Sunand this side. Yeah, I have one again query. For example, when you mention incorrect password, right? So do we have some sort of conditions for password to be incorrect? And for example, it should be 8 character long or should have some special character, because nothing has been, I cannot make out anything from this requirement. So are we have those sorts of checks in place? And
Yes. Sorry,
yeah.
continue.
And second thing which I want to highlight, as mentioned by Selby the port, but one more thing is regarding the firewall thing. I guess we need to open a couple of firewalls. So Gunjan, I think you need to work on that part as well, because in the past we have seen a couple of issues with the firewall. So this time we should be more careful with that part. Yeah.
Okay. So I'll take up the first question where you asked about the password criteria, valid password or invalid password. So yeah, so it should be, the password should be a alphanumeric password, and it must be a strong one, and it should allow your special characters, and one uppercase letter should be there. Okay, so this is the basic requirement of the password to make a password valid. If other than that, then it's an invalid password, and all the messages should be displayed. I mean, the respective message should be displayed on the UI.
Okay, can you add that in acceptance criteria when we have a fully functional user story in front of us?
Yeah, sure, Sundan. Yeah, definitely I'll add just after the call, maybe in 5-10 minutes after the call, I'll update you and let you know.
So I'm keeping all the notes for all the requirements. So once the call is done, I will be working with the PO.
Sure.
Okay.
Thanks, Gunjan.
Testing team, do you feel like any sort of dependencies we have, or we need to come up and we need to highlight it now?
So from testing team, we need to know when the items will be finalized and when can we start testing, and we'll be getting the entire access or user ID, password, everything is set. This type of questions we have. Once the things are done, we'll start testing from our end.
So Lalit, what do you feel on this?
This was, can you please come up again, please? I just missed the part.
So from the testing end, we are asking that when the items will be ready and when can we start testing. Before we start testing, we should have the entire head of details where I can start and what is the expected and how that needs to be worked.
Okay, so I think this question is for the Scrum Master, and you're talking about when it is ready for testing. So mean the development should be completed and testing should start?
Yes.
Okay, so maybe this question goes to the development team who will be developing the story.
Yeah, just to answer on that, Lalit and Prem, it is actually more like we are just refining the user story, right, Prem? So we will be estimating now, and it again depends on the priority that Lalit has mentioned to us, that it came from the stakeholder and he explained about the priority. And again, it's Gunjan's call because he needs to pick up the other items like capacity of us and think about the other stuff before actually it should be get into the planning mode. So right now we will try to understand the requirement what Lalit has shared to us. And from development team side, we have shared the dependencies and we don't have any further questions. I think if we are clear, then over to you, Gunjan, for the further steps.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, I will be working on the team capacity, which we'll be having in the next sprint, and how many stories we can pull up. So I feel like we are good with all the requirements which we need to have up.
Okay.
Okay. So yes.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah,
So
Lalit, yeah, please go ahead. Yeah, please.
okay, I have a very interesting question. Someone just posted. So though I really don't want to take this right now, but the question is what our tester are doing right now, and why we are using the word testing team again and again. So you can see, guys, that this is a typical anti-pattern. We never use the word tester or developer in normal agile way of working. We work as a one dev team, and whenever we are going to do any sort of estimation, we will give as a team, and estimation include everything. starting from scratch to whatever you are going to put it into, whatever is mentioned in your definition of done, that should be part of our estimation, not only the dev or testing effort. It can be your documentation, it can be any multiple things. So let's not get into that. So this is just to showcase, like, this is a typical anti-pattern which we should avoid. Okay. Yeah. Thank you guys. Let's go to the estimation part.
Yeah, so before estimating this user story, I have two questions. One is what is the timeline for expiring that particular user account? And second is how many browsers we are targeting to complete this user story?
Okay, I think that question is for me, so I'll take this up. So talking about the expiry of the user, so if a user is not logging in to the website for 90 days, then it should be declared as a expired user. And number two, about the browser, it should allow across all the browsers available in the market, whether it's Opera or Chrome, Mozilla, and any browser it should support.
Yeah, so we should know all the browser because this impact our effort because if we are targeting one browser, then definitely it will take less time. But if we consider more browser, then definitely it will increase the effort. That's why I asked this question. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Thanks. So team, I just want to make one thing very clear here that we want this to be released in the next release, okay? Because we can't afford that this can wait for some more time as we are targeting this for the next sale of the season, and we are expecting a lot of transactions to be happening on our website. So please make sure that this goes live in the next release.
So as a Scrum Master, I'm not sure. Again, we need to discuss within the team like how they are going to handle it. Maybe it's we can deliver in the same sprint, or it's not possible again. So let's come to the team in that case. So can we come on the efforts, like how much efforts team is willing to put on this, or are we able to achieve it in the current sprint, the coming actually?
So from a developer point of view, my questions could be Gunjan, because like we are talking about to deliver into a next sprint, right? Until unless we won't see the complete backlog, it is a very difficult for us. So what we can do is that we can estimate this user story point as of now, and once we'll progress little ahead, and once we have a clarity that what are all things are coming into the next sprint, then along with this we can bucketize that is it really doable as a complete set one at a time, or can we break this into some smaller subset and deliver it. Happy with other developers viewpoint as well.
I'm fine with the suggestion, Namit.
Thanks, Selvi.
Okay, so let's do the estimations, and then we can see what is the team capacity for the next sprint and how many story points we need to achieve, or we can achieve in the coming sprint. Okay, so let's, I hope everyone is okay, correct? Or we need to have some sort of other requirement discussion as well? Or we can go to the estimation part?
Yeah, I think we can progress.
Clear from my side as well. Good job.
Okay, so we are going to use fit of 5. Okay, so as I will be saying get, set, go, everyone is going to come up with some story points. So we are going to use a Fibonacci series. Okay. So get, set, go. Okay, so just to count again, Amit is with 8 story point, Sunan is with 5, Salvi is with 8, Nitin is with 5, and Prem Sagar is with 5. Okay, so it's really good we have a different story point, so we can again come up why there is a difference actually. Okay, so let's start with Salvi actually. Yeah, up to you.
Yeah, the story, I feel there are no much dependencies. We have identified those dependencies and we are pretty much sure that it won't create a problem for resolution before we start the actual planning phase. So I feel dependency wise, we are pretty much clear and we are unable to see any complexities involved in that. It's pretty much a very clear story where we don't have any uncertainties. And we are not seeing any risk as well. So the amount of work side, it is required that we are fine with proceeding with this information of one story point. This is a call from my side.
Amit?
My thinking is quite different what Selvi has thought about. However, I respect her opinion because since this is the one of the page where users are entering their user ID and a password, it means that it is a login page, and it could be or as a landing page itself at a home screen. So the UI part is also very important for a look and feel. Then the coding parts, then the authentication part, and a backend where the passwords will get stored or the token will get stored. So I think at a surface level, whatever it looks like, beneath it there is a lot of the work which we need to do it. So hence that with that considerations, I think so that it is a large chunk of the work in terms of the complexity and other component which we need to develop into. Hence I stay with my 80 story point.
Okay, and what about Prem Sagar? You also said 8 points.
I came up with 5.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so yeah.
So
Please.
yeah, the thing is, as I'm adding few points with this Selvi, she told that it's not complex and it's not having any dependency. So once the things are finalized, it will be very easy for us to test and share our results. That's the only thing I'm just posting up. It's nothing complex for us. Since it's an existing one, we can make it as soon as possible from our end.
Okay, so Salvi, the points which Amit has come up with, so what do you suggest on that? What is your viewpoint?
Yeah, I just want to revisit on the story points, whatever I have shared, Gunjan. First of all, thanks, Amit, because you clarified so many technical details to me, which actually I have not thought about, because I was thinking the complexity and there is no non-functional requirement. It should be very simple. But after listening to Amit, I got some different overview. So I just want to re-estimate on the statement, whatever I have made, and I am with 8 story points now, Gunjan.
Okay, good. Actually, so we are to a final point. I think everyone is good with that. Good. Okay, so coming back to the requirements, like what are the dependencies which we have, like the security access and the service ticket. Okay, the security code which we need to do. So I will be working with the PO and we will be creating a story which will be again a 0 point story, and I will be asking the team to create some subtasks, and I will be working with the network team to come up with the challenges. So once that is being done, then ideally we can pull the stories also in the next sprint as per the requirement or the current velocity which we will be using up.
Okay, so are we going to do the revoting or?
Yeah, so yeah, again, like let's do the revoting. Okay, so get, set, go. So looks like we have a happy team actually. Thank you guys, thank you. So I think we are done. So from the product owner side, you have anything?
No, it's good to see that we have agreed on our estimation, and I'll be happy when I'll see this live and our stakeholders with the happy faces. Then definitely, we are good for that. Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah.
Thank
you. Thank you. I think we are done for the first story.
Okay, so let's quickly check some of the questions.
Sunan, before moving to the question, shall we conclude on whatever we learned from the first use case?
Yes.
So, as we have seen this first use case, you all would have seen, we have made this words like testers effort were not considered as part of estimation. This is the same question even Sunand also was picking from our chat. because always there is one team, that is development team, for whom the whole effort should be considered, and there should not be any category like testers, developers. This is what we want to first of all make it a kind of role play, just to share the information that there is no concept of separating the team members in the category of development, in the category of testing. It should be everyone's effort should be considered. So a few things, a few anti-patterns also which had occurred. One is this, and another one is like there are some questions we were putting related to the priority and timeline related information. Actually, other than Scrum Master, no one can actually plan for the sprint, and without the capacity, we cannot come up with the things that what we will be able to deliver for that particular sprint. So the priority can be set by the PO. But again, after the refinement, the stories will be in the refined state with estimation values in the backlog. And once the sprint planning day comes, the Scrum Master will be already having the capacity plan for that particular sprint for the particular team, and they will be able to pick up the first set of priority items what has been set by the PO and push it to the sprint backlog. So until and unless these many activities are not done, maybe PO always has a priority set for their backlog item, but it is again depends on all these factors, whether you have the team with that much of capacity, whether it is completely refined, whether all the dependencies. Now in this team, for example, we have raised a couple of dependencies, and already the Scrum Master has told that the dependencies will be created in the current sprint backlog as a placeholder item, which is a user story of 0 story points, and the relevant task, whatever the tickets that he or she will be working, will be taken care as part of that story, and which will be taken for closure. So until and unless all these things are not taken care, we cannot actually think of picking up that user story in the upcoming sprint. So these all are the things I just want to conclude from this story, from this use case, whatever we have taken. Over to you, Sunam. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, good. Okay, let's move on to, I think, the second one, and we'll take everything in the last, I guess.
Over to you, Nitin.
Yeah, hi guys, Nitin this side. So I'm represent the use case 2, where is a technical depth. So in this user story, we have to refactor our code in which we did in the past few sprint. So we have to refactor our code with respect to search criteria. So here in this search criteria, we have to change our logic so that we can display our search result within 10-second time frame, and we have to work on the export thing. So there is, because in earlier sprint, the developer did some work where they fixed the particular issue with workaround. So now we have to refactor all the code. So first we'll start with search criteria. So this is the overall user story. So basically is related to technical depth. So our PO will explain more on this. So over to PO.
Yeah,
Hi.
sure. Carry on, Amit, carry on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So thanks, Nitin. So hey team, before coming into this call together, it was not a good time which we spent along with Nitin, because we had a lot of discussions going on around that. Should we take it as a spike or a technical dip? So here I would like to give you the background all about it. So what has happened is that certainly when our stakeholders complains about the performance issues, then the ops team deep dive into it, and they also generated some of the logs and investigated it, and they also found that the loading of the page is more than 10 seconds. It's approximately coming as around 18 to 20 seconds around. That's why the page is lagging. And whenever the data is getting uploaded, right, it is taking too much of time, and in between of that, the system is also intermittently timed out, which is not as per the standard. As per the standard, it should be around of the 25 second. So all these issues which they have highlighted, it seems that it's giving through the code stabilizations as a root cause. So hence I want your approach, or I want your view on this with an open mind, that what could be the issues, how you would like to, come up with the solutions. But on the time frame, I'm very clear along with the PO, or even I'm also, in line with our PO, that by next sprint, this needs to be prioritized, guys. This needs to be implemented. So over to you, a team, for your discussions, or just give me your suggestions.
Yeah, and sorry, team. So sorry for interruption. So before understanding or start discussion, I have mentioned, I want to mention few points here. So you have to measure this story with respect to few points. So one is whether this user story is well defined or not. You have to measure in this way. And second point is acceptance criteria is proper there or not. And third point is what type of data you require to start this work. So you have to measure or discuss on majorly on these 3 points only. So over to you, team. Yeah, please go ahead.
Hey guys, sorry, I'm just a fresher. Just joined this team recently. Can someone tell me what is this lazy loading concept?
Why can't this can be answered by one of the developer, the senior developer, and help our one of the new team members who would like to take it up?
Prem here. Let me take it off. Sumant, I'll be explaining you in offline in detail, and I'll be asking you to work on this code as well. Since you will be getting some exposure. Since we are in a call, we have to spend some time here with the PO and the other team members.
But if I will not understand how I will estimate it.
I can help actually. It will take hardly a minute, maybe. Then the Prem Sagar can take it on the further node, okay, later on. So the lazy loading is something like where the page is loading for a long time actually, and the customer has to wait hardly. So just to overcome with that issue, we are planning to get something else where the loading will be taking less time, and it's not the waiting time where the customer is just looking for the records to be showing up.
So guys, is it okay like if Scrum Master will explain me all these things? I was expecting my technical lead or maybe my architect will explain me this. I'm feeling little insecure over here.
I am from testing actually.
Yeah, good. Please go ahead. Yeah.
So since Prem is able to answer it, Sunan, what we can do is that since with this agenda we have to do the estimations, but like the overall this lazy loading is something to do about how the page should start displaying the contents and all. So concerning the the agenda, and we have to do and arrive at some kind of the approach and a solution in this time box. Can we take it offline, Sunand? And I'm promising you, if you're not getting a sufficient satisfactory answer, please reach out to me. I'll be myself blocking some time with you, and will explain to you in a details. Is that fine,
Okay.
Sunand?
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Sunand.
Yeah.
Amit, I have few questions because you explained these points we are doing the refactoring on the search and the export. But I feel there are certain analysis we need to do, and we won't be in a position to estimate it because lazy loading concept, because now we have pagination. How are we moving from pagination to lazy loading? Whether our current technical stack of the application, will it allow it to do? And the next one is the export data should happen within 25 seconds. That's one more ask that we have. So right now we need to get the logs from testing team and understand what is the exact time that is taking. I think without analysis of all this information and understanding what can be the best solution, I think it should not be taken as a technical depth from our side. Why can't we pick it as a spike? And if you give some kind of guidance to me, and Prem can also help me out with what can be taken care from technical side, from development side, and I can give the spike outcome and then we can proceed. Will that be a good option?
Yeah, I'm fine with these options, Selvi, but like I would like to hear some of the approach from a Prem before we conclude this. Because it seems so that currently we do not have a very concise answer how to implement this, and what would be the best suitable method to having these solutions on the ground. So let's hear from Prem, and then we will conclude it. Sylvie, is that fine?
Yeah, sure, Amit. Yeah, that will really help. Yeah.
Okay, before we proceed, I want to know what is the existing system and how it is working. Can testing team look on that and share their inputs so that we can decide what can be done?
Okay, so currently somewhere around 20 to 25 seconds waiting actually, and due to this we need to this is the time in which the data is loading actually. Okay, so ideally from the customer point of view it's a long time, and they do not want this time to be a lot actually.
Then we'll be looking in the code and we'll see how this can be moved to a separate module, or we'll be doing some sort of analysis. Then what can be done, we'll be deciding. Is that fine for you, Sylvie?
Yes, Prem, that will really help. Yeah, we can pick it as a spike and we can do all this analysis. And I will definitely take some support from Gunjan for taking out these open points, whatever we have, because he will be able to support from the current staging environment, which is mimic of the production environment, whatever we have. So we can pull out the logs from there.
I will also, second my developer, because the kind of the technical analysis which needs to be available, which we do not have, Nitin. So I think we should be considerate about the, spike. This I have told you offline also, but since you are, you are pushing to take it as a technical depth, and I promise that we will hear back from the developer viewpoint before we conclude. And it seems so. Moreover, we as a team, we are finding it to take it as a spike so that we can do some kind of the experiment and analysis, and then we can proceed ahead. Hope that approach will find to you, Nitin.
Yeah, definitely, because if we are means requirement is not very much clear, so we have to work on this user story or epic. So we have to finalize what type of requirement we need to cover all the acceptance criteria. So definitely, yes, Amit, as you mentioned, we have to work together. And meantime, Gunjan provide all the detail to development team or to you. So on the basis of those information, we'll finalize the acceptance criteria. So currently this is not a workable user story. So we'll move next user story. Yeah.
Thanks, Nitin, for understanding it. Over to you.
Thank you. Thanks. Yeah.
So what's the duration of this spike?
Scrum.
What will be the duration of this spike?
Scrum Master would like to take. As a, being
didn't get you.
Yeah, go ahead, Nitin.
Yeah, Amit, please go ahead. Yeah.
So being a Scrum team, what we have followed, Sunand, in the past is that we take as a spike of 2 days in one sprint. This is what a wall of reference, or in the past, this is the one of the pattern which we have followed.
Okay, so we'll spend 2 days on this particular requirement, and then we come up with some solution A, solution B, and then we are going to present that solution to our business stakeholder, and then they will choose, and based on that we will create our user story, right?
Yeah,
right. So we have, before starting work on this user story, we have to finalize the prerequisite work. So once it's done, we'll finalize acceptance criteria for this.
Okay.
So any question, thought on this?
So basically this is not a user story, it's more like a spike, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's what we are concluding it.
Yeah.
In the last. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, Selvi, you want to conclude this?
Yeah. So thanks everyone. So the team that converted initially with the use case here, what we wanted to demonstrate is the technical team, they have seen some kind of issues coming up quite often from the production, and they want to refactor that particular area like search and export to enhance the productivity, and they don't want to get into a trouble from the production system. So already what testing team is doing, they are trying to mimic a similar environment and creating logs when the issues are coming. So already the architect has gone through some level of analysis and trying to come up with certain solutions that can be implemented. But the catch is a team is not much aware of the analysis yet, and still there is some more analysis which is pending. Like what is the current thing that is being used in the display of results area is the pagination concept, where first time there will be 10 records which will be displayed, and when you click on the next page it will be going on. But now there is an ask like, why can't we implement lazy loading concept? So like a fresher, like a person who joined in the team that Sunand has talked about, a fresher, so that person has no much idea still, and what is why we are doing that concept, and what is existing, and why we are first of all selecting lazy loading, why can't other options. So these all things are still open. So we have some couple of options in our hand, and we need to first decide on what option we are going to pick it up, and we need to get certain questions answered for the betterment of the analysis as well. So whenever there are some kind of options available in your hand and you need to pick up from the option, and you are unable to decide on a fly and you need some time to analyze and pick the option, you will always go for a spike. So spikes will be always with uncertainties, and it will be always in need of some clarification. It will not have a clarity where you will be able to estimate and go for the implementation. It will be something like an open point where you will be unable to estimate it because of the uncertainties it holds. So you will be just in a position to analyze it and come with a spike outcome. That's all. So right now here from pagination, we have one concept of lazy loading. We may actually during the phase of doing the spike, we may come up with one more option which may fit better for the technology stack, whatever we hold. So that will be also given as an outcome at the end of the spike, which will be called as a spike outcome document, which will be shared to the team again and the stakeholders and the business people, and to explain them that this is the analysis that we have done. And with the spike outcome, whatever we have captured, the upcoming sprint or the future sprints, we will be creating one user story and we will try to implement it with this kind of option what we have came up with. And one more catch is the spikes, it's not required always it should give some positive outcome. It can also be a negative outcome. Like two options you have, it is not necessary the two options may work. During the spike time, you are able to understand and see that both the options have some flaws and you are unable to proceed with both the options. Still, it's okay. You have a document, you will attach the document as part of the spike, and you will say that the spike is done and we cannot pick up any user story further to make this as an implementation item. So that is also possible. So the key conclusion points from here is, when we need to pick up the spike, when we have uncertainties and when we cannot estimate, when we have a lot of questions and when we are in a position to decide on certain factors, we will go for a spike. And as it has already uncertainties, we cannot be in a position to estimate it. So spikes generally, it depends on the team and the organization where you work. You will set a kind of reference that something like 2 days you will spend for the spike, because as it has a lot of open points and uncertainties, we cannot make it also open like with estimation. We can keep on working on the spike. It cannot be that way. So we will fix it like 2 days. You take the time, entire time, come up with a conclusion. If 2 days, whatever you are achieving, that is the spike outcome. So we cannot extend the time much more than the 2 days to work on the spike. Okay, so these all are the things we just wanted to come up with this part of use case. So spikes cannot be estimated because of the uncertainties it holds. Okay, thanks, Sunand. Over to you. And thank you so much, team.
Yeah, thanks everyone. So yeah, thanks again, Selvi, to sum up in a very nice way. Okay, so let's see a couple of queries. We have a lot of queries over here. And guys, whatever you see, right? So we intentionally go for a couple of things. We intentionally come up with a lot of queries, which is a little bit navy also, just to showcase you guys that our intention over here is like how you can handle in this kind of scenario. If you are a Scrum Master or a team member, what is your role and responsibility. So that's the intent, because I can see a couple of remarks in our chat. So the intention is a little bit different over here. Yeah, let me quickly take a couple of queries if it makes sense, and we'll see if we can answer them. Okay, so I think Bala is joined from outside. He's asking NFR's team also can contribute. Yes, it's not sole responsibility of PO. Of course, anyone can contribute a non-functional requirement, because if you are working as a developer, or I mean any other team member, you are working more closely to the code or to the functionality, right? So it's everyone contribution. It's not only the PO is the or the architect is the one who, it can be from anyone, right? But yeah, it's always good to go and check with the business, like, okay, this is what we have identified. Do you want this to be included in whatever the requirement which you have given to us, right? Because maybe their priorities might be different. Yeah, there are the set of the perception which they have with respect to that requirement might be different. So it's always good to come up with this sort of discoveries. Yeah, anyone wants to add anything, Selvi, in this? The question is, NFR team also can contribute. It's not sole responsibility of PO. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you. I have a small thing about this.
Yeah, can you put your name?
Yeah, Naveen.
Yeah, Naveen, and your webcam is not there.
Yeah, sure. I'll switch on that. Yeah. So basically, NFR, there are two ways to deal, right? So first of all, it can be added in the product backlog. Either way, it can be added in the DOD as well, right?
See, again, it's depend what NFR we are talking about. Okay, so maybe if something, for example, again, it varies from team to team and project to project. For example, I have some kind of requirement. Just take an example from this, that all my report should run within, let's say, 10 seconds of time, or the web page refresh should be, let's say, 3 seconds. Okay, if we are working on some web page, right? So it's going to be applicable for everything, right? Within the whatever the similar kind of user story we are going to pick. So obviously it will be part of definition of done. But it's something very peculiar, very specific, right? Then it has to be mentioned in your user story. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So let's go to the second query. Creating user to access this page is part of this story, question mark. Manoj, what is this query? Creating user to access this page is part of this story. Yes, no, I think Nitin has given as no. Yeah, so this is just an example. There might be n number of things, which we might have missed in this particular scenario, right? So yeah, there are n number of questions which we should ask. The idea is like, ask some questions which you feel really make relevant to this particular user story or the requirement which is given to you. So ask as many questions as possible to your PO. Verify. Never go with any assumption that this will be there or this will happen, because I have done something similar in the past, so it will be there. Do not assume anything. Clarify always. Rephrase your understanding always, right? Never assume anything. If there is something in your ear, just speak out. Do not assume anything. Okay, everything should be written over there in the user story. Okay, it should be. That's what. Never be in doubt. I think the user and the password might have created already before in another story. Yeah, we have no idea whether that's the case or not, but yes, it's a.
Yeah, actually, Sunand, as per my understanding, he wanted to ask means from where we can create the user. So this should be a separate story, or under this user story, we have to cover this scenario. So user creation thing is included in this story or not? That's why. So I
think we have missed this important question. I think we all have missed this. We should have asked this, but good, like Manoj have asked. So PO has to answer this.
PO, yes, over to PO.
So it's not me and you who can answer, right? It's a PO responsibility. He will chip in and he will clarify all these doubts, right? So
So you want me to clarify? Yeah. So
no, that's
I think
That's okay. We're just kidding. Nothing else.
Yeah.
So the questions are right. It's just like the idea is like to whom we should approach with this kind of questions, and the intent is like, okay, PO should be there. He should be in right position to tell you, and this is like very common sense. It makes sense, right? So if someone has missed something, please highlight. That's the idea. Please highlight, because maybe don't feel like you are a fresher or junior, or because might be those 10 people are busy with other different things, right? Maybe this thing's a small thing, but it might slip, or maybe they know that it's already there, but that not to be the case, right? So always good to go and verify, okay, whatever is there. Okay, interesting and most asked question, what will tester do when develop is going on? Yes, can someone help me with this?
I can help on this. So when the story is created by the product owner, so development testing team is going to create the test cases actually. So it will be in the any sort of testing tool like test link or any other sort, and they are going to create the automation scripts as well. Okay, so the scripts will be prepared, the requirement will be scattered by them, it will be written in the test trail. So once the story is already there and the development task is done, then they can pull the data, they can understand, they can run it, they can test it, and again we already have prepared the blueprint of those test cases in the automation, so we can just implement it over there actually.
Okay, anyone wants to add anything? Selvi or anyone else? Good, thanks Gunjan. Yeah, Selvi.
Generally, once the sprint starts, the first 2 to 3 days, the developers will be very busy with their design and starting the work in the development. But that time, testers will be actually concentrating on the test cases, as Gunjan rightly mentioned. So the test cases will be shared for the review. For example, test cases will be written against the acceptance criteria what PO has shared in the user story. So acceptance criteria will say what is the need of that, what is the confirmation part that I am expecting from that user story. It won't say how you will be testing, what is the test set you need to have, what will be the test data you need to prepare. There won't be any other information. So now it is testers' call to come up with all those use cases, create the happy path scenarios and the negative use cases, everything, and come up with the test case set and share the test cases for the review for the entire team. So that while preparing the code, some of the test cases also will be taken care by the developers during the course of their development, so that we are covering. It is like a kind of like review is also a part of static testing, right? So it will be also helpful in the way that you, when you are reviewing, you will automatically get some kind of use cases which are going to be helping you in your development also. So once after that, there is a very good practice that what most of the Scrum team should follow is, you should get some intermediate build. You should share your intermediate build, and you can also share your design part. Like, it's not necessary you will have all the things ready and call your tester, hey, like this is the build, you do testing. No, you can also share whatever the bits and pieces that you are doing, because this person is also part of your team, and you can also take his or her support during the course of your development phase. So you can very well share your design. This is what I'm preparing, so that they will have an early offline review and say like, hey, I think there is a loophole on this. Maybe this will fail in this particular scenario. Are you covering up this use case? So like that, you will get some kind of comments and some kind of suggestions from your tester. And this intermediate build concept is really a good one, because you no need to push your entire things getting delivered on the 8th or 9th day of the sprint and then getting the feedback. It is always good that bits and pieces you start sharing. If you have an API ready, please give that information, whatever the parameters they need to pass and all those information, so that they will be able to do a quick check with the postman and say like how it is working. And when you are having the layout of the screen, just show it to them that this is what I'm going to say. Then they will say, like, for example, there is a mandatory field that needs to be checked, and then you need to enable the button. Those things and all, they will be able to capture and give it to you the heads up in a very early stage rather than giving at the end. So it is all about the best practices that a team should hold, so that you will be able to effectively use everyone's time in the team. Yeah.
Okay, thanks Selvi for this detailed explanation. Okay, so now next query is what do you mean by one story point in terms of size, time, complexity, uncertainty, or including everything? Bala, right?
Yes, yes, Sunil. Yeah.
Hi, Bala. So
Hi,
what do
hi.
you think about this? Tell us your
Yeah.
thought process first.
Yes, Sunil. Actually, I have gone through the previous recording also. So yeah, it includes everything. So if you are telling one story point means yeah, it includes maybe a simple one to implement in terms of
So
complexities.
to answer
And
this again, this one story points varies from team to team. My one story point is going to equal to your one story point. Maybe for me, one story point effort, I'm just mentioning the term effort. I'm not going into infant for the complexity or uncertainty. But yeah, we or everyone should have their wall of reference. And when I say wall of reference, it's hard for me to explain everything over here. But when we say wall of reference, it consists of all these things. It should be like a reference where you can go and check whether this particular user story lies between which story points and all. So to short answer is like one story you cannot say that is one story point equal to 8 hours one and all those things. It varies from team to team, individual, project to project. So and you have already sum up that it's one story point not equal to effort, as many of the people still feel that one story point equal to 8. That's absolutely wrong. So story point consists of, as you mentioned, about the size, time, complexity, dependencies, risk. All those things should be factored in into story point. Yeah.
and my doubt is like, so when we are giving that number, so are we going to get clarity on, okay, one story point means in terms of complexity is less, or in terms of dependency it is more? Are we going to also discuss those factors coming up with that final story
Yes.
point,
So
or
if we
not
have
required?
some doubt, so for example, I'm the fresher. Maybe I'm not used to all those terminology because these people are already the way we done the role play, right? So the good thing is might be someone might be show me that just check this wall of reference where you can undergo that. Okay, we have already jotted down that okay, login functionality. It's simple for us as a team because we already have gone through so many times in the past. So for us, maybe something will come, something similar. It will be very easy. It may be a 3 story point for us. Okay, based on the complexity, the experience which we have, the effort which we are going to put, right? That is always there the case. That's the reason it's a wall of reference. You can always go back and check if something is new is coming that is entirely different. You can always update that over the period of time. It's not a rigid document, right? So you got your answer, Palo?
Yes, Sunan. Then one more thing is when we include stakeholders in these meetings, obviously they will generally immediately jump into that question. Okay, how much time it may take? So how to avoid time
Yeah,
factor
just now I
achieving
think
from customer?
just now I think Selvia mentioned this in detail, like right. So timelines, we cannot commit on timelines until unless the user storage has been refined properly and based. So how you will commit, right? If you know that okay, your half of the team will be go on your Diwali vacation or Christmas vacation, right? We cannot able to commit, right? Until unless you will as a scrum master will do your capacity planning, when team will do the commitment that yeah, let's take this as a sprint goal for next sprint and let's commit to this particular sprint goal, right? Then only you can say and go and tell. But yeah, on a higher level, based on your past experience with your past velocity, you can just give some high level of understanding, but you cannot commit anything. And that's the reason it's
But
estimation, right?
yeah, but here I heard product owner saying that okay, I want this after the sprint.
That's an
Sprint
anti-pattern.
means 2 weeks.
That's an
Okay.
anti-pattern, Bala. That's
Okay.
anti-pattern. Intentionally, that guy is asking, I want this next week. So as a Scrum Master, he or she should go and tell product owner, educate product owner, mentor product owner that it should not be the case. So whatever you have seen is more like a anti-pattern sort of thing which we have played intentionally. As a Scrum Master, you should educate him or her that we cannot commit anything just now in the refinement. Let's come up with the planning session, and maybe there only we can give some kind of commitment, right?
Sure, sure. Yeah, if depends on the team's input, if they couldn't able to deliver at the end of sprint, they can
Yeah,
split it into
then how we
multiple
can commit,
stories.
right? Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay. So is it possible to have a orphan story not linked to any feature? Wow. What is this question, Amya? Can you give us some example? What is orphan story? Amya, you there left?
Amit.
Yeah, hi. Actually, I was talking on mute. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sunand, I actually, in the first use case, there was a requirement for that login, but I wanted to understand, was there a feature for that, or it was just a plain story for that? So wanted to ask that, is it possible to have like standalone stories?
So see, there is nothing wrong in that. Like we can have a stand-alone stories, but I'm not able to think of any. There are I have seen, but I'm not able to recall any specific example. But to answer that, yes, we can have a stand-alone, but very specific.
Okay.
I've not seen honestly, but higher level, obviously, all those user stories should be attached to some feature or an epic or something like that.
Okay.
Selvi, you think of any example where we have a stand-alone user story?
Even I am
Anyone?
also not getting any example as such. But
Anyone else?
One thing I can only think of that by mistake that the people would have forgotten the link.
No, nothing like by mistake. I'll get back to you on that.
Okay.
Yeah. So there are conditions, but then I'm not able to recall just on the fly right now.
Okay, so it's kind of, I mean, mandatory that a feature has to be there, exist.
Yes,
and
even if you pull it in any tool, it will ask for that.
Okay,
So,
okay.
Yeah, but you can have a story. So if you go to JIRA or somewhere, right, you can create a user story without any epic. That's not a problem. It will allow you, but ideally it should be part of some bigger picture. Okay, Saman, right? How about the reference user story? The point. How about the Scrum Master having a general agreement with the team about their understanding of the 1 point story to reference? What is this question? We have discussed this. If there are new estimations beyond. Saman, you there? Can you explain this? What is this question?
Hi, Sunal. Yeah, I actually joined in late. So I think with what you've been explaining all through, I think you've actually done that. My thing was that because you said there is actually someone in the team that is actually new, and they're kind of doing estimation. So I was like, does the person have the clarity about what they're actually referencing the story in terms of estimation to? Like if somebody's joining the team and the way the estimation was going, everybody was estimating. I was of the opinion that the
So
person has to
Saman,
have a
yes.
clear understanding.
Yeah. So normally what I'll do when someone new join my team, obviously I'm going to give him whatever the best practices which we are using in our team, and it can be anything. There are many, like, right? But one of this is this estimation part, because that's most complex thing, honestly, for someone who is just joining new. So he will sometimes feel left out, and it's a very practical scenario because he's not aware about what you guys are talking and PO is talking, or and senior folks are talking, right? And you can see, right, these people have just shut me, right? So because I'm just a fresher and they just told me like, okay, we'll take it offline, because these people already know. But as a fresher, I am not aware about what these people are talking about. I mean, it can be any requirement, right? Maybe for them it's pretty easy, right? So if I'll be the Scrum Master, I will tell like day one or whenever we have this KT session, that this is our wall of reference. This is how we have come up with this 1 story point or 3 story point and 5 story points. Spend some time on that, come up with your queries, because until unless you will be clear on that part, you will not going to give an estimate, right? And if someone has mentioned, right, that we are thinking to give you that user story to work on. Now the icing of cake is I am not even able to estimate this user story, and I have to work on that user story, right? And then people are giving some kind of commitment that it's a 8 story points or a 13 story point, right? But I'm not there, right? So that's the thing. So yeah, it will be little challenging in the beginning when new team members are joining, but that's where the role of Scrum Master came into picture, to help them, guide them, yeah, mentor them in a right direction.
Thank you, Sunil.
Yeah. Rashmi, okay, I'm not okay. Bala, let me check, okay, so outcome of the spike is only a documentation or implementation of the requirement given there. So the question is, I think by Bala. I think Bala, Sylvie already answered that. And on this, like outcome of that spike is only a document or implementation of requirement given there. So based on that output only we can decide, right, whether we are going to implement this requirement or not. As mentioned by Sylvie, right, that it might be the situation that you might have come up with 2 approaches, but those 2 are not feasible, right? So you're not going to implement anything out of it. Doesn't mean that your time is wasted. You already implemented your efforts, and you have learned something out of it, right? So maybe this learning will be useful for you in the future for any upcoming projects or similar sort of projects, right? This is like in a way is kind of investment which you have done on your team, right? So that's the spike part. Okay, I think we are done. Anyone has anything else? I hope you guys
Yes,
have learned
actually,
something today. Yeah, please
yeah,
mention your name.
actually, Balaganesh here, Sunan.
I'm not able
Can
to
you
see
hear me?
you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, yeah. So I turned on my camera. I'm not sure why you are not able to see. Yeah, my question is like, actually, it was everything is mentioned, right? So if I search, it should be less than 10 seconds. Okay, if I export, it should be greater than 25 seconds, something like that. So you should do this particular concept, and you need to do that code refactoring. So if that many clarity is already required, then how come it can be categorized as spike? Generally, if you do spike, then the outcome you can mention, okay, it can be feasible
Yeah, so
for
this
me
is
to
just
do this.
to disguise you to all of you. Okay, I think you not heard Sylvie properly what she has mentioned. What she has mentioned is like, these people are still not clear on that part, that lazy part, whether this will be the only approach or they might have different more approaches. Okay, so that is not the clarity till now in this requirement. So they want to explore that thing. So the moment you have something to explore, the moment you will have something, to spend some time investment, then we require the spike. And other important thing is, sometimes I have seen this anti-pattern that people just take that spike for 2 weeks or 1 week. That should not be the case. Okay, otherwise there is no purpose of spike, as mentioned by Sylvie, right? Spike should be short. As the name suggests, it's a spike. So you have a normal your sprint and then a small spike, and this like this. You have seen the heartbeat, right? That's a small spike. So spend some less amount of your efforts, maybe 2 hours or 4 hours or 6 hours or 8 hours. It should be defined in your definition of ready or wall of reference somewhere, that how much time you are going to spend, and then stop it. Hard stop. Whatever you have discovered by that 8 hours or 16 hours of efforts, the showcase to your stakeholder that this is the outcome. And because if we continue dragging it, then it's not no longer be a spike, right? Then it's something which I think technical architect or someone has to deep dive into it. Because for developer is spending 2 weeks in one spike doesn't make sense. Then he's not doing a actual development, right? And we are doing our capacity planning for the actual development, not for this sort of thing. That is more on a BA part or a PO part or a architect part, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I think this time we have finished on time, 10 minutes more, but yeah, I think we are on time. So I hope like you guys have learned something new today. I hope. And yeah, anyone want to share anything or?
Yeah, Sunil, can I say something?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, yeah, this is more or less like a question. I was actually talking with someone, a Scrum Master too, and he actually came up with something, and I've not, to me, though I've not actually witnessed that before. So I'm just trying to like ask if anybody here has actually. He said in his team they have this warranty user story. So he said the warranty user story is basically if they actually do something and that thing is actually deployed to production, and probably they have like 30 days or 90 to 60 days thereabout. And if there's anything within the production after it's actually been deployed, So what the team actually does is they actually get that fixed, and that's what they call warranty user story. And they don't estimate for it. It's just within their working agreement. So to me, I've not heard that before, and it's kind of new to me. So I had the intention of asking people that have actually probably get more experience if they've actually worked with anything like warranty user story. I've not heard it before.
I'm not sure whether I understood it fully. Anyone can rephrase this for me, Selvi or
Okay.
Amit?
Let me try and be simpler.
Yeah.
I said I heard something from a fellow Scrum Master.
Yeah.
He said in his team, they have this user story they call warranty user story. Warranty user story.
Warranty user story.
Yes.
Okay.
So he said what that warranty user story means is that if they have anything deployed to production, if they've actually worked on any particular user story and it's been released to production, and during 30 to 60 days that it's been released to production, if anything happened to it, so they call that where they have a user story coming up with, which they call warranty user story. And that warranty user story, they don't estimate it. Where to me, I believe if everything is released to production, probably there is a bug, right? You have to write something for it, and it has to be estimated, and it has to kind of be prioritized, right? But this is more or less of an experienced Scrum Master telling me this, and I'm not.
Okay, I got your answer now. I got a question. Okay, let me answer this. So Simon, I cannot comment what is your fellow Scrum Master is telling you, but I can tell from my experience. Okay, so when we are putting anything to the production, right? Yeah. So I mean, obviously we can expect some kind of bug, and obviously those bugs should be of highest priority and severity, because it may going to impact your production box, and it can do anything, right? So sometimes all the stakeholders are jump at that time onto us, and we have to fix it, right? Now, what will happen to our normal sprint, which we already have planned and which our team is already working on, right? This is why I keep on telling to all my fellow Scrum Masters that whenever we do our capacity planning, right? First of all, we will always pull user story, maybe 70% of the capacity or 60% of the capacity or 80% of the capacity based on my experience of my team. If my team is relatively new, I will just pull 60% or 70% of the capacity user story. So let's say even though I'm able to finish 100 users points, right? Still, I will just pull 60 or 70, not more than that. And I will keep this buffer 20% or 30% for all these unforeseen kind of conditions. Just forget about the normal risk. Normally also we will get some production incident here and there, and someone will pull us into that thing, right? Or maybe we have deployed something 3 months back or 6 months back, right? And now something is weird happened in the production, right? So we have to fix that urgently, right? So that's the reason if you might have seen that when we prioritize, right, we have something called must have, should have, could have kind of prioritization technique, right? It can be anything like, okay, so the idea is we will put, let's say 60 to 70% of must kind of user story into a given sprint, and then should have, and then only could have. So could have is like good to have. If we have nothing, production issues, nothing like that, we can continue working with those user story. But if something like this will come up, right, production issues or something, then we have that team member extra capacity with us, and they can start working on those production issues, right? And I will also suggest we should also identify in the beginning itself that if you already know that, okay, something happened in the past, we should identify in our planning itself that, okay, maybe one senior guy who already have experience with this kind of thing, and his capacity will always be half or 70%, because most of the time the senior folk, and that is always there in all the teams, right? Some senior guy will be there, so his capacity always take like 70% or 60%, I would say, because most of the time either he's helping other team members, right? So that should be also counted into his effort. And then certainly something like this happens, some production incident will come, right? So I cannot give that production incident to some junior fellow who just joined to my team, right? that guy should be able to handle that kind of pressure, right? That urgency, right? He should understand the functionality, the technical details, and all those things, right? And I cannot put all my team members into that production incident at the same time, right? So we should have all these things should be well planned in advance. That okay, if something will happen, this is the senior folk who is going to pick this. If he requires some kind of help, yeah, the other guy, the B person should whoever is working on that user story, he will park that, and then he will continue working with the other guy if required, right? That sort of planning we should do in our planning session. Yeah, and that warranty thing is again, I mean, nothing like is obviously there in all the software. We have this warranty of 30 days or 60 days. Obviously, we have to fix. After that, that is not our problem. That will be then come under different altogether production support, bucket. But if we are putting something to the production, yeah, obviously it will come back to us in next 30 days or 60 days. It again varies from company to company and team to team. You got your answer, Simon?
Thank you, Sunal. Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, guys. Good. Okay. Thanks, everyone, and have a nice long weekend.
Thank you. Thanks for the session.
Yeah, thank you, Sunal.
Vivek has done with his dinner, huh? Vivek? By the time you have eaten your dinner, huh?
No.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, guys. Bye.
Bye.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
Bye.